ready? There's healthy place that does good food.
There's a healthy store, the CBD, that does really good food for.
Maybe it's on Zomato.
Alright.
Legacy.
The one that is still free. Yeah, I can't find anything new.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this, the OPL. We're about to get into round 4. My name is Michael Hingersing, and I'm joined here by Choo Choos and also T-Gun. How you doing today, gents? You well?
Doing good.
Yeah, you spent a bit of time in Vietnam for Riff Rails. I was over there with you. We saw each other there.
Yeah.
Did not speak because we're not on friendly terms. No, I'm kidding.
No, it was exciting. We didn't do as well as we thought we would, but, you know, back in OPL, see what they can bring back.
Yep. And T-Gun, speaking of international experience, you got to cast not only your first game, but your first international game. A very cool thing.
Yeah, it was great. Very exciting. Had some helping hands basically carry me through the experience, which was pretty good.
Name and shame, who were they?
Oh, don't need to name and shame. They were carrying me. How's that shameful?
That's fair.
But it was great. I really enjoyed it.
All right. Well, it's good to have you both back here. It's good to have you at home joining us as well as we take a look at the standings for the round as we get into it. Direwolf still out in front on 8 points. Chiefs on 7. Third place is Legacy, who have the head-to-head over AV, so they're running out the top 4 places. Sin there in 5th, and then TM, Abyss, and Regicide rounding out the bottom of the table. But today we have 2 massive matches for you at home. We're going to kick things off with Legacy taking on Regicide. Regicide obviously are kind of underdogs for that, for your boys Legacy, but then we're going to follow that up later on today with Direwolves and AVs. You take a look at that, and AV might be able to take a game off Direwolves.
I would love to see AV take a game off Direwolves.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at our first game, shall we? Legacy versus Regicide. Like I said earlier, Regicide obviously coming in as pretty big underdogs, but if Regicide are able to kind of eke out any advantages, where are they going to be on this map?
Mid lane. Absolutely
Definitely
mid lane.
Mid lane?
I think that...
Suman over Claire.
I wouldn't say that on just straight it's going to happen every game. I think that if Regicide are going to win, they're going to do it through Suman. They're going to try and punish Claire, punish the fact that he's playing supportive champions like Karma, and pick something like Vladimir or Oriana, something that Suman's shown proficiency on and shown the ability to try and carry his team.
Claire's been pushed into a supportive role, and Soyman is known to be that character that can pick Vlad, pick Oriana, and really 1v5 and carry his team. So I feel like this is their real win condition today.
So if you, because you literally used to play in Claire's spot on Legacy. That's historically your spot. So if you're in that team, if you're with Legacy, right, you're there with Carbon, you're there with Tally, both guys you've played with before. If you're playing a supportive champion in that mid lane role, how does that affect the rest of the team dynamic? I mean,
it's comforting knowing that you have having a Karma, having a supportive role that it allows Lost to perform better. Like, it makes him appear better than you would usually see. So it's nice to have that come from Claire, but then again, it's also a weakness. It's something that allows the opposing mid laner to free farm, and if he does if Soyman's given too much room, he may be a threat. He may be that win condition that they need.
It's nice when you're able to say that you have probably one of the best ADCs in the OPL and Lost, and you say it's able to make him play better. Where is his ceiling then at this point? You're just stacking supports. You got it in the mid, you got it in the jungle, you got an actual support as well. Eventually Tally's going to play something supportive as well, going straight back to protect the ADC at this point. Well,
speaking of Tally, I want to take a look at him. He's going to be going up against ZZZ in the top lane today. Now, Tally has been known to be playing some carries and also some tanks. He can play a lot of different things, play the role that Soulstrike's envisions for him. But as you look how he plays into ZZZ, who's playing kind of exclusively carries, I mean, how is this matchup in your mind, Choo Choos?
Well, just from looking at the recent picks here, you can see Tally plays pretty much every kind of role you would want from a top laner. He plays Lucian, which is probably the most bizarre one.
Everyone on Legacy has to play Lucian.
Everyone on Legacy, that's a prerequisite. But he does play the Jarvan. He plays good bruisers, and then plays Gragas, who is a strong tank. So he offers a lot to his team.
I think, while I said that Suman was where they're going to get their advantage, there is a chance if Tally picks up something like Lucian, as you mentioned, and ZZZ goes back to something, maybe Riven, maybe Jarvan, and build full Bruiser, there's a chance for Regicide there as well, because while Tally's a very good player and he's very versatile, as we've seen, if you're going to punish someone, it's going to be on the weird off-meta flimsy picks like Lucian, which have the ability to be sort of shut down.
So it seems to me where we're looking for Regicide to potentially take some advantages over Regicide over Legacy, I should say, it's going to be in these solo lanes.
Yeah. They can't afford to play this game like a normal game. They're going to lose on the macro level. They need to look, as you said, they need to look at these cheesy picks. ZZZ was previously a very good Riven player. He hasn't played it much this split, but I feel like he needs to go back to these cheesy kind of damage picks.
We've seen a bit of Riven internationally.
We
Although
have.
was it mid though? No, it was
top.
It was
top. But I think that he really needs to. He really needs to like look back into his carry champions and see how we can pull this together.
All
for
right,
his
well,
team.
let's take a look at Legacy now, getting ready in the OPL studios and their lineup. We just spoke about Tally. He is their top laner. Their jungler and captain is Tim Carbon-Wendell. Their mid laner is Claire, we just mentioned before, and their bot lane is made up of their AD carry Lost, maybe one of the best ADCs, potentially the best ADC in the region, and Cupcake, their support player, potentially Raise on the Chiefs would have something to say about that, but anyway, you can see Soulstrike's previously in the background there, their coach, and I guess, I mean, Soulstrike's, he's known as Big Brain Lucio, but how do you feel like he's been drafting recently? Because I feel like in Rift Rivals, and I would like to get your opinion on this, I mean, what do you think of his drafts over in Vietnam, Choo-Choos?
I think he's really smart. I definitely think he lives up to his title, Big Brain. I like his draft.
His title is like doctoral.
Yeah, I really like his drafting, but I feel like he puts... I feel like he gives Legacy too much, especially their Jace Rumble composition. You could just tell that they hadn't practiced this enough. So in that sense, you can kind of see how he pushes the team too far, and that kind of backfires.
I'm going to sort of echo that I really do like his drafts, but at the same time, I think there's holes in it, and it might not be his fault. We look at Legacy as a team. Are they making it difficult on him? They haven't shown the ability to play Thresh very well. They sort of tend to try and find the counters to it. It's workable, but not great. They're playing supportive junglers, they're playing supportive mids.
All right, well, let's take a look at their opponents across the Rift. This is Regicide, who were promoted from the OCS at the start of the split. And let's go through their lineup, shall we? Their top laner, who we spoke about before, is ZZZ. Fade is their jungler. Their mid laner and potential carry threat for this game is Human. And their AD carry is Chenny Boy, supported by Decoy. And you kind of catch a glimpse before of Vicarious,
he played very well.
coach.
He had a really good debut,
Yeah?
Decoy.
Absolutely.
You fan of Decoy?
Big fan of Decoy.
You're a support player, T-Gun?
Every now and then, yeah.
Every now and again. You've been known to dabble in the bot lane. Yeah, you were impressed by Decoy's performance?
It was a good debut.
Yeah.
As best as you could expect on games that didn't look great for them, he was doing what he needed to do. There wasn't anything super impressive, but at the same time, it comes back to that sort of saying, when you've done everything correct, it's going to look like you've done nothing at all.
Well, specifically for Regicide, they coming to this off a 2-week break, whereas Legacy have been over in Vietnam at Rift Rivals. So, I mean, the thing about Regicide is they're not in a team house, though. So how's that going to affect their practice as we go into your predictions as well?
Well, it's not good.
Yeah?
It's not a good thing if
So
you're
do you
not
have
all
a
in the
chance
same
today?
house. But I don't know. I spoke to them a fair bit upstairs, and they have been practicing. They have started winning. Even though I feel like they're starting to improve, I feel this is going to be a 2-0 to Legacy.
T-Gun?
Before I even predict like you did, I'm going to say it. I'm not a huge fan of team houses. I need my space as a person, all right? I need some space. But it does hurt them. Like, you're absolutely right. Every other team that's in a team house has that dedicated schedule. Everyone's on board. It hurts them. And even if they're starting to win scrims, it's still just not enough, in my opinion, to overcome it. And I'm going to give it to Legacy 2-0 without a shadow of doubt in my mind.
All right, well, let's take a look at your thoughts at home, opltips.com.au. And, Legacy, heavy favourites over Team Regicide. And almost 3/4 of the people think it's going to be a 2-0 to Regicide, so you have good company in terms of the picks that people at home think. And as I look at this, I realise I forgot to put in my tips for the first time since the start of the year. I messed up.
Poor effort.
Not going to get those Uber Eats vouchers come the end of the split.
They even sent out an email reminder.
Yeah, I know. I messed up. You guys. I messed up. All right. Well, tweet at us if you've got any questions. Hashtag IamOPL. We'll give them to your analyst desk to answer through towards the end, at the end of the game. But for now, it is time for us to get into game 1 of this Legacy versus Regicide. So let's pass it off to your casters. It is Spawn, Fish, and Coach Jish.
Thank you guys. As things mentioned, I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Josh Jishkar Hummerson as well as Jake Spawn Tiberia, about to get into the first match back in the OPL after, a couple of weeks break thanks to Rift Rivals.
Yeah, it's been a good couple of weeks break. I've enjoyed, being able to cast a really fun international tournament, then have a week off, Fish, and, just try and get back into the swing of things and rejuvenate. But I'm excited for this game because I want to see what Regicide has done. Everyone knows what Legacy has done. I mean, it was a very transparent preparation for this game. They played an international tournament. But how good has Regicide got in those 2 weeks off?
Yeah. It's going to be really curious to see how they do, and they're going up against a big opponent of Legacy. I mean, Jish, how do you think Regicide are going to do coming into this game?
Oh, I feel like Regicide aren't experiencing too much pressure. You know, they know that they're the underdogs. Legacy have a huge advantage over them, you know, without that experience internationally as well. So that's probably going to give them, I guess, a little bit of confidence that there shouldn't be too much expectation on them to perform.
And I want to touch on what they were saying about Soul Strikes, because I respect Soul Strikes a lot. I think he's a smart guy. I, on the other hand, think his drafts are weird, wacky, and actually detrimental towards his team. I thought the pick comp they ran, you know, going into the game versus the Gigabyte Marines was legitimately too far down the path of cheese that it didn't have those win conditions to get you to the position of the game you needed to be able to make picks around objectives. If you lose lanes, you can't make picks because you just don't have vision control. And I think that sometimes his drafts miss key components towards a winning strategy.
Yeah, I think he far too often tunnels on some very, very specific strategy that you hope they've practiced a lot, but he doesn't necessarily give his players a lot of flexibility should something go awry, should, you know, be an early game mishap or anything. But we are seeing something new out of Legacy, which is exciting. They've previously, as Tigo mentioned on the desk, shied away from the Thresh.
Yep, and that's going to be the first pick for them here today. They also spend a lot of target bans towards ZZZ with Jackson Fiora taken off the table. Zac is their third and final ban, with Galio, Caitlyn, and Elise taken away by Regicide, with Braum and Callista locked in as their bottom lane.
And this is so exciting because I'm a huge fan of Braum. I think that he wins a lot of lanes at the moment, but one of his weaknesses is being able to get into a fight. He's great going backwards, but sometimes, just like Gimli, he can't jump that gap. And, you know, being able to have the Callista, to play the Aragorn, to toss him into the fights fish, it's only going to mean good things. And I think that this is one of those lanes that synergizes very well together.
Ooh. Also something, you know, the Callista and the Braum actually do pretty good into Thresh. Obviously, they can escape a lot of ganks, especially post-6. So generally a pretty safe lane, but we see Legacy take the response pick Tristana, getting a little bit more, I guess, showing around the world. Yeah, obviously benefits from that crit item build and takes turrets incredibly fast, which, you know, has historically been something Callista really struggles at with that 0.9 AD ratio.
We saw Tristana played once during Rift Rivals by Gigabyte Marines in a really crazy lane swap, but we probably won't see that out of Legacy here today, as they've locked in Gragas as well. But aside of Regicide though, Fade is going to be picking up Nidalee heading into the jungle.
I do just want to remind everyone that Gragas was the jungler of choice when they went into the lane swap, so we'll see whether that is something. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but every now and again, when a team comes back from International, they bring some weird and wonderful things with them. Fade on Nidalee is going to be interesting, because we know he's a mechanical player. He was previously their mid laner, known as Johnson, and I think that Nidalee is one of those champions that if you are proficient on Nidalee, it's always kind of relevant. She farms incredibly quickly, has very good spikes throughout the game.
And, you know, their bot lane's already bringing a lot of utility, so in the draft you can maybe afford to be a little bit more aggressive in that jungle role. But interestingly, I think, you know, Legacy have shown that they aren't afraid of putting Tallywacker on the Gragas. So, you know, already banning out the Nunu in case they suspect that they will be putting Carbon onto a different jungler.
And especially if you're just not scared of Claire. I mean, this is where you get the luxury. If Seaman's just like, I can take Claire no matter what the pick, you can give him, you can give me the counter pick regardless. Take away what ZZZ is worried about pressuring him on the top side of the map. Or the really bold call here, which I think they're going to go towards, is now you just blind pick, you know, a Talia or a Syndra for Seaman and see how he goes in that blind pick matchup.
And Legacy decided to ban out Seaman's two most favorite champions, which would be Ahri as well as Vladimir. So curious to see if he does blind pick something here, and he does. Corki locked in to go up against Claire.
Oh, and he's got the exhaust. Exhaust static shift Corki. Best champion in League of Legends at the moment, Jish. Get on board.
Definitely matchup dependent. We'll see what Claire takes for mid lane, but definitely still a few options that Claire can play around. The Kassadin, a very prominent one. Oof. Locks it in before I get to say it. Damn, Claire, you could have given me the credit for that one. But no, I think, yeah, Kassadin, definitely a good lane into the Corki. Generally gets to scale towards that level 6 mark and start being more impactful around the map later in the game.
And another lock in for Tally as well. So he'll play that in the top lane with Gragas in the jungle for Carbon. Na's been seeing a lot of popularity internationally.
We talk about the Riven a lot because that is what he plays primarily. Historically, in solo queue, has also been a big fan of the Yasuo top lane. Yasuo absolutely destroys Na in the 1v1.
I think Aurelia
is good as well.
I think Aurelia and Yasuo are the two champions that, if you have an unperturbed lane phase, you can do a lot of damage. I don't think that when you're playing against a Gragas that you're often given that luxury. So
come on, mate, he's got the Nidalee.
No, this will be. I think this will be a dangerous matchup, and I expect a lot of action around top lane because, you know, once Tally gets to one item, I think that he just outscales the Aurelia in team fights too.
I think that both mid laners have also recognized that. Of course, it is the laning summoner for Cassidy to go TP and then be able to 1-3-1. But Corki needs to be able to match that roam. And if you can't get priority over Cassidy, which with a lot of magic damage you can't, you need to be able to at least join second. And, you know, with teleport, we'll be able to get up there because I agree, bottom is a versatile lane. I mean, both of them are good at going forward and backwards. But top lane, once you're in, you're kind of in with these champions.
And how do you guys feel about the Corki against Cassidy matchup? Because Corki did
Corki
come back
loses.
into it with,
Corki loses.
since his damage got changed to 80% magic damage.
I mean, to not go too deep into the matchup, we'll see it during the game, hopefully. Corki can't even get through the magic shield half the time. E really struggles during this matchup. 3 points in Q into E max means that Cassidy has a good laning phase, and majority of the time, that's all it takes to be able to get him through.
Yeah, so really curious to see how this one's going to take place. But Tristana coming back as well. This is something that we've kind of talked about a few times, whether Tristana will come back into the meta. We saw it internationally a couple of times. But first game back, Legacy locking in for Lost in Cupcake, apparently innovating the bottom lane again in the OPL.
I mean, it's a pretty favorable matchup, I think, into the Callista, especially when you have the aggressive support. You know, the lane can go either way here, but I think that they're pretty confident in that pick, specifically into the Callista.
Yeah, 2014, 2015, I think LPL was when Callista was really starting to show dominance, and this was the counter pick because it was always auto attack. The Q through auto attack Ren trade was always favorable in a lot of matchups for Callista, and this was the first one that Tristana could really go even with that.
So we'll have to see how that bottom lane does between the two teams. For now, though, let's check in with Hingers, who is standing by with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Soul Strikes, and I feel like you and I haven't properly spoken on camera for a couple of weeks. So tell us, after your experience at Rift Rivals, what have you learned, and how has that affected the draft today?
So we've been revising a lot of like the patch 7.13 itself. So we've just been going over the whole draft and what's really strong and what's weak. Like Corki's been a really popular rose in popularity, so like we've prepared some counters and
Would one of those counters be Cassidy? Because the Spawn seemed very confident that Cassidy beats Corki.
Yeah, Cassidy does very well against Corki.
Do you see any dangers on the map for you guys today?
So they picked Aurelia, which was the ideal counter for Na, but Aurelia has to go kill Na. Otherwise, Na will just outscale, and Aurelia's just going to be very useless in teamfight.
Yeah, that was just a prediction as well. So we'll see if that comes true. Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the match.
Thank you.
There you go. Soul Strikes reckons that Aurelia has to defeat Na in the top lane, and you were mentioning earlier, just that with Gragas in the jungle, probably not going to be the case for CCZ.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get the same gank pressure out of an Italy, so you have to predict that the 2v2 probably goes in favor of Tally and Carbon. And I think that's definitely a focal point they have to be playing around here because, yeah, letting the Aurelia get ahead and be a split pressure is going to be quite damaging for Legacy.
Yeah, and I want to see how ZZZ plays it because historically, if you want a team fight with Aurelia, Trinity Force into Frozen Heart has kind of been the route that you can get into fights. However, lately we've seen a lot of Blade of the Ruined King solo queue Aurelias running around on Summoner's Rift, so it will be interesting. I want to point out also that ZZZ really confident because he hasn't gone shield against one of the most annoying range Tarashas in the game in Minina. So that's interesting, going with the Corrupting Pot start.
Let's see how he uses that. Already action in the top lane. ZZ tries to trade against Tally, gets some good damage, but he's fighting 8 minions here.
I mean, it's
Tally
worthwhile, right?
trade.
Because he's got 3 potions and Tally's only got 1. So if he can ever swing that laning towards his favor, turn this into a sustained battle, he's going to be able to win out.
Yeah, and what's going to happen in this matchup is that they're going to try trade aggressive early, and then ZZZ will force Tally to use his teleport to get back into lane. So, you know, trading health bars dangerously is probably quite natural here for earlier.
It's another good trade. Tally throws out the boomerang. It's a nice trade in return. He's going to go Mega in a second. ZZ has to be careful. Gets the rage. Forces a flash out of ZZZ.
Yeah, so ZZZ's played that really poorly. I mean, we just said that what you're trying to do is health trade and get the teleport. He should have just left after the first auto on the Q, after the E, sorry, the stun, because it would have been a winning trade. Instead, he took 4 auto attacks on the way out.
It
and
almost
loses it.
Almost felt like Tally predicted the jump as well, throwing out that boomerang quite quickly. Fade's up in the top lane. Carbon might find him. He's incredibly low. Fade might actually die to Krugs. Finally smites it to get the health back.
I mean, this is how you jungle with Nidalee. Anyone that's played Nidalee at a high level, you don't clear healthily. You have 2 choices. You can either kite the creeps perfectly, or you can jungle incredibly fast.
Yeah, and he's also opted for the Hunter's Machete,
Yeah.
the Machete rather than the Hunter's Talisman, which, you know, does mean that he clears faster, but on lower HP.
Yep, and he's cleared his entire jungle, whereas Carbon, who's heading back to base as well, still has 3 camps up. 7 CS 20 at the moment.
And I mean, it's a bold choice to make. We saw that Fesh actually went with this choice in his first OPL game on Italy, missed his spear, and then was absolutely useless for the whole game. However, Fade's got through this and has actually looked like he's going to be relatively quick. In saying that, Carbon probably should have played a scrim or two against Italy. Probably has the best Italy player on the server, sitting on his B team in Babip, who I was actually hoping to see play today, but unfortunately not the case.
We have more than one game. Don't count him out just yet.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can already see Claire trading quite aggressively against Human. Human getting the worst end of that trade.
I mean, Spooks is a meta slave. Is he on Italy at the moment? Too much information?
I mean, I could leak all of our scrims on the OPL broadcast. I'd prefer not to.
Come on, Jish. For the greater good.
He likes playing Italy because it's fun.
Yeah.
We don't play it that much.
You can already see Fade trying to be aggressive 2-on-1 here.
I mean, this is actually the most annoying stage of the game with Italy, when you're higher level and you have red buff. And you can just do this. You can just sit there auto-attacking people. If Claire actually takes a spear now, he dies. 100%, he will be chunked out. So you can see he's staying behind the minions. But the auto-attack spam is quite annoying.
Let's see how Fade does in this one so far. Keeping up in level with solo laners, and Claire's been in this lane the entire time.
Claire's a very brave man.
If I'm Carbon, I'm so annoyed that Fade's just getting like lane experience here. Because he's already behind in jungle. You know, Fade's going to clear the bottom side of the map now and go on those level 4-5 camps. So that's a big lead going to Fade.
Here on the bottom lane, not much action has taken place between these two teams. All of them still sitting on their health potions. Lost and Cupcake have been pushing it quite aggressively against Chenny Boy and Decoy.
Funnily enough, everyone on Legacy kind of just off the shield. I actually go shield on Gnar a lot of the matchups at the moment as well. And you can see that the Tristana goes Blade, so everyone just going towards the Blade stuff.
Yeah, Blade is actually, you know, the preferred choice of starting AD carry item against these melee supports, because they're really just not getting up in your face enough, whereas the Thresh will force you to take something like the shield.
Yep.
So that's quite common at the moment. Had the supports been reversed, I think we'd see like the items switched around there.
So far, very quiet game between Regicide as well as Legacy. Claire trying to change that, jumps aggressively on top of Suman.
This is what happens when your mid lane attacks as a wave, by the way. He gets level 6 and you don't, and he also has teleport to get back to lane. Suman is in big trouble, and there is no gank pressure really on the side of Fade. I mean, Cassidy not going to be all that bothered by an Italy without red.
Suman even picking up exhaust heading into this mid lane matchup, whereas bottom lane, Cupcake might get stunned up here, does get back towards the safety of his minions in time.
Chenny Boy playing, you know, a little bit respectfully, I guess. Gets hit by the flay, doesn't get hit with a hook. Also doesn't want, all in from top.
Yeah, big trade top side of the map. ZZZ going aggressive against Tally, picks up first blood in the one-on-one.
And after burning Flash, Tally knows that his isn't available, doesn't flash away from the Aurelia.
Yeah, and Gragas is basically in his back pocket right now, so, you know, maybe just a slight miscommunication there on whether the jungle's going to pressure at this point. Doesn't use his own flash, so, you know, ZZZ turning this lane around.
And that's exactly what Soulstrikes is talking about. This can't happen in lane, and then Tally can outscale. But now ZZ has the momentum.
And you just have to question the respect coming out of Tally, because I think the most standard first item in this matchup should be the Ninja Tab out. Another fight bottom lane.
Good hook, lands onto Chenny Boy. He's not level 6 yet. The shield comes up from Decoy. Stuns almost connecting from them, but a good trade by Legacy.
Certainly is. I think that Regicide are playing this one pretty respectfully, though. I don't know whether they spot Carbon out on the ward. So, you know, they could be behind the turret. Cassidy could have been rotating down, although I didn't catch whether they saw the recall. So they actually just take the negative trade because of where the creeps are. They know that they can't be shoved out of lane, and they're just looking to scale as a Kalista Brawl.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they're waiting for their level 6 power spike, I guess, to some degree. They've gotten the heal, so now they have to play a bit safer. You know, obviously Cupcake using his Ignite, but bit more action top lane going for round 2, I guess.
And Tally is a level up though. Nars Aurelia into the wall. ZZZ at half health. Tally just a bit over. ZZZ still looking for the trade. Gets a good stun down, but gets a boulder to the face. Tally looking for the resets, but ZZ will get out in time.
Ultimate, about 15 seconds off cooldown as well. There's now Carbon invading, but Suman is here.
Does knock Fade back and gets some good damage down. Suman looking to retreat as he valks over the wall. Hook comes out. Good flash from the Corki to get back to safety.
I actually like the respect being shown by Regicide at the moment. I mean, flashes away from that hook, that would have been certain death, but, you know, we've seen time and time again in the OPL that players are going to hold flashes and hold crucial summoner spells. They don't turn around as hard as they could onto Carbon. That could have been a Valken for sure. Instead, they've got one winning lane, which seems to be ZZZ, and they look to be wanting to play around that.
He doesn't look like he's winning at the moment.
He's fine. He's got the ultimate. He's practically full health in reality.
He's also he's sat on his TP, so he doesn't have to.
Going for the trade though. Tally's about to go mega. ZZ has to kill him beforehand. Claire's up here and ZZZ gets the kill before falling down.
Oh,
Fade picking a bad fight though. Claire able to turn this around. Now sitting underneath the turret. Good spear. Going for the all-in. Wants to jump in. Execute damage. Doesn't come out just yet. Claire trying to turn it around. Spear from max range. Fade goes in. Still dies though, Claire. What a big trade.
Yeah, it certainly is. And all of a sudden, Decoy wants it as well.
Yeah, Box gets put down by Cupcake. Decoy standing in it. Valve comes in from Stillman. Throws down the package. Lost gets the first kill. Wants the reset. Chenny Boy is going to be able to get back to safety. Your Legacy good to get a good trade in the bottom lane.
Just making impacts all around the map. You know, Claire coming up huge for his team to snag both those kills. You know, Rod of Ages, Cassidy at 9 minutes, sitting on 2 kills ahead in CS against the Corki. Very scary if you're Regicide. And you know, as you said, maybe realizing their top lane was losing their advantage, they had to go aggressive bottom lane. Didn't work out for them. And you know, Legacy starting to pull ahead.
Certainly are, and I mean, when you have a look at Decoy, Flash Ultimate was available, held it for so long, Exhaust coming up, certainly could have been there. I think that in that situation, as soon as Cupcake burnt Flash, you just flash onto Lost's head and at least make him burn Summoner spells. Instead, nothing happens, and now bottom lane is in big trouble. I mean, that's a 100 CS, 25 CS up pretty much at this stage of the game.
Lost is going back for a shot as well, picks up the BF sword. See what his next item is going to be. Pickaxe, so going straight towards the Infinity Edge on Tristana.
All right, cool. So I want to see what he builds, because double charge, in my opinion, is the way to go. So, you know, IE into Static Shiv, Rapid Fire Cannon, very good. However, David Turley, freak, who does a lot of maths on the game, is actually a big proponent that Caulfield's IE into Rapid Fire Cannon into Essence Reaver is a correct build. Mathematically gives you more attack speed because of Tristana's Q and it being the biggest steroid in the game, and because of how hard you hit with AD, it is much better in his opinion. Plays a lot of Tristana, does free, so I'm a big fan of mathematics, so mathematically his build is correct. Feel-wise, I actually prefer double Zeal item, but you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, interesting point, Dexter. Can't say I've ever done the maths myself, but definitely more of a, I think, a feel sort of coach and player myself. You know, and if a player says that they feel like this is better and they want to argue with the stats, it's like, well, all right, I'm not gonna redo the maths for you.
Let's see what he goes for. Stillman in some trouble in the mid lane. Gets jumped on by Carbon, instantly ults him back into the hook by Cupcake. They should be able to take him down. Hexdrink is not going to save him, and Claire gets his 3rd kill of this game.
Carbon might be caught, however, Fish.
Yeah, Decoy's trying to catch him out. Winter's Bite goes wide, throws out the barrel, and Claire's just there to deter the rest of Regicide from collapsing any further forward.
I mean, that's nice from Claire. Probably could have walked towards mid lane or something like that. Actually sticks around, protects his jungler. And they're playing really well around this mid side. I mean, they've kind of given up on Tally top lane. He's just now gone to farming duty, actually isn't taking any trades anymore. And bottom side of the map, they're just winning.
And big double flay, throws down the box. Cupcake looking for a good trade. Decoy as well as Chenny Boy back out. Chenny is sitting on the components of his Blade of the Ruined King.
Fire Drake for the Cassidy as well.
Claire as well as Carbon working in that. They call down Lost and Cupcake as well just to secure the Dragon, but it doesn't seem like Regicide have any interest in picking this up for themselves.
So is this outright disrespect to Claire then? Because they haven't banned any of these champions in the drafting phase. They've blind picked what is considered one of the stronger champions, but as you said in the draft, not without counter.
Yeah, I think that you haven't done your research very well if you don't expect Claire to pick Cassidy into Corki. A lot of players on the server do like that matchup, so you'd have to assume Suman's played into it. Maybe he backs himself once he gets the Hex Drinker. Maybe if he has an Nidalee auto attack his lane at 12 times, he expects to win that too. But you know, clearly hasn't turned out this game for him.
Again, bottom lane, Chenny Boy and Decoy, they're holding their own. They're still down in CS. They're down on a kill.
I mean, they haven't looked like the worst lane on the map. When the Cassidy's got 3 kills running around Summoner's Drift, you'd say their bottom lane's probably held up fine, especially given the fact that you are playing, you know, a little bit more of a team fight support.
Decoy happy to put up the shield, take a lot of damage from Tristana. Just back off, heal up.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine. He's got refillable pot. He's got charges going to be coming through as well.
Ooh, good trade. Lost taking some damage. They're going to throw out Bomb as well. Forces Lost to flash away. Decoy still charging further forward. Cupcake looking for the hook, but Nidalee's here just in case.
Yeah, still had Flash. Could have followed if he had have chosen. Instead, just takes the 1 summoner spell trade. I think that's good.
Now Cupcake looking to poise aggressively here. Decoy trying to lock him down. Hook splits the Wickers as Decoy as well as Shennyboy get back to safety. Carbon still looking for a trade here. Knocks them away. Shield comes up in time. There's the Braum ultimate. Is Shennyboy going to die to the bombs? Not quite. Lives with a sliver of health.
And I mean, this is what T-Gun's saying. I mean, that's just a really good shield coming out of Decoy because it means whenever you put your shield up, it hits you smack bang in the middle of your character model, which means you can't get pushed back into the team fight. That's why Braum's seen a lot into Gragas, and that was just a nice play. They still lose their turret, so, you know, not all celebrations, but that would have been a double kill otherwise.
Yeah, they, you know, minimize their losses. Still definitely going to lose this turret just because of how much chip damage that Lost and Cupcake had already gotten onto the lane. But, you know, keeping that gold lead as small as they can, not letting their bot lane get further behind now that Shennyboy is hitting his first item spike. You know, deploying to the top side of the map, we might see him and Regicide make a bit of a comeback play.
Let's see what they do. ZZ's still looking for his first item of Trinity Force, whereas Frozen Mallet has been picked up by Tally already. That should help him out quite a bit in the split push matchup. We are mid lane. Claire trading against Human, has the package available.
There's absolutely no damage at the moment, Fish. As you can see, even with the Sheen built up, Sork Boots as well as the Hex Drinker, still struggling a lot. Carbon going to lose his blue buff right out from underneath his nose.
Hit the scrying orb the wrong way there. Fade will be able to take that away nice and easy. He's still farming up a Storm in the jungle. Carbon tries to trade aggressively against Decoy. He might get locked down by Winner's Bite. Package is already used by Stuman to get away from the fight. Carbon's the first target. Shennyboy is going to join this with teleports coming from Legacy as well. They're turning the fight around. Decoy's the first target. Lost, getting the resets. Gets number 2. Jumps on Stuman's head looking for number 3. He'll flash back into Riptail. But the ultimate, the snipe from Carbon picks up a kill.
And ZZZ's teleport was just so far away, Fish, that it meant Lost could just jump into the fight.
And he's doing it again.
He's going to take over.
He's on top of Fade. He gets another one. That's his third of the fight. Has another reset, gets double buff. ZZZ last member alive for Regicide, but Legacy are looking to push down mid lane.
This sucks for Regicide. The only advantage they had was on that top laner in ZZZ. And, you know, joins the fight from the wrong angle, doesn't get, you know, to do absolutely anything just about. And, you know, Legacy, you know, really start putting their foot on the accelerator here, as everyone sort of expected coming into it. You know, a very nice fight from Lost in particular, jumping around like a little leapfrog. But you know, you have to give credit there. Carbon looking, you know, a little bit caught out at the start, and his team collapses on him and then, you know, brings him back to safety.
And this is what strong shot calling is. I mean, obviously he knew that there were people behind him. He had a little bit of an inkling. He turns around and fights. And the important thing here is, I mean, Regicide would have been screaming for that fight. That's no summoner spells on Lost. He's gone technically the weaker item. When you go for the crit build, you need like 2-3 items before you can match strength. But just because of how big their advantage already was, able to take over that fight.
Yeah, just actually a really nice, I guess, read from Legacy too. Obviously, with Regicide getting the faster reset from bottom lane, Legacy sticking around to take the turret, and they ran out top side. You know, Legacy matched that immediately.
Yep.
So, you know, there's no numbers disadvantage. Everyone can be there from teleports. Even though Suman had the tail end of the package there, he had to, you know, just jump out of the fight. Claire held him down pretty well. So any sort of semblance of power that, you know, Regicide brought to that was just completely shut down.
And off the back of that fight, Legacy picked up a 4,500 gold lead over Regicide. Only one outer turret is left for Legacy to take down, which is top lane.
Yeah, and unfortunately now the threats just become too much. You can see they can't even approach turrets anymore. And that's with only 3 members on the top side of the map, Fish. So really, Regicide back against the wall. They're going to fall down another turret. That's a 5,000 gold lead at only 17 minutes into this game. And when you have a look at CS scores and things like that, it doesn't look all that bad. It's just the fact that every time Legacy take any kills, they're transitioning it into objectives. And maybe something that we've criticized in the past, 8 kills for 3 turrets and a Fire Drake, that's pretty efficient League of Legends play.
Yeah, no, definitely not bad. They should be...
They just face check, so Lost as well as Carbon help take down the enemy jungler. Regicide just caught wandering inside their own jungle.
Bye-bye.
Big fan of the Bryce Egan Paul head ramming school there, Fade. Just face checks the brush. Definitely shouldn't have been on topside jungle, just because of the fact that that turret had already just fallen down and the transition to mid was on the cards. Now they're going to lose even more. Turret will fall again in the mid lane.
And, you know, that is just so free for them.
Yeah, there's going to be another kill here, maybe. Shennyboy forced to use his ultimate to pull Decoy back. ZZZ looking for a flank in the back line. Ultimate from Carbon knocks him into a wall. He decides not to chase any further forward.
And that's about the extent of Aurelia's team fight presence at this stage of the game. Runs in, throws a couple of daggers at people.
Yep.
Exits, stage right.
Yeah, and at this point, he's probably going to be losing in the side lane now that Tally's picked up that Frozen Mallet. So, you know, not a lot of options here for ZZZ and the rest of Regicide.
Suman still struggling as well. Yet to pick up his Trinity Force. Yes, he was delayed by the pickup of the Hex Drinker, but he definitely needs that against a 303 Cassidy.
Yeah, and if the lane's going well 18 minutes in, you've still got your Trinity Force even if you go Hex Drinker. He also picked up Boots too as a rush, and there was lots of things that, I mean, long story short, Fish, it's not a good matchup. I don't know how they ended up in it if that was their blind pick. Cassidy certainly is a ban worthy if you're going to blind pick Corki.
I mean, yeah, they banned the Nunu, and we'd already seen Soulstrikes and other members of Legacy talking about how they want to, change their drafting because they realize that these international and high-level teams will punish the sort of supportive junglers. So paying a lot of respect. But yeah, I guess maybe just an oversight in draft. They can write that one off and probably take it for game 2. If they want to play Corki, they're probably not going to see a Cassidy on the other team.
And speaking of Cassidy, he's picked up his Lich Bane while the rest of Legacy work to take down Rift Herald. So Legacy have a 6,000 gold lead with Rift Herald in the back pocket. Inner turrets that are still standing are top lane and bottom lane. Lost jumping over aggressively for a fight. ZZ will jump straight on top of him. Lost almost falls, still alive somehow. Will get out of there. Zuma delivers a package straight on top of Claire. Splitting the team will come out from Carbon as Claire gonna get taken down here, I believe. Has to Rift walk away, but Lost is already dead. Regicide trying to pick up this fight.
Yeah, they go 2 for nothing, and all of a sudden, I mean, they're going to be able to shove down mid lane. That should be a turret. And that's just a heads-up play. They know that they have more members there, and Legacy over-aggressively invade.
Do they try to force Baron here? Because that's up in 5 seconds.
I mean, potentially, there's still... Nah, I think...
Easy way to lose the game. Yeah. Very easy way to lose the game. 2 TPs up now. Tally's coming up in like a second and a half, so he couldn't make that fight previously. And maybe just a little bit overzealous. Legacy not showing enough respect with Lost jumping face first into the entire enemy team.
Yeah. But that goal lead has shrunk them now from what was 6,000. It's about 5,000.
Certainly is. I mean, big shutdown as we take another look at it. They go aggressive here. It's a big invade. Jumps over the wall as soon as they know that that's happened. I mean, that's a great knock-up. Probably lucky to not die there. Decoy goes over the wall. That's heads-up play out of Decoy. I mean, normally as a support, you're very concerned in peeling, but that's a big shutdown that goes across multiple members. That's potentially like a game-swinging play.
Yeah, and that's why we see the gold shift so dramatically, because they get those shutdown kills. Really important to pick up that money there. Claire going on Suman in the top lane.
Trying to Valk away, but the Valk range is just so small. Already at half health from one spell rotation coming out of Cassidy.
He does so much damage.
And it gets worse. I mean, he's not level 16, and he hasn't got his 3rd item where we say Cassidy really comes online. 2-item level 14 Cassidy is not normally when you see him take over Summoner's Rift, but this one seems to be.
We saw him take over Summoner's Rift at like level 6. Are we going to see anything out of this?
Nope, just hooks onto Braum. Braum does not care.
Yeah, that sounds like Braum.
Ooh, Steric's 2nd item. Interesting. So is a little bit more aware of the fact that he needs to team fight here.
I mean, he's not winning the split.
Yeah, you're exactly right, not winning the split, so willing to change up the build. A more stubborn top laner probably would have gone just the Bork anyway. See if you can peg that one back.
Meanwhile, Fade's picked up Athene's Unholy Grail for himself. Rift Herald has been used top side of the map as Claire's still aggressively pushing this lane.
He's 4 levels over Chenny. I mean, if I'm Chenny right now, I am not happy with the lane assignment somehow.
Unless those 3 people are coming to back me up.
They lose all priority on mid lane, however. They do chunk out top, and now they're pushing it on mid. So this could potentially be the base being broken.
Good heads-up play for Legacy. We'll be able to get a good chunk on top lane inner, as well as inhibitor turret in the mid lane.
They're lucky that one hit Decoy and not Fade. Otherwise, that probably would have been a go button.
It's the one time being a wicket keeper is good for the team. Fade's still looking aggressively here. Legacy, they can still win these fights.
2 from 2 on the wicket, and then the cricket jokes.
He likes them at the moment. I don't think he's ever watched a game of cricket in his life.
That is a lie.
Is it?
I've watched every single Ashes since I was sensitive enough as a child with my dad.
Like to hear it, like to hear it.
Did you do it in your GAM jersey?
Yes. Meanwhile, Lost almost gets caught out there.
I'm burning that jersey. On camera.
No. And Legacy were able to rotate to pick up mid lane inhibitor turret.
Yeah.
It still stands so.
Just playing the map much better than Regicide. The desk said that this would be the case. The macro of Regicide, the newly promoted team, is just nothing for the pillar of Oceanic Esports that is Legacy.
Regicide looking for a fight.
Getting excited
pop his ultimate. They throw Decoy out. Carbon gets snagged by Winter's Spine. It says ZZ gets jumped on, but they delete Tally to kick things off. Fade's going over the wall as well, and Chenny Boy is charging through the front lines. Cassidy will rift walk back, and Regicide settle to pick up a dragon for themselves. Claire is still in this pit. Doing some good damage to Fade. Will finally back out. Carbon really wants to steal. Probably not going to get it, and Regicide will be able to pick up a dragon for themselves.
Yeah, the Constellation Ocean, not as lucky as maybe the Infernal, but definitely, you know, they have to start making comeback, you know, a comeback play somehow. And if it comes off a nice pick just before Tally can get to Mega Gnar, you know, they'll take what they can get.
And I mean, not a pretty scoreline, obviously, but I think that right now, Fade's Nidalee's been quite good this game.
I mean, he's been ahead in experience for the entire game. Right now, I'd still say he's probably at least half a level or something like that up. But you know, he's really not taking control of the game like you should be if you're jungling and getting like this outpacing, you know, this free experience lead and controlling, you know, the enemy jungle in any sense of it. So
to be fair, he went topside and then his duo lane died in a 2v3 with a mid laner. So I don't know if you can control the complete pace of the game when your bottom lanes just unfortunately let Tristana get absolutely massive. But I do take the point.
Carbon's going for the Schönfire special of Knight's Vow's second item on his Gragas pick.
Yeah, the junglers in Vietnam obviously all having a bit of a conversation about that item.
Has carried over into Korea, however, so they might be onto something.
Yeah, definitely. I think it has its merits. Obviously, when you're playing with champions like Kassadin, who he should, you know, you would assume he's diving into that back line and staying on top of him. Definitely a worthwhile passive to be putting on your carry.
Is that a Righteous Glory being picked up by Cupcake as well?
Ooh, could be.
It looks like a Righteous Glory.
Let's see what he decides to pick up.
Of course, now gives armor and 10% cooldown reduction, so a much better item than previously thought. Aurelia trying to collapse onto Gnar right now, but Carbon doing the right thing is shadowing Tally.
We also have 3 items picked up by Lost. It's going to be the double Static Shiv item into with Infinity Edge.
Sorry, Freak.
I mean, it also gives you a bit of extra range, which is always nice to have as a long-range champion like Tristana.
I mean, I think that if you were going to get rid of one, you would get rid of the Static Shiv. I don't think you would ever get rid of Rapid Fire Cannon in this build. It's just way too important for that first auto attack.
Oh, good stun. They're going to be able to knock ZZZ back into a wall, back into the team. He's trying to fight this one out. Might actually live, but the second stun comes through. Steris Gage gets popped. He's trying to turn it around. Will flash away. Carbon chasing for it. Body bop into Flash. Will pick up the kill.
Yeah, but all of a sudden the Corki's flown in. Does have Flash burnt, so we'll see whether he can catch him here.
Tally,
How
incredibly
long
low.
belt? 5 seconds.
Boomerang Blade does get thrown out, slows him down quite a bit. Tally looking for the second, gets him again. Steelman trying to get the big ones, misses the first.
Yeah,
second one doesn't hit either. Tally will bounce away.
I mean, just the juke shoes. All of a sudden, another team fight.
Carbon's going to get shut down by Fade. The rest of Legacy pile on in. Decoys the first target. Lost jumps into the backlines, gets one. Chetty Boys the second and the third. Legacy ripped through the rest of Regicide.
Fancy bloody footwork from Tally to waste so much time on the side of Regicide that, you know, his team walks topside, clean up a fight very easily and just snag themselves an inhibitor.
He's
Tally's
also teleported on his head.
Now he wants to kill Steelman. He wants revenge. But he's not going to be able to hop over that wall. Valk saves him.
Potentially could have won the game there, the rest of the team. I mean, no one was alive, so instead they just swing topside. They're going to probably set up Baron now.
Yep, very clinical play from Legacy. You know, they already maybe threw such a generous term. They gave up 1 kill before in like an engage and a small double kill topside. So, you know, showing that Regicide aren't completely out of it yet. They're playing very respectfully, take the inhibitor, take the top, and, you know, they're going to look to set up Baron here and probably just close it out.
And they've looked good. I mean, it was a back and forth early game. ZZZ looks like he was getting ahead. Fade looked like he had an experience lead, but they just stick to their guns. They go into team fights. They know that they can beat them around the map in certain areas, and they've played this game pretty well.
Yep, and, you know, hats off to Tally. You know, obviously ZZZ getting that 5th pick and, you know, put into quite a bad matchup in the lane. You know, he held the deficit quite small and he scaled into the game. Was there when his team needed him, and, you know, now he's sitting pretty.
Yeah, pretty pretty. I like it.
Legacy still holding 8,000 gold lead for themselves. Difficult for Regicide to fight back against as well, but they've held on to the game. It's still 27 minutes in. This is normally where teams this far ahead start to put in the final nails in the coffin.
I mean, it should be 28 minutes into the game to have a lead this big, unless you give away a Baron and, you know, maybe 2 or 3 members, and then get picked again so you can't push into the base. This game becomes very hard to win.
We did see over Rift Rivals Legacy were able to clean up their Baron play slightly, which was one of their weaker points in the first 3 weeks of the OPL.
And they're just hesitant, and in Rift Rivals they didn't hesitate at all. It looks like they're baiting right now. I mean, I think that when you have a Gragas jungle that is just pure tank, you can afford to start this up.
That speed didn't connect coming out from Fade, and suddenly he gets deleted by Claire as well as Carbon. That's 1 kill picked up. They'll try to throw Decoy out of this one, but Chenny just gets jumped on. Flash hook doesn't connect, but it's a double kill for the Kassadin. Picks up the triple. He wants more. He's actually going back to base. He wants to teleport into this fight.
Yeah, it certainly does. Obviously has a little bit of an item or something like that. Instead, they're going to go back towards the Baron fish. And this is just becoming, I mean, I mean, this is safe play. At the end of the day, they probably could have pushed up a creep wave, maybe gone for it, would have been a race. Instead, now that the jungle is dead, they're just going to go towards Baron, pick that one up, then they'll march it into another lane.
Yeah, very one-sided affair here. ZZZ does grab, 1.5 turrets maybe on. Maybe will he pick this one up? Probably not. The enhanced recall's coming out. Just no one showing in that bot lane, and ZZZ is getting free pressure. You have to think Regicide just don't need to check that so aggressively. Use your blue trinkets. Try bait it out a little bit more. Don't walk headfirst into a Gragas and Kassadin, please.
Yep. Send the guy with the big shield in first, maybe, if you are going to do it.
But instead, now it's close to a 10,000 gold lead for Legacy with Baron buff.
Oh, they've actually caught out ZZZ as well. Recall. Oh!
Almost.
Actually just basing on the ward. So, very, very dangerous from ZZZ, but makes it out alive.
Probably saved his life, that lack of hesitation.
Claire's 7-0-5 on Kassadin. He's got 3 items picked up.
He's massive.
And I like how the desk did point out that Claire has been, quite the supportive mid laner, but, he's shown up that he'll play a variety of styles and he can pivot to what his team needs. And, and that's something that in the OPL we do have a host of strong mid lane talent. And it's important he can show that, he's not just a one-trick pony on his Karma support or something. He can play exactly what his team needs.
I mean, Choo-Choo was saying it's almost a weakness. Oh, that's actually an engagement coming from Regicide. They jump on Tally, they get a kill, but Claire just dives into 4 people, pops the Zonias, almost takes out one. Will take Dark Passage back to safety, and Carbon's in trouble. Locked down twice, will fall to Jenny Boy. It's now 3-on-5. Can Legacy still win this fight? But look at Lost! Lost is in the back lines, gets 2 kills for himself, jumps away. He's perfectly fine. Spear doesn't connect either. ZZZ is trying to jump on top of the Trusano. That's a massive shield. Lost still has GA. He does not care. And that's a 3-on-5 hiccup coming out of Legacy.
I mean, they take the 3-on-5, they win it, and they're probably going to win the game, but that was so close. It looked like Regicide had finally got a favorable pick, but Lost and Claire are just way too far ahead.
Everyone just watched. There was just, one turn, Tally 1v5 for a little bit, he dies, Carbon goes in by himself, Claire goes in by himself, Zonia's jumps back out, Carbon goes in 1v5. It's almost like they're making it harder for themselves, but as you mentioned, they're pushing it down now, they've taken out both inhibitors, and they do look to close the game.
Yeah, so first turret's going to fall. Regicide, they try to put up a fight, they did have a good top lane matchup, ZZ got the solo kills, they still were aggressive, but Lost and Claire just look unstoppable in this match, and they take down Regicide in game number 1.
And I mean, you have to question it. We said it's a team with 3 supports, but really is it? Because in that game, Claire gets a carry and absolutely pops off. I mean, had a fantastic game, had a good laning phase, was able to roam around the map very freely, even popped up top lane and helped out Tally in a losing matchup, and pretty deserved, probably best on field for that performance.
Yeah, a bit of a harsh critic, a good laning phase. I think he played pretty well, actually, and he was there to defend his top laner. He had to play against the jungler for 20 seconds or something ridiculous. Kills the jungler, nice little outplay top side, and then nowhere to be punished around the map. So Claire actually had a phenomenal performance, I think.
For the side of Regicide, things looked okay to kick things off. Fade was doing really well in the jungle. Top side picked up a solo kill despite losing Flash. Bottom lane was about 10-20 CS down, but they still look fairly fine to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I honestly think that when they started to force was when things started to go poorly for them. I mean, as soon as you saw that topside play, you could see they were like, we need to mirror the play somewhere else, where I think that you're fine giving the Kassadin a kill, picking up the farm, maybe getting chip damage on the turret, because you have to remember that Kassadin, at a certain point of the game, wants to roam, wants to leave the lane. And if you're constantly pressuring objectives around the Kassadin, because he has no wave clear, the whole team had no wave clear pretty much, then it becomes harder to play. So I think that, that's a game that Regicide can look and actually take a lot of learnings from, because they weren't out of that game until probably 15-20 minutes in, where they took the topside fight where Lost got 4 kills or something somehow.
Yeah, there still is. I mean, we saw the tips earlier. It's 94% of people think that Legacy are going to be able to pick up this game, and quite a lot of those think it's going to be a 2-0. We'll find out about that later on, but for now, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. And Legacy looking too strong for Regicide in that game. Let's get you guys' initial thoughts. Choo-Choos, let me start with you. I mean, did it play out how you expected it to?
Yeah, it did, but I was actually quite surprised at how well Regicide's found opportunities to kind of make picks and get back into the game. So to them, I give them a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, the draft was really good too. Yeah. I think going into that, they had a pretty defined game plan. I don't know if they followed it well enough during the game. They had Aurelia and they were grouping. I'm not a big fan of that. It might have been the right choice, might have been not been. We'll get into that later. But they had this really nice 4-1 comp that had a clear defined goal and had the counter picks where they wanted them.
Well, going into this game, we said, Chuchi, we said if Regicide can get a win, it's going to go through those solo. It's going to be through those solo. So let's talk about Tally and Claire's performances today.
Yeah, this is kind of sums up the matchup between Aurelia and Nah. It's really a race to if Nah can proc his Mega Nah, but he gets shut down by Claire, and then Fade comes in, and this is a really fancy dance that they go on here.
We were screaming a lot watching.
Yes, we were going nuts, but Claire manages to pull a really nice flash.
Because he hits this spear.
He does hit the spear, and then he manages to outplay like that. So that is really the turning point in this game for me. Kassadin had a free lane against Corki. That's generally a good matchup, but having those 2 kills and outplaying like that really gets the Kassadin going.
That sucks for the Nidalee. He hit everything. He hit every spear, and he still died.
What else do you want?
I feel bad, but I mean, to Claire's credit, aside from not dodging anything, he hit all the skills in the right, and he baited perfectly. I know going through that whole play, he's thinking the second he jumps in, he knows exactly what to press, when to press it to get the kill before Nidalee gets any damage through. And I want to highlight that because before the game started, I was sort of deriding Claire and saying, oh, he's just playing supportive mids.
Yeah, you were.
He played really well.
This
This
is what, like, not many people at home would know this, but, like, this is what Claire's like. Like, Claire's seen this split as utility-based kind of character, but, like, he's playing an assassin now. He's really popping off. He does an incredible outplay. I was really happy when I saw that. All
right, full credit to him. T-Gun, let's talk about Regicide because they had some nice early kills. I think, you know, a couple of solo kills top lane for Aurelia there. But, I mean, this seems to be where the whole thing changes.
Yeah, you see Suman package out of this fight, and that's the biggest thing I want to highlight here is Suman isn't in this fight at all. He's chunked out by Claire early, going back to saying Claire was doing really darn well. Completely negates Suman, and the rest of his team's able to just do what they want while... yeah, it's hell when it happens to you, let me tell you right now. Aurelia is not able to get active in the fight because she's TPing in late, and in my opinion, shouldn't have TP'd at all. If you're going to TP that late, you shouldn't TP at all. Stay in your side lane, push something, try and get something opposite side of the map. Because like I was saying before, they had a comp where Aurelia could sit in the side lane and sort of force Legacy to react to him, but it never really happened.
We saw in that little replay then, Lost just picking up a bunch of kills. So let's talk about the draft because I want to talk about this Tristana. I know you had some very strong feelings about it.
Yes. I don't know if this is Big Brain Loot Show, but maybe this was some next level drafting because we said that the only way Regicide wins this game is through their solo lanes. But they first picked the Thresh and then they second rotation the Tristana. And this immediately, they took tower, I think, 10 minutes.
It was very
And
good.
Tristana essentially can hit the tower for free with her E and then gets Lanterns out. And they took the tower very early and immediately switched and got Tally out of that lane, which he was losing. So I don't know if Lucio saw this.
Just to break it down, what you're saying is if Regicide, their only way to win is through laning, they're going to negate that with... Legacy are going to try and negate that by taking tower early.
Yes.
Just to break it down for idiots like me. Okay.
Essentially, their bot lane was drafted to speed this game up.
You know, and you're absolutely right. That's exactly what happened is even though they took the tower off a gank, Gragas was there and they almost killed them and forced him out. The tower, when that happened, was already below 50% because of the Tristana just pushing freely with the knowledge that Thresh is going to rescue you from anything. And I think you're probably right in that they were just planning on getting out of laning early. We saw Tally was struggling up top. We saw that Claire was happy to roam and get active around the map, so that might have been their plan. But just so people are aware, I think they could have done this without the Thresh as well. They could have done this with any support that helps your ADC escape. Do it with a Morgana, do it with a Tahm Kench. You still have the same sort of setup. Not so much with Tahm Kench, all right?
Because then he's going to run under the tower, eat him, and then run back.
It's the same sentiment where you let your ADC do what they want, and then your support, his one job in life is to get you out of bad situations.
Yeah, there's definitely other champions you could choose, but Thresh is probably the best support at the moment, so I was happy to see Cupcake finally on this champion.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's take a look at these damage dealt to champion stats, and no surprises there. Claire absolutely popping off in this game, and after, I guess like we were talking about, like you said, a utility-based couple of rounds early on in the split, it's good to see him back on the assassin for your mind.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows this is old school Claire, just styling on everyone, outplaying people.
I thought Lost would have done more than he did.
Yeah, so did I actually.
In the big fights that we saw, the one at Rift Herald and then the one down in the bot lane to finish the game, Lost is just bouncing all over the shop, picking up kills, hitting everything he can. I feel like that doesn't do him justice for just how aggressive and how like in your face he was playing.
Maybe he's taking kills more than he is. He's last hitting champions rather than doing damage.
I
to
mean, he
them.
was last hitting towers more than anything else, right?
he was.
So give him the credit there.
So then, for that mid lane matchup we're talking about, Claire into Human. I mean, Claire obviously doing a lot of damage in that. What do you guys think of Human's performance today?
Not good.
Impressive.
Not good? Not
Not
impressive?
good. I don't want, like, Soyman's my boy. I say he's my prodigy.
In what way is he your prodigy?
Oh, like, when I left, I had to choose an apprentice, and I chose Soyman. And I just feel like...
What does this say about the Aaron Choo-Choo's blend
I don't know.
apprenticeship?
He had a tough... Everyone needs to remember, he had a bad matchup. Cassidy has a very... Like, Corki is now 80% magic damage, 20% physical. That just furthermore emphasizes how good this matchup is for Cassidy, who has a magic shield.
Yeah, and the casters were saying during the game, was it disrespect by Regicide to draft that Corki blind?
I think now it is. I think now it is. Back when Corki was 50-50 physical and magic damage, you could afford to blind pick him. But now it's been proven that it will make the Corki struggle.
Yeah, he was poking him out from level 4 onwards with the Cassidy, which to me is just, what do you do from the Corki side?
I know Spawn's a big fan of Corki with exhaust. Are you disagreeing with him?
I don't want to disagree with Spawn ever. You can do that. You're a brave man. You're a brave man.
Well, I don't know. This game really made me think a lot about blind picking Corki, and the more you think about it, just Cassidy really, like, there's no way Corki can win that matchup. There's no way Corki wins that matchup.
Right.
And Cassidy's just got to get a free farm lane and eventually outscale you.
But in that team fight we saw at the Rift Herald, right? If Corki hadn't been chunked out by Cassidy and had got a couple of good packages off, maybe done some more damage, maybe taken a couple of kills, that balances things out, right?
I mean, he should have just packaged across in the first place.
Yeah, rather than out of the fight.
So the traditional engage by Corki, for lack of a better term, is package deep, Valkyrie sort of away from them and let them come to you while your team cleans up and the package damage is dealt out. And when you sort of jump out the way he did, like I said during the replay, he was invisible. He did pretty much nothing. I know if we had the cool little damage charts that pop up down the bottom, there would have been a nice little 0 next to his damage chart, because that's how effective he was in that fight.
Right.
Because you have to be a little insane to play Corki. Right? You have to be willing to just go right into their back line and hope for the best.
You got to be a fearless Corki. You got to play fearlessly. Is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Let's rotate a bit now and talk about top lane. Obviously, the Gnar Aurelia matchup is difficult, and I mean, Tally having a bit of a rough play that game.
Yeah, I mean, he blind picked the Gnar. He knew that Aurelia was up, so I would like to think they knew that this lane was coming. But it really just shows how this ZZZ is a threat, and they need to show a bit more respect to this, because he was really their one shining light this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was the potential for him to put the team on his back if they were able to stall out opposite where he was playing and sort of place the spotlight on Aurelia, as opposed to trying to play a macro game where you're rotating into team fighting against Legacy. Then there would have been potential for them to sort of slowly take the game apart in ways that Legacy couldn't defend. Saying that is a little disingenuous to Legacy's comp, because they do have 2 splitters in Gnar and Cassidy that can deal with Aurelia. But
they can't deal with Aurelia.
You can never really deal with her, especially once she starts getting 3-4 items. But it never got to that point. It was just team fighting, and Legacy won.
9-0-7 Cassidy right there.
What about we saw earlier this week a Yasuo pick in top lane in LCK as a counter to Gnar. The casters talked about it as well during the draft. I mean, was that an option, do you think, today?
I don't know if ZZZ plays it.
I'm going to assume he
counter.
plays it purely because he plays all that wacky stuff. He plays Riven.
That is true.
Surely he does it, right?
I definitely think it was going on in their comms when they were in pick ban.
Aurelia, yes.
He chose to go Aurelia. He showed that Aurelia was he showed that he could do very well. He first blooded him with no flash. Yeah. So I mean, the Yasuo probably came up, but then again, he performed very well on the Aurelia, so why not? Why change?
Maybe it's because they practice the Aurelia more in scrims. It's very few and far between where you get chances to play Yasuo top and your team is actually happy to do it. So maybe it comes down to what they had practiced and what they were comfortable with. And I think it's really hard to dig in on him and say maybe he would have won with the Yasuo.
Oh, no, I'm
'cause
not, I'm not
he did
saying,
really well.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
He
all
did-
credit, full
I
credit
wanna-
to him.
I do want to say that he did really well. He was, like you said before, the shining light in the darkness. It's just, I'm not sure if going Yasuo would have changed much in the game,
Right.
even as far as like how the team fights happened,
Yeah.
how Legacy approached it.
Give Soyman a good matchup, and
Yeah.
he will
Yeah.
do well.
All right. No, you're just trying to prove this apprenticeship works. So
He's good.
No,
he had a
Su-
tough matchup.
He's spot on.
So
He's-
if
yeah.
you don't blind pick Corky, then maybe you leave the you leave Human to be to counter pick potentially.
They're
towards the
blue
end.
side now,
Yeah.
so they do have the option to counter pick. Sorry, no, they do not have the option to counter pick
No.
now. But
But they can delay.
there
it
is
at
a
least.
lot of blind pick champions that Soyman can pick, like Orianna, Victor, a lot of the more stable champions. Even the Vladimir. If you're Fantix will blind pick Vladimir any day.
If you are going to take Corki, why did they not take it in the spot that they took Nidalee and then double ban counters? That's my question, because they took Corki in the second rotation, leaving it open to the counters. They obviously placed a high priority on getting Nidalee in their jungle. So maybe that's where
Let me tell you that
pivot.
Nidalee hit a lot of spears. So
He did well, but
not a bad
did do
pick.
well.
but you know, like we said, the Corki was just given a losing hand and expected to do well, and there wasn't that much interaction in the mid lane.
We'll see if things can be rectified for Regicide as we go into game 2. We'll be back with that game right after this break.
Trade top side of the map. ZZZ going aggressive against Sally. Picks up first blood in the one-on-one. Going for the all-in. Wants to jump in. Execute damage. Doesn't come out just yet. Claire trying to turn around. Oh! From max range. Fade goes in. Still dies though Claire. Lost. Getting the resets. Gets number 2. Jumps on Silver's head. Looking for number 3. He'll flash back into Riptail. But the ultimate. The snipe from Carmen picks up a kill. ZZ will jump straight on top of him. Lost almost 4. Still alive somehow. Will get out of there. Silver delivers a package straight on top of Claire. Splitting the team. Will come out from Carmen as Claire gonna get taken down here, I believe. Has to walk away, but Lost is already dead. They throw decoy out. Carbon gets snagged by Winter's Spine. Instead, ZZ gets jumped on, but need the lead tally to kick things off. Carbon's gonna get shut down by Fade. The rest of Legacy pile on in. Decoy's the first target. Lost jumps into the backlines, gets one. Chenny Boy's the second and the third. That's one kill picked up. They'll try to throw decoy out of this one, but Chenny just gets jumped on. Flash hook doesn't connect, but it's a double kill for the Cassidy. Picks up the triple. He wants more. He's actually going back to base. Carbon's in trouble. Locked down twice. Will fall to Chenny Boy. It's now 3-on-5. Can Legacy still win this fight? But look at Lost! Lost is in the back lines, gets 2 kills for himself, jumps away, he's perfectly fine, Spear doesn't connect either. ZZZ is trying to jump on top of the Trusano, that's a massive shield. Lost still has GA, he does not care, and that's a 3-on-5 pickup coming out of Legacy. But Lost and Claire just look unstoppable in this match. They take down Regicide in game number 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed Legacy pick up a win against Regicide in game number 1. We're about to get into game number 2. Gentlemen, what do you think has to change here for both the teams? Because, you know, good start from Regicide, but great finish from Legacy.
Don't look at me.
I mean,
I retired from this. I just give critique throughout the game.
no, I think, okay, the first thing I think is that if you're not going to punish this sort of advantageous jungle matchup that you have of the Nidalee into Gragas, you know, maybe go back to a ganking jungler and just try to facilitate your lanes, because they seem to be getting outmatched man for man here. Also, don't pick something like Corki when you're leaving Cassidy open. You know, that was just too much pressure they couldn't handle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to throw at Regicide the same kind of criticism I throw at Legacy, which is, you know, pick an identity for your team. Whereas top lane, you had such a good matchup in Aurelia versus Nah, but you didn't have a ganking jungler, so we still thought they lost a 2v2. You know, they don't have a great 1-3-1 because they've left open Nah and Kassadin, who are arguably the 2 best 1-3-1 champions on the patch. So I think that, like, you have to actually pick a clear identity for your team that gives you a reasonable opportunity to be able to take control of the early game. You can't just expect to get given free lanes against a team like Legacy.
Well, let's see if Regicide can exploit the Legacy Game 2 curse coming into game number 2 here, as they have not picked up a single match 2 victory so far in the OPL.
Yep, they are a blue side team, very fair to say. They've won lots of games on blue side.
Do they always start on the one side?
No, they don't always start on. I just think I was looking at it, and I think so far they're like 3-1 with blue side starts. I'm sure it's swaps throughout the season.
Well, they haven't been able to ban out Jax, which was their last ban. Sorry, in the first ban in game number 1. Fiora, Elise, as well as Zac are taken away by Legacy. Thresh, Galio, and Caitlyn banned out by Regicide, and they lock in Lee Sin for Fate.
And Tally hovers the Yasuo. That's a little bit of BM right there. Just making sure that ZZD knows that if he's going to blind pick a Nah, that he does play it. Interesting. Lee Sin, if you're good enough, wins like every 2v2 at this stage. Come on, mate.
I mean, well, you see me screwing my face up a little bit. I don't know if he wins every 2v2. I think Regicide gives him a hard time.
Yeah,
if he
Regicide,
drops
actually,
the
that's true.
knockout.
Regicide is actually very good at the moment. I'll give you that.
But no, I do think that this makes a lot more sense coming out of Regicide. They just take the blind jungler here, who they know is going to have ganking pressure, and they're not going to get counterpicked immediately in their bot lane as they did last draft. So, Lee Sin matchup into Gragas is fine. I'm sure he won't be too perturbed by that.
Yep.
But, you know, maybe now they take the Chitana themselves. Chetty Boy, bit of an Ashe fan, might go towards that. But I guess we'll see. So, off the first round of the draft, they haven't actually been counted across their lane, so that's not bad.
Yep.
So that's a better start.
Exactly right. I mean, the thing about Gragas is in the 1v1, Gragas actually doesn't care about Lee Sin. You just bop him out of his queue and then walk away. But in a ganking scenario where you always have to lead with E pretty much as the Gragas, you have to be second to ganks versus Lee Sin. Because if he ever turns around and fully commits onto you, especially after, you know, level 5, level 6, you're in big trouble. So, going back to decoys, is that the only champion he's played so far?
He's a pony.
One trick pony, bro.
OTP, yep. Certainly, I mean, it looks good enough, so if it's open, pick it. Especially given the fact that Thresh isn't available this game, and we know that Cupcake does like to play some melees himself.
Yeah, you know, conversely, Decoy actually doesn't play it. Probably the only champion in the support role that he doesn't look comfortable on, at least in solo queue. But, you know, taking away the Braum counter into the Xayah and then picking Xayah with it, they should have a stronger lane at the moment.
Top of that, Braum always does well into Gragas, which was locked in by Legacy. Xayah is the AD carry of choice for Chenny Boy heading into this game, so jungle as well as bottom lanes picked up for Regicide. Let's see if Legacy lock in their support here. And it's going to be Bard for Cupcake.
I hate Bard.
You hate him.
I really do.
Why do you hate him?
You hate a lot of champions in League of
Bard
Legends.
was incredibly strong when he had good lane pressure. I just don't know if he has lane pressure anymore, to be honest.
Oh, he does against Braum. I think everything has lane pressure against Braum at the moment. Maybe.
I mean, I hope so, because if you hit him with a Q, I think he just dies and, like... Yeah, I don't know. I think that, like, when Bard was incredibly strong, he had a little bit extra range. His meeps were much more damaging at the start of the game. He can't get any snares in, like, a good situation versus Braum because the Q destroys the... not the Q. The door destroys the Q. So, I just... Cupcake obviously likes it. I just don't.
It's also not as scary as throwing out an Alistar or a Thresh or a Braum from a Kalista ultimate than it is a Bard who just comes out and starts playing music at your face.
Why do you like him? Do you like him?
Me? I don't like him that much. I think he's annoying. He's annoying to listen to. He's annoying to watch. He's not that fun to play anymore now that he's been nerfed a few times, as you said. But I think that they actually had the opportunity to play something, you know, a little more aggressive. With the Kalista.
Zyra or...
No, opposite. I'd like to see the Alistar who's not going to get punished by the Braum.
Oh, really?
And then, you know, have so much team fight presence later. Even the Rakan, you know, that's a very, very prominent lane at
Rakan
the
would have
moment.
been good. I could get aboard Rakan. He's the new Alistar.
Rakan Kalista is a really strong bottom lane at the moment as well. The next wave of bans have gone through for both teams. We have Cassin as well as Lucian banned out, Irelia and Ari banned by Legacy.
I mean, you can tell that they still want to play Corki and they still want to play Gnar because they've legitimately banned away the two champions that have won those lanes against them. So Legacy do the right thing. They're like, we're going to blind the Gnar, so we're going to get rid of Aurelia. And at the same time, I think this is going to be a blind Corki coming out as well, so they've banned away the Cassin.
Yeah, and you know, and the Lucian also actually does well into Corki too. So another reason that you'd want to ban it. We've all seen Claire tear it up in solo queue on Lucian mid. But they take
one of the worst.
Crocodile
probably the reason we saw Gnar come back into the meta was because supposedly there was not an answer to Gnar. Looking at Avant here.
And Vladimir was banned out by Legacy last match as their final ban, locked in for Suman.
So we see him going back towards that comfort pick that the desk was raving about a little bit. Has definitely looked pretty strong on it. So, you know, maybe going for a bit more of a team fight, sort of all in.
Now I just question why not J4. Because, I mean, if you're already going to lose the lane equally as hard, J4 Vladimir was their most successful comp for sure that they played. Claire actually turns around with Cassiopeia, which is one of those 50-50 matchups. Cassiopeia has very good pressure, but if Vlad ever gets to, you know, the 2-3 item break point, is still going to be able to blow up your whole team.
Yeah, I think early laning phase definitely goes in favor of Cassio. If he takes this Ignite, I'd be surprised to see him lose. Yeah, if the Vladimir gets to scale a little bit into the game, you know, without much interference and being disrupted a bit in this scaling, yeah, you know, probably looks even. After Claire's performance last game, don't imagine he gets into this game very safely, so we'll see.
I also like the fact that Cassio can, at the start of the game at least, match side pressure against Vlad. I mean, if they want to swap, you know, the duos into the mid lane or something like that, Cassiopeia isn't like the Orianas or I mean, I would have said Victor, but we saw a very good side lane Victor played at Rift Rivals. So I like that about their comp. They do have, like, you know, not the hard 1-3-1, but they have an answer for it if Vlad goes towards that.
So curious to see what they're going to be able to do as well. I mean, Regicide going a lot more standard, but we already mentioned this briefly during Picks and Bans. ZZZ picking up Renekton into what was known as the counter matchup to this lane. It seems like the roles are reversed now.
Yeah, I mean, Frozen Mallet on Gnar really gives Renekton an impossible time. Renekton, he either has to go in, then you just get hopped away from, and you really don't have a response to that. Like, there's little interactions that really destroy Renekton's day. Like, the fact that Hop gives you attack speed, and then, like, you are just able to, like, continually proc Frozen Mallet, there's no downtime. Even in the 2v2, it's going to be very hard for Fade to get on top of Gnar as well without things like Flash Kick. So I think that, I mean, normally we look to a strong top side of the map out of Regicide. This game, I don't know if they've secured that for themselves.
Well, let's see if Vicarious has any thoughts about the draft he's put together with Regicide as he's standing by with Hingers.
Hey guys, I'm here with the coach of Regicide, Vicarious, and I want to ask about the top lane, because in the first match, we saw you guys pick up Aurelia, Gnar, a very good matchup, but Renekton seems like a weaker matchup for the top lane. Do you agree?
Okay, so Renekton do get bullied out by Gnar because of the range, and also later on when Gnar have the Black Cleaver and the nice Frozen Mallet. But however, because Legacy's comp is a very team fight oriented comp, they later on into the game they might not have the tools to deal with the Renekton split push.
I see.
And our comp is a lot more about the disengage with the Lee Sin, Braum, etc. And we're looking to use the 4-1 split push to deal with the Gnar and their team fight comp.
That's fascinating insight. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the match.
Thank you very much.
Vicarious is going to be pretty happy with its team start so far. As Cleo was caught with his pants down, sitting in a brush.
Yep.
First blood picked up by Regicide. Goes over to Zaya, who's gone back to base and picked up a longsword.
Did the right thing, in my opinion. Didn't burn Flash. I mean, they just would have flashed after him with Decoy or someone like that. And I mean, Cassiopeia Flash when you don't have Ghost is pretty important in this mid lane matchup. Want to touch on what he was saying. I thought he was going to go the completely opposite direction. I thought he was going to say they're going to drag Renekton towards team fights, and he's an underrated team fighter at the moment. I completely disagree that he's going to win any part of this split push as the game progresses.
Yeah, back to the drawing board, boys. I don't know how that split push interaction works after one item. The only way I've seen it is that Gnar, you know, completely steamrolls Renekton.
Curious to see what's going to happen to top lane. Let's see if Vicarious's predictions come through later on.
In saying that, Vicarious, really well-spoken guy. I actually like listening to him talk.
Yeah, no, I was just going to add as well, as if there's one Renekton player maybe on the server outside of obviously the love of my heart Swiper, who maybe can take this split push, you know, to the next level, it could be ZZZ. Obviously, we've seen him had a lot of good performances earlier. But yeah, I guess I don't agree with the game theory.
I also want to point out that we've seen 2 Renekton builds worldwide. One of them involves the Titanic Hydra, and one of them involves the Blade of the Ruined King. And they do very different things, Fish. So I wonder which one we're going to see ZZZ go towards. I would expect the Titanic Hydra Black Cleaver into Gargoyle Stoneplate because it's just so strong in team fights, and I think this game will get to that stage. But we'll know if he picks up a Cutlass how hard he's going to be split pushing throughout the game.
Let's see what he does pick up later on in the match. For now, we're just checking in with mid lane. It's been fairly even so far, but Suman got a big transfusion off against Claire, forcing the bird through 2 of his corrupting potions very early into the match.
That as well. He has 35 AP, which doesn't seem like all that much AP. But when he hit him, he like hit him really hard. And then I was like, well, now that I look at it, it is a lot of AP because he's got like a Dark Seal. And I mean, is he running? I don't know what his rune page is off the back end of that. I was trying to do the math in my head.
Well, there's Fade coming in for a gank beat. Like, jumps to the top of Claire, gets the slowdown, tags him after the flash spell. Suman wants it. He's ghosting for it, but doesn't get there quite on time.
I mean, it's still a 1 gank. All of a sudden, the lane's in a horrible position for Claire. You can't pick up boots to get back to lane quicker on Cassiopeia. It's one of the things that you overlook. You need that movement speed from the passive. Cupcake maybe is in trouble. No, he's fine.
Journey. Annoying champion.
So yeah, that's going to hit the mid lane turret. Suman's going to get the free shop of whatever he wants if he wants to, you know, recharge that refillable potion, although he hasn't used the stack at all. So maybe he just sticks around.
Let's see how that goes later on. Bottom side of the map, as we saw, Cupcake got into some trouble, but Decoy got the spears ripped out of him and took quite a trade from Lost. Still being aggressive there. Decoy taking damage again. Chenny Boy tries to return the favor. Top side of the map, though, completely even between Renekton as well as the Gnar to kick things off.
What's your thoughts on Zaya now? I mean, without giving too much away. I mean, we've seen Caitlyn come back in, outranges, Tristana, Cogmore outrange. She loses lots of range advantages. Ooh.
Oh, that's good trade from Claire.
Certainly is. Is she still viable in the meta?
Yeah, no, I actually think Zyra is... Sorry, not Zyra. That's a support champion. Zyra is still definitely quite strong. She's been slept on slightly, you know, because everyone's trying to practice these new picks everyone's seeing. But she definitely, outside of the Caitlyn matchup, I think she can survive a lot of lanes. Unlike Suman, who can't survive this Cassiopeia lane. And then she's a fantastic team fighter. She's one of those AD carries that actually has a lot of lane presence. And if you want to gank around the jungle, gank around the bot lane with your jungle, obviously, you know, she has obviously the root, and that's really, really strong in a gank setup. So I think that she's still very good. People are shying away from the Zyra Rakan lane as much now, just that there are answers. So she's not as blind picked as much, but I think she's still quite strong.
Let's see if there's a dive coming down here. Carbon just showing up. Makes his presence known, but no dive coming in against Regicide. Good damage, though, onto towards Shenny by Decoy. A bit late with the shield there.
I mean, the general rule is if you have Braum in a lane, you don't dive it. And then, like, the second rule is kind of if they've got full summoner spells and, you know, health potions and everything else, then you probably definitely don't dive the lane. So that would have been a good call from Carbon. He was just looking to see if they could get any priority, you know, force them away from the turret, maybe pressure a little bit, because the other two lanes are going absolutely fine at this stage, Fish.
And I think Sealman's made a big mistake. He has not gone back to base. Almost dies to Claire there. Yes, he's out of mana, chunking through corrupting potions, but Sealman's going to be forced back now, and the CS is now going to swing in Claire's favor.
I mean, yep, you can certainly say that again. Now it's going to push into Claire. Claire can even take a recall himself if he wants. Very smart. And now the lane gets incredibly hard for the Vladimir, because all that hard work that Fade put into the lane is no longer applicable.
Interesting purchase. I don't know if I like the Lucidity Rush that much on Vladimir.
Yeah, interesting. Why don't you just pick up a Kindle?
Don't know. Don't know at all. Maybe, you know, we do have to, you know, give a bit of respect to Suman, who are quite a good Vlad player.
Actually, movement speed against Cassio does make a little bit of sense. If he thinks he can, you know, really hard mechanics this one, sidestep out of all the poisons and just be a general nuisance. I mean, Boots Rush makes sense. Also, you know, Ghost Flash as summoners, Lucidity is pretty maximum value with that. I mean, I can see where it comes from. I agree with you. It's a bold call, Cotton. We'll see how it works out.
Suman's going to take a turret shot as well as Twin Fangs to the face. He's popped his pull. Claire chasing after him. There's the Ghost as well. Tags him with the Q, but Suman a little bit too quick.
Yeah, no, definitely fast. Good thing you bought the boots.
He would have died if not, but...
The gingerbread man right there.
He ran back to home real fast.
But now Claire has mana, and Suman's stuck in this lane. Can't get the Blood Rush off.
Get the Blood Rush, yeah.
Ooh, the Grounded comes out. Doesn't tangle with the Q this time around, but Claire's very comfortable in this lane. Has his tier picked up.
Claire looks good. Claire is a confidence player. He is obviously very confident that he can take it to Suman in these counter matchups that he's been given a couple of games in a row. And credit to him, because, I mean, it's one thing as a coach giving faith to your laner of being able to abuse someone. It's a completely different thing of being able to do it in back-to-back games.
I mean, you have to... They gave him the counter pick, so obviously he wanted the Cassiopeia into the Vladimir. Everyone knows that Suman will pick Vlad if you give it to him. So clearly something they've prepared, and you know, Claire should feel confident in that. You know, so definitely props to him. He is controlling this lane from what was quite a bad start to the game.
Big ultimate coming out of Claire. That's a kill. Instantly picked up. Suman uses the last action he has to pop down the ultimate instead of his W.
Yeah, nice plus 35 gold there for Suman as he dies. Probably not the best use of his ultimate, but Claire definitely taking control of the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see that he's so comfortable. That was a grounded straight into the ulti. I mean, the stun like secures the kill, but I mean, I don't even know whether it was really necessary. ZZZ now gets dove.
Yep, that's going to transition top lane as everyone piles on in. Stun locking ZZ, he pops his dominance. Tally will take some damage, jumps on top of Cassiopeia, but he's not taking damage from the turret, yet still ZZZ! 1-on-3, turns it around and gets a kill onto Claire.
And you can see in the bottom lane, again, somehow a team that looked like they had, numbers elsewhere.
They're looking for a trade against ZZ again. Carbon wants to dash on him, but Legacy's top lane and Juggler a little bit too low. There's a dive coming bottom though.
Fade flash kick him. That makes a lot more sense.
Yep, that kind of does. Flash kick, as you were saying, definitely an easy way to secure a gank from the Lee Sin. He's also rushed Moby, so he really did take our advice of don't play in Italy, just get into your lanes and help out. But definitely quite impressive. They're trading cross map pressure. ZZZ outplays literally 1v3,
yep.
Takes the kill, and maybe relieving a little bit of pressure from Suman now as he gets back to lane and shoves it in.
I mean, for sure. All of a sudden, it's only, that 10 CS as well as a kill, but a lot of time wasted. He got behind them. That's nice. So you can see, goes over the wall here. Flash kick, gets him back over the wall. That's pretty clean mechanic. Actually waits for him to hop back over and stays on that side as well. Actually, just hats off to him. That's really well played.
And that's after Decoy for snagging the kill with his ult. Nice!
Big KS from Decoy.
I think he was going for Cupcake as well. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
no, he wants a Cupcake flash.
He got a kill and lost last game. He wants to send a message that he's the real enemy in the bottom lane.
And as you commented earlier, Spawn, we're seeing ZZZ head towards, the Black Cleaver. Probably not going to pick up the Blade of the Rune King this game. So, probably looking to team fight, potentially.
He's doing absolutely fine in his lane. He survived a 3-on-1 gank, and he's only 6 CS down with a kill up and an assist. He'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes as a jungler, you have a lot of pressure on ganking a winning lane. Because you know that, Tally was already up. Tally didn't burn the TP and he's still up in CS. So Tally is, artificially up 10 CS already. And he's doing Krugs for himself right now. So by ganking that lane and giving over the kill, all of a sudden it's harder for Tally to continue win that lane. Because now he's 20 CS down or whatever you want to call a kill at this stage. So I agree with you, but every now and again as a jungler, sometimes you just let a winning lane win, especially if they're going on the other side of the map.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe just a little bit of overforce. See it engage
They get Claire. He's going to pop his ultimate. Carbon jumps in for the body bot. Fade in trouble, trying to dash away. We'll kick one back. Claire picks up the kill. Very low. Sealman looking for some return damage, but Claire just turns around, fires away the twin fags. Sealman's going to fall. Double kill picked up by Snake Lady in the mid lane.
And Claire is an absolute beast today. I do not know what he ate for breakfast, but it is certainly working. And now they might have caught out Decoy as well.
Yeah, Legacy definitely had their muscle meals today. Legacy forced Decoy to flash away, and still they look on form in this game.
Yeah, they certainly do. He's just able to... the way he turned that and the confidence, didn't even burn the Ignite. Now Chenny...
Well, that's big damage coming out from Lost. Big double stun as well from Cupcake. Decide not to chase any further forward.
That Ignite didn't have flash. Probably couldn't get in there.
Would have liked to see Callista ult maybe. Deploy the flash from Chenny.
Yeah, for sure. Agree with that.
But we see, Legacy capitalizing on what was actually a very impressive mid lane play. And, they should look to break first brick there.
And they probably will. Mid lane's going to get taken down. Carbon takes it up, throws out the ultimate just to make sure Sealman can't get back into lane as well.
Lobs out the barrel, saying back off, we're getting this turret. Does a little bit of damage to the wave, I guess. Side note. But, yeah, this game has definitely been handed to Claire on a silver platter.
Cupcake will get jumped on though. Locks down Fade. Takes a magical journey back to safety. What a fun champion to play against. Big fun.
They've done a good job in this laning phase. They got killed, but they are up, 14 CS and the wave's pushing in, so it's probably closer to 20. But really, the big pressure point on this map is that mid lane, because unfortunately for Suman, he's down nearly a level and a half in experience. And is not going to have the easiest time. And now the boots make even less sense, because at this stage of the game, you probably would rather have Merc Treads or something along those lines. Defensive boots on Vlad have generally been king. And he just can't get in.
Fade's going to jump up. Look at Claire, though. Just turns around onto Lee Sin. Fade in trouble. Will kick Claire back. He does not care. Goes on the killing spree. Ignites Sealman as well. One more Fang's going to be enough. Doesn't even need it. Double kill again by Claire in the mid lane.
Literally a highlight reel for this player, Styling on them once again. Claire is having a fantastic performance. We can't say that enough.
He's just absolutely destroying two people at the same time. He is 2 levels up over Suman now, who's had an absolute nightmare. 40 CS, he's 5-2-0. One of them was before the minions had spawned fish, and one of them was a top lane dive.
Well, Claire might be in some trouble here. Winner's bite, almost getting popped. Chenny Boy as well as Decoy going through with this one. They don't get it. Chenny even pops his heal. Now wants to go for more damage to the Claire. Will flash away, gets a shutdown ray, ripping all the petals back for himself. Tally wants to challenge on in, almost turns into Mega Nah. Legacy do lose their mid laner, but still get good pressure mid lane in there.
All right, that was actually fantastic coming out of Chenny to burn both sums to get that. I thought that Cupcake was just going to halt the end of his magical journey, but didn't go for it.
Yeah,
That's why I thought that was going to be absolutely awful. I thought that they were going to have all their cooldowns back available, but holds onto the spell, and unfortunately for Claire, his streak now goes over onto the Xayah. Maybe the last carry hope for this team.
Yeah, potentially. Chenny Boy expended 3 very big buttons in his ult and 2 summoners, so it has to be very respectful now under his turret here. But, pretty good play. Definitely, someone had to shut Claire down before he could base and buy more items.
Big damage. Decoy finally puts up the shield, and he just takes some in return. Legacy looking to try and take down another turret for themselves. Carbon's here, over the wall, finds him, knocks Decoy back, will get the kill. Decoy throws out the ultimate, Cupcake's being thrown further forward. Tempo Faye will lock down the Zion. That's going to be an easy kill picked up by Legacy.
And all of a sudden, unfortunately for ZZZ, he is exactly where he doesn't want to be. Moving into 3 people. You can see the Vladimir is coming down, but the Cassiopeia is there as well.
Seelman trying to get in amongst the action. Good stun coming out onto ZZ again. Ultimate thrown out by Claire. He will lock down ZZZ, picks him up. Lost gets one as well. Double kill picked up by the Callista.
Yeah, and really nice collapse coming out of Legacy there, but that was a force out of Regicide. 2 members should have died, but there was no need for the other 2 to fall down there. And unfortunately, Legacy running away with this game as well.
Yeah, as I said, Chenny Boy grabs it, a good shutdown, an important kill, but he uses far too much for it and then tries to defend his bottom turret. ZZZ coming in with a very late teleport. Carbon, just in the right place at the right time. And now, Legacy are going to clean up 2 turrets.
Faye's trying to force again. Will kick Cupcake back and takes his magical journey. Says, take that, buddy. You're not getting in this one. Decoy's going over the wall as well, trying to chase Carbon and Loss. No ultimate available for the Braum, but tags up Loss. Winter Spike, 2 more auto attacks away from Procky. Loss gets stunned up. Smite goes down on the Scuttlecrab as well, trying to keep Carbon alive. Decoy flash into Winter Spike. Carbon wants to jump over the wall. Tally's here though. He's going to go Mega up against Chenny Boy. Nars him into the wall, slams the ground as well, picks up a kill. Now trying to turn this one with the help of Santa. He's going to deliver some presence here. Decoy stands and delivers, pulls Faye back into the fight. Seelman now flashing in, doesn't get the damage he needs. Tally will take down Decoy, running away from the Vlad. He's turned mini and just hop, skips, and jumps away from Regicide.
I mean, in the end, that's actually a 1 trade nearly for Regicide. They lose 2 members. I think they pick up 3 in response, although, nah, Claire just knocked down a turret. So take everything I said back. But, I mean, that's a committed play.
Yeah, and Tally grabs the turret in the top lane too before that fight comes out. So definitely Legacy taking the gold lead from that maneuver. But yeah, I don't know. I'm hearing these sound effects from Cassiopeia, and they're triggering me a little bit. This throughout that whole fight, bottom, I was just like, oh, that sounds like a lot of damage coming out. ZZZ and Faye fighting over their Krugs right now. Who needs the experience more?
Faye says, Lisa mine, get the heck out of here.
I mean, as a jungler, you have that, right? Hey, high tech, you get more from them than anyone else on the map.
Yeah, definitely valid.
But at the same time, Faye's looked pretty good in both games today. I think that we've finally seen that at least we had questions about how he was going to transition back from jungle, mid lane to jungle. And I think that this week has been the first week that he's looked like a legitimate jungler and seemed to be pretty on point with his champion.
Yeah, and not against one of the weaker junglers in the OPL. Carbon obviously definitely a name that everyone knows and respects. So having a pretty good performance. On the other side of the coin, Tallywhacker also having a pretty good performance too, showing that his first game with Nah, maybe not his true potential, but he's definitely playing much better here.
See whether he's going to die. Caster Curse coming in. Nah, he's a coach, not a caster, so he will live through this one. Although, nah, he's fine.
He's just been kicked.
He's been kicked.
Legacy want to try and take Rift Herald though. They lock up Decoy and turn onto the spawner set. Tally, meanwhile, 2-on-1, gets 1 kill. Cupcake though, knock up, throwing them back with Carbon's ultimate. Decoy's going to fall. Chenny Boy falls shortly before him. Legacy get 2 kills, move towards Rift Herald.
Yeah, and Fade has just... ZZZ jumped on Claire.
Oh, Claire's dead. He tries to pop his shield, wants to try and keep himself alive, but he just can't. Regicide will get 2 for 1 in the bottom lane, sorry.
No, 2 for 1, but 2 for 3 overall. But double shutdowns, and they're going to pick up a turret versus a Rift Herald. I don't know the math on that one. I'm just going to say that both teams trading very well across Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, everyone's dying. Everyone's picking up objectives. That's how I like to see League of Legends played. I'm probably going to give it a little bit in favor of Legacy. They should reclaim tempo off this, just with their top lane pushed in, their mid lane pushed in.
Yep.
And they're going to control this top side of the jungle now. Obviously, with Rift Herald, their next play becomes a lot more dangerous too. But yeah, Seelman does grab the first turret for Regicide and claims his team a little bit of gold.
And we were talking about this concept earlier, Jish, of just, this is one of those games that you're not winning in the next 5 minutes. This becomes how slowly can we lose as we actually take a look at the bottom lane play. So Faye gets in there. Nice ward hop. That's clean mechanics. Gets over the back. Tally right now is exhausted. So good cleanup kill. Almost got it by living. ZZZ has to start booking it, but he does the right thing here. He sees Suman is coming down. He lets Claire come in, baits him a little bit, and then just flashes on his head.
Yeah, definitely playing with his summoner spells quite well there. Both of them dodging Claire's ultimate. Quite a good 2v1, even if you would expect them probably to take that.
Yeah, for sure. And what I was going to make the point just before the replay is this is one of those games that, unless this goes for 35, 40 minutes, you don't have a window back in. I mean, you're down 5,000 gold, but more importantly, you're down 4 turrets and you're down a lot of vision and tempo control around the map. So now it becomes, how can we stall this one out? How can we wave clear? What lane assignments allow us to farm safely so that when our Vladimir is huge, you know, when all those items are picked up, although Chenny Boy probably dead, so let's hold that.
Lost looking for a kill. Chenny Boy throws out his ultimate, pulls back all the pedals, but Lost in a good position picks up that kill.
Yeah, not really much you can say about that. Lost just claims a free kill on the map. Chenny Boy knows that he's dead, doesn't use any summoner spells. And now Legacy do have complete control of this top side and should force Decoy and Fade to just walk out of their own jungle.
I mean, do you drop Herald on this wave? I don't know if you're going to have a better opportunity than this, so they do.
Yeah.
Probably going for the 2-for-1 special. That means everyone has to collapse into the top lane.
I mean, this turret's gone. Regicide are walking away. They respect it's gone.
Are they going to push through? Cannon's still alive.
Can't see them getting the inhibitor turret here. It should just be pretty hard to dive against, you know, the Brawl.
Arrow charge might get some good chunk damage.
Here we go.
As much of his health goes in. That's a good chunk onto the top lane inhibitor turret, but
they just walk away, leave it.
Slowly regaining its health. Legacy still putting in some pressure. Nara's mid lane headbutting the turret.
So that was the last easy objective on Summoner's Rift. All the outer turrets knocked down. I mean, they're going to have some dragons. They now have priority over the Baron area, but how does the stall start now? Can you wave clear?
I mean, 6,000 gold at 20 minutes. I think Baron's a pretty easy objective too, to be honest. But yeah, you did mention it. Stalling is going to be the aim of the game for Regicide here. At the moment, Searman's hitting like a caster creep. He really needs to catch up. And, you know, this free objective showing up now for Legacy.
Teleport with ZZZ.
Teleport, you have to cancel. Oh,
Legacy are going to peel off Baron. Claire is fairly low. Lost, missed his spear there, and Cupcake's trying to keep ZZZ locked down. Meanwhile, Searman's been able to kill Tally, so this is a 4-on-5 if Regicide can group up.
Yeah, certainly can, and he gets in. I mean, does get stunned against the wall, has a second charge, doesn't go for it. So instead, they're just going to delay some more times. They burn teleport, which is very important with the Gnar going to be sitting bottom lane.
Oh, wanted it. It forces Lost to use the ultimate. Tricks him out.
Yeah, not bad. They should get this inside track onto mid lane now. Carbon falls to ult. But I do see this going.
Doesn't do much. This mid lane turret taking quite a bit of damage. Searman's going to tank up the turret as Chenny Boy works on it, picks up the turret kill. Searman will get slowed down. Fade kicking back. Gragas very low. Searman tries to jump on in, but they kill Fade instantly. Ultimate for Claire slows everyone down. Tempered Fade will pick up two. Searman and Decoy locked down. Good ultimate from Decoy though. Slows down Claire and Lost tremendously.
Yeah, and the ultimate out of Chenny was pretty on point there as well. Actually got a triple snare, although Carbon still wants in. Tally's teleported.
Good, the spike comes out, but not in time. He gets a kill onto Chenny. ZZZ is in trouble as well. Lost trying to pick up that one, but Tally gets a double. Meanwhile, Lost picks up one as well. In fact, stolen away by Cupcake right before he dies. Flashes over the wall. Wants this Vladimir. Throwing spear after spear into this man, and he will eventually get the ace for Legacy.
Yeah, certainly will. And all of a sudden, Legacy off the back end of a good TP play now will have access to that Baron. It's exploded. 8,000 gold the lead. Nearly make it 9 after the Baron buff will be taken. And they just look like such a confident team after Rift Rivals.
Yeah, definitely looking much better than their first 3 weeks in the OPL. And, you know, probably even better than they did overseas. Obviously, probably much tougher opponents, but a very clean Baron take. You know, a very good teleport play out of Tally. And you have to expect this game is, you know, going downhill super fast for Regicide the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the objective when the stall is happening that you can't give away. You can afford to bleed a dragon every now and again. Because you know the game's already going to be difficult, but you can't give up that Baron. And you see that this was a siege, and they probably should have just been content with the turret, to be honest.
Yeah, no, they definitely should be backing up now. Fade comes in for the kick, gets stunned or grounded by the miasma. The Redemption, you know, keeps health across Carbon. The actually really good ultimate out of Cupcake. And, you know, at this point, Tally's TPing in behind them, and Legacy just chasing down for the ace. So, you know, definitely probably bit off more than they could chew with taking that turret. Tallywhack is just like literally behind the whole team, just like kiting them back towards the wrong banks.
Yeah, certainly is. Able to get that cut off, and you can see around the Rift, only really ZZZ going to get anything done. And, I mean, you have to kind of, you know, there's lots of things going wrong here for Regicide, but you have to respect the fact that they're still trying to fight out of this one. See whether they can get it done here.
Carbon tries to knock back Fade, only gets Decoy instead. Tally wants to jump on in, but hops away. Lost goes on a killing spree with that one kill. ZZ slices out. Knocker, great coming out from Cupcake, and Lost. ZZ will fall. Tally gets that one. Magical Journey gets them into the back lines. Fade, one attack away from dying. Doesn't matter, they've got Chenny. Fade's the next target, and they wipe the floor. Regicide. Everyone said Legacy are pushing for a victory.
Clean ace by Legacy. 23 minutes into this one. They're going to march into the base. They're going to pick up a 2 clean 0, and they come back from Rift Rivals in style.
they definitely have something to prove now. You know, not happy with their international performance, you know, showing that they want another chance and they want to take it to Worlds.
No clue. That's not the case here today. Carbon leads his team to victory. Legacy, they're finally going to be able to pick up their first 2-0 in the OPL. Or are they? Decoy's trying to put up a fight. We've seen him kill a couple of people before in this series already. But that's it. They just have to take down the Nexus. Eventually they will. For now, they just want to farm up as much as they can. Legacy, come on, finish the game, guys. Your first 2-0. Don't let me be hanging.
This is the damn Nexus.
What the heck is wrong with you? You're a bloody tree. Drop on Regicide. Finally, they pick up the 2-0.
The make fish keep talking and talking and talking at the end of the game special.
I'm having a stern word with Carbon after that game. Not happy with him. In my heart, Regicide have won.
But on paper, they definitely did not. Legacy came in. This is one of those games where, you know, it's, what is it, third or fourth at the moment versus last. You have to come in, you have to be able to pick up 3 points, and you have to be able to get business done. And that is exactly what they did. And hats off to Claire, who, for me, looked fantastic in that whole set.
Yeah, Claire actually, you know, gets 2 counter picks, both lane phases, but you know, definitely shows that he's worth putting stock into. And you know, it's not just the Lost show. It's not just Carbon supporting with Claire. It's you know, Claire can show up too.
Whereas Regicide throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Legacy. Sometimes it paid off, but most of the time Legacy punished them heavy for it.
I honestly think that, you know, with the Abyss series that we saw earlier, this was one of the better early game series we saw out of Regicide. They looked a lot more controllable around Summoner's Rift. And I think that Legacy are a classy opponent. I mean, we saw that at Rift Rivals. They were able to take out Ascension. And I think that that's one of those games that, once again, like, you know, I actually genuinely mean it. There's some teams that I think, you know, aren't going anywhere in a hurry. I think that Regicide can get better.
You certainly can. We'll have to see if they improve throughout the week. But so far, only able to pick up a single point for Regicide. That was against Abyss when they had no bans as well. So after that, they've had really tough opponents as well. I mean, today going up against Legacy is no exception. They're always up against top of the table, and it seems to have hurt them quite a bit, but always seeing improvement from Regicide, which is great to see, and Legacy as well, improvement for them since Rift Rivals.
Absolutely. I mean, Legacy looked quite strong today. You know, definitely making me a bit nervous for our week, our matchup in a week's time. But, you know, there was a lot of positives that I think Regicide can take from that. We sort of mentioned throughout the cast that Fade doesn't look like a glorified ward anymore. You know, he's putting pressure on the map. We see the boys coming in shaking hands. Everyone's got smiles on their faces, so not feeling too bad about that performance, I think.
I think the big thing for me is that Decoy and Chenny look like a much better lane than what we saw, you know, first couple of weeks. So I think that they've got the building blocks now, you know, with Fade actually looking good, with Decoy and Chenny coming in. I mean, that's something that you can at least try and put comps around.
Certainly can. But for now, to break down that entire series, let's send it back to Hingers and the rest of the analysts at the analyst desk.
Thanks, guys. And Legacy 2-0 over Regicide. Not a huge surprise, but potentially, as Paul was saying, a feisty Regicide, seeing some good play early on in both games.
Yeah, I definitely think after the break, they've improved a lot. I definitely I was quite happy with their performance today.
I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far and say they've improved a lot, because their macro just doesn't look all there yet. They've got great individual plays across the board. Maybe we're not seeing that out of Human today, but I mean, we've seen it in previous weeks.
How dare you bad talk?
It's just
Choo-Choo's prodigy to his face like that.
It didn't look good today, and I was expecting them to have worked on that macro for the few weeks. Instead, it looks like they've come back stronger individually than before, but just not all together as a team yet.
Well, who knows if the lack of a team house means they've just been grinding solo queue potentially. I mean, we don't know a lot about their practice schedule, but I want to talk about. We did talk earlier about your prodigy Human, but it was really Claire, his opponent, who absolutely popped off.
Yeah,
this game.
kind of. The way he plays this game, he immediately turns around and ults Fade, manages to pick up that kill, and then progresses on to chase down Soyman because he has no summoners. Like, that is the perfect way you play that situation. Claire knows this matchup inside out, and he proves that, and I'm really happy they put him on carry champions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No karmas today.
So
no karmas today.
Your true prodigy, the man that has taken your spot on Legacy, is actually performing well, is what you're saying.
Oh, so what you're saying, there's multiple prodigies here.
No, there's one true prodigy.
I guess there's... Maybe there is two.
No, there's one.
Maybe there is two.
There is one, and it's Claire.
All future mid laners. My Twitter DMs are open.
Everyone is
I'm here to
the
help.
son of Choose.
So what would a lesser, just for people watching at home, what would a lesser Cassio have done there? In that
Lesser Cassio would have flashed away, or would have
played scared.
Would have run. Probably would have altered the Lee Sin, but not have known to, oh, I have the damage to kill this guy.
Yeah.
This has happened before. He's been ganked numerous times, and he's probably played this matchup 1,000 times, and yeah, he played it perfectly.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, Legacy proving too strong T-Gun, and I feel like you were saying before, it's just that they were able to out macro Regicide.
Yeah, everywhere that Legacy looked to do things, or where they set up, like on a bot tower, they're just there in time, and Regicide seem to just be reacting instead of being proactive, which is what you need to be if you want to look like you're going to win a game. Before this even starts, look at how chunked both members of Regicide are on a low tower. You have to swallow your pride and leave. Instead, they stay well past their welcome. Legacy chasing down. This is a really good play by Cupcake. Hit pretty much everything he could, as well as he could have. And Regicide, even from here, get cleaned up because they're just all trickling in slowly after the fight. ZZZ's coming in behind them. The objective's gone. Your players are gone. Cut your losses and go elsewhere, as opposed to slowly bleeding out over the course of a minute-long fight.
This is something that I remember I spoke to Legacy about in Vietnam, was the fact that the Regicide's bot lane, Xayah and Braum didn't have summoners. We talked about punishing summoner cooldowns, and Xayah didn't have flash to flash out of that Bard ult, and it really showed how they've been thinking and improving over their Vietnam experience, and I'm happy to see that they pull those kinds of plays off.
I've got to give the credit to Cupcake then, because generally the support, at least I know I time all the summoners in our games. I'm assuming he's the one doing that. He's the one calling out the flash timers and whatnot and saying, hey, we can do this. Like, there's no way he can get out of a properly placed Bard ulti, and just sort of controlling the gank like that.
Well, speaking of the Bard ulti, I know Spawn was very vocal about the champion going into the draft. He was not a fan of it, but also we saw Lacey try this pick, this Bard in the bot lane at Rift Rivals as well. Yep. So, I mean, what's your T-Gun? You play a lot of support. Do you think Bard's strong right now?
I just hate playing against him. He's annoying. He's really annoying. And I don't actually think he's that strong now. I think Cupcake's a pretty good Bard player. He's proved it today, and he's played it quite well in this game. But one game doesn't make it a great champion. And also, if you look elsewhere, you look overseas, you look internationally, other people aren't playing it with a great amount of consistency. It's sort of a niche pick. You just sort of pick it when either the support really wants to play it, might have happened here, or it's a very, very sort of weird situation where it's only specifically good in whatever the reason was. He played really well. I don't want to sit here and deride his
I know
champion
Andy
choice.
loves Bard.
Yeah,
like that's probably the one.
That might be it.
He loves
it.
He loves it into Braum, and
why does
they blind pick Braum, counter pick with Bard?
Why does explain to me the layman how Bard is a counter pick to Braum?
Bard leaves the lane, roams elsewhere. And even before that, even before he goes and annoys the other lanes, he's ranged. Most ranged champions counter Braum because you just poke away, you prod away, you keep hitting them until they just die. Spawn mentioned earlier, or I believe it was Spawn at least, Braum's shield completely dissipates the Bard Q, which is a cool interaction for the Braum side, but Bard Q is on a lower cooldown and doesn't have to be thrown at Braum. So the one interaction that really goes in your favor isn't even a huge thing. So realistically, Bard's going to beat you in lane, then leave the lane and beat elsewhere when you can't really leave your
So there are reasons to pick it then, right? He likes it. It's a counter pick to Braum. It's pretty good.
There's better things.
All right. Okay. Well, let's talk about Claire, shall we? Because absolutely monstrous again in both games.
Your boy Claire.
Your boy Claire. You know, the one true prodigy. I mean, are we going to see more and more on carries now?
I mean, you'd think so, right?
Yeah.
Like he played amazingly both games, and the past 3 weeks he's been playing in Vietnam as well. He's been playing utility-oriented champions. You'd have to think that they're going to finally start giving him a bit more of a carry role, and he proved it today.
Yeah, I mean, I said before going in that this was like a spot where he can prove himself and sort of regain that confidence that he seemed to be lacking. And he's done exquisitely all series. Great play in the mid lane, 2v1s at one point that we saw again in the replay. There's not much I could critique, even if I was being incredibly specific to his play.
Well, as we look at this then, let's just compare Renekton and Nah. Obviously an unfavorable matchup for Renekton, but Vicarious out of the interview said, look, we're going to try and do the 4-1 split push. And obviously, it proves it's a very, very hard matchup. Very, very hard ask.
Yeah, I they first picked Lee Sin, and to me that tells me that they want to gank. They played in Italy, they farmed, it didn't work. This time they first picked Lee Sin, it tells me they want to gank. And they had the option. We're talking about how this guy can play Yasuo and Tanar, but we even saw Tally taunt him by hovering over the champion. He went for the Renekton, and to me this just showed that they wanted to kill, they wanted to keep going top. They wanted to punish Tally, but Tally performed very well this game. He top damage in his team. He did his role, had great TPs. This is definitely a highlight match for him.
And probably good from Soulstra to actually give him a good, well, to try and give him a good matchup, given he had such a rough time in game 1 as well. It's a bit of a confidence boost.
He blind picked the Gnar, and
there was the option for the Yasuo.
Yeah,
you know, it's hard to say. It's hard. I want to give Soul credit because I like Soul and I think he's great at his job, but we can't give him credit where it's not due. In a spot where he blind picked the Gnar.
No, I'm saying giving him an opportunity to play the Gnar again and saying like, look, rough matchup the first game. Here's an opportunity to play well, and then letting them pick the well, they could have picked the Yasuo, instead they picked the Renekton, and Tally popped off.
I will say, doing top damage on your team when Claire was doing what he was doing.
I was very surprised at that.
How did he do it?
I actually don't know how he
Where
did
did that damage come from?
Maybe it was just those TPs.
Maybe.
I
don't know.
He had some very nice TPs that game.
I struggle to believe that because Claire was... I don't believe it. I just straight up don't believe it.
All right, well, we have a true damage truther here on the on the desk. Damage to Champions truther here on the desk. Feel free to... Feel free to tweet at T-Gun and let him know other conspiracy theories you'd like to get involved with. I mean, for Regicide now, it's been a couple of weeks where they've showed life at the start of games. They've even taken, have they taken a game, I think, off Abyss? I think
one game off Abyss.
But for them, are they showing growth? Do you think they can take some games throughout the rest of the split?
Ooh, that's a big question. Yeah. I do.
And if so, then what are they doing to bounce back after this?
So they've been versing some very hard teams. They started off with some quite a lot of rough teams. They versed Chiefs already. They versed Legacy, and also this series really showed like there's glimmers of hope. Like they show that they can make plays from behind, and that's a hard thing to do. Yep. It's a very hard thing to learn and for your mentality to pull together and think about how to get back into a game. So I do think that they'll start improving and pulling some wins.
It's also just the fortitude to stay in the game and continually look for those opportunities as well, not just execute on them. When you're down 8,000 gold, it's a horrible place to be. And if you're able to sort of talk to your team and say, hey, we can still do this, let's look for picks here or whatever, what have you, and they are doing that. So yeah, they can take games. I'm not so sure they can take a series off anyone, but that's a hard sort of statement to make, given that 5 weeks down the road, this is going to look like a very different team than what they do today. Absolutely.
And also I want to shout out to their coach Vicarious, who seems to be putting in a lot of effort and a lot of thought into their drafts. And I feel like he's, there's some things we question, but he's always got a reason, an explanation, and I appreciate that. But that ties up our first series of the day, Legacy 2-0 over Regicide. But do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere, because we're back with our second series. Direwolves taking on AV right after these highlights.
Some damage, jumps on top of Cassiopeia, but he's not taking damage from the turret, yet still CCZ! 1-on-3, turns it around and gets a kill onto Claire. Carbon jumps in for the body bomb, Fade in trouble, trying to dash away, will kick one back. Claire picks up the kill, very low. Sealman looking for some return damage, but Claire just turns around, fires away the twin bags. Sealman's gonna fall, double kill picked up by Snake Lady in the mid lane. Look at Claire though, just turns around onto Lee Sin, Fade in trouble, will kick Claire back, he does not care. Goes on the killing spree, ignites Sealman as well. One more Fang's gonna be enough, doesn't even need it. Double kill again by Claire in the mid lane. Ultimate thrown out by Claire, he will lock down ZZZ, picks him up, Lost gets one as well. Double kill picked up by the Callista. Good, the spike comes out, but not in time. He gets a kill onto Jenny. ZZZ is in trouble as well. Lost trying to pick up that one, but Tally gets a double. Meanwhile, Lost picks up one as well. In fact, stolen away by Cupcake right before he dies. Flashes over the wall, wants this Vladimir, throwing spear after spear into this man, and he will eventually get the ace for Legacy. Lost, ZZZ will fall. Tally gets that one. Magical Journey gets it into the back line. Spade, one attack away from dying. Doesn't matter, they've got Jenny, Fade's the next target, and they wipe the floor. Regicide. Everyone said Legacy are pushing for a victory. Legacy, come on, finish the game, guys. Your first 2-0. Don't let me be hanging.
This is the damn Nexus.
What the heck is wrong with you? You're a bloody tree. Drop on Regicide. Finally, they pick up the 2-0.
Whilst an OPL game lasts about 30 minutes, it's generally won from a series of plays that only last a few.
Hi guys, I'm Jake Spawn Tiberi, and welcome to the War Room. We created the War Room to dive deeper into set plays, high-level macro, and solid team communication. But sometimes you just have to sit back and watch people get outplayed.
Blue team double kill. Rampage.
In Game 2 of Regicide versus the Chiefs, Regicide had fallen down 4,000 gold in the first 11 minutes. Desperate to fight back, they get a pick on Chiefs support Ejim in the river before trying to force it down mid. This is the right play. With only arrow down on Chenny's Ash, and in a 3v2 situation, Regicide should have the advantage. However, due to some micro mistakes, Swiffer is able to capitalize, and along with some help from his Shadow Spooks, pick up 3 clean kills. As Fade and Decoy approach mid, Swiffer cuts off the choke with Cassiopeia's Miasma. This forces Fade to take an incredible amount of damage, and burn his flash before committing. Notice how Fade also tries to weave in an auto attack after his body slam. This allows Swiffer to flash the cast. Now it's time for the Chiefs duo to go aggressive. Swiffer lands a 3-man Cassiopeia ult, stunning all Regicide members, while Spooks tags Fade with a Sonic Wave Resignating Strike combo to pick up the first kill. Spooks then ward hops behind Suman's Victor, Dragon Rage kicking him back towards his turret, and weaves in an extra auto attack for the double. The Chiefs duo then turn their attention to the lowest priority target in Decoy's Braum, where Swiffer picks up the final kill. This whole time, Swiffer was able to keep up Noxious Blast Poison, allowing him to spam Twin Fangs. This play was enough to help secure the victory, pick up number 4 on this week's Penta, and frankly, just look sick. Here Regicide took a shot at slaying the Oceanic Kings, but ended up falling on their own sword. That's it for the War Room. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll see you next week.
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, Legacy have beaten Regicide 2-0. My name is Michael Hingsing, and I'm joined here by Choo Choos and also T-Gun as we get into our second match of the day. Direwolves top of the table, taking on AV Gaming. And look, AV Gaming going to come in as pretty big underdogs in this one. But give us your thoughts on this, Choo Choos.
Ooh, it's definitely an uphill battle. They've had a big break. They've been able to watch Direwolves over in Vietnam. I definitely think they have the potential to take a game off them today.
It's the same story that we had with Legacy Regicide, right? One team's been international, done their thing overseas. The other team has had a bit of a break, had time to scrim and just sort of research the other team, look at games and work out a strategy. But in this situation, I think AV have a pretty darn good shot at beating out Direwolves.
Because they've been able to watch their games overseas, you're saying?
That, and I have a lot of respect for AV. I think they're a great team that just hasn't found their footing in the actual OPL. They've had some really good games, and they've had some absolute shockers.
I can agree with that. They're definitely a team that is, you can kind of see, especially from first split, you can see that they're struggling with their footing this split.
Well, I'm skeptical about the research the Direwolves while they're in Vietnam. method of beating them, because I feel like they're playing a very different game over there and also getting punished in a lot of different ways that they wouldn't get punished here in the OPL.
Yeah, it's kind of the Divals mentality, like, we're better than everyone, we're just going to blind pick Cassidy and Camille, and yeah, they lost to Gigabyte Marines that way. They don't get punished for it as much as they do back home in OS, but they did get punished overseas, and I do think Direwolves are a team that are starting to look beyond OS. They won last split. I think they're going to be starting to show a bit more respect to these Oceanic teams.
I think they went overseas and actually did the same thing they do here. I don't think they did anything different. They went over there, they drafted pretty arrogantly, blinding their solos, and they got punished over there, whereas they don't really get as punished here. So maybe AV can learn from that. Maybe they can't. Maybe Direwolves learn from that and place a lot more respectful sort of priority in their draft.
I got it. So Series blind picks Jax and then hopes that Chippies picks Camille into it. I get it. I've seen this before. I think something we want to follow here.
That's why you're the host.
Yeah, exactly. Something I know we want to follow here is Sybil obviously going up against his former team.
Yep.
The jungler for AV will be taking on Schönfire, who kind of joined him on the team in Dials and then eventually went on to, I guess, full-time replace him. How does this matchup look to you, Choo-Choos?
Well, I'm a big fan of Schönfire, but I'm also a big fan of Sybil. I think I'll give this one to Schönfire just because Sybil is so inconsistent. And I love Sybil. He's a great player, but he's been one of those players that has always found it hard to find his footing and perform reliably. He's been playing Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, Gragas, all champions.
We've seen one Zac game from him as well that was Molto Bene.
Yes. He will not get Zac again.
I'm happy to say that right now. He's the OG Zac player of OS.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to see him have like a strong, reliable split.
I'm going to say, as long as Sybil gets his red, he's got a chance. All right. As long as he gets his red.
Right.
You said you're a big fan of Schön. You think that he's really good, and I agree that he's very, very good. But I haven't seen that flair translate into competitive play. You know, when you play against him in solo queue, he's all over the map. He's everywhere.
He's a scrim player, yeah.
But when you play against him in OPL, it's very, very different. So while I do think you're right, and he's a very skillful player, he hasn't been able to show that sort of finesse that he has, and I'm going to look to him to see that in these games.
Two things I want to bring up. Number one, AV's new jerseys, looking mint.
Absolutely.
Number two, what did you think of Schön's play? You would have watched a lot of his play over in Rift Rivals. I think a lot of differing opinions. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, there are a lot of different opinions. I thought he played really well though. Especially the Gigabyte Marines game. His lanes, he got first blood and gave it to his top laner Chippies. He was in a bad matchup in Camille versus Jax. But in every game that they played over there, he always performed reliably, was tracking the enemy jungler quite well. He did his role very well, and to that I respect him.
And he's doing that with losing lanes. And when you have losing lanes and you're a jungler, everything sucks. The other team, they just come into your jungle, do what they please, get wards wherever they want, and know where you are. So if he's able to do that with losing lanes, that's amazing. Now, if they're able to draft winning lanes and just place priority on counter pick, maybe he can do even more. It's hard to guess, but that's what I want to see today.
In that specific game, though, he also went top after he got Chippies that first blade and also kind of took a kill that he maybe should have left to Chippies as well. So, I mean, you know, I think there are some criticisms to put towards him as well. Potentially he didn't have the choice. Maybe he felt like he had to take it. I don't know.
I feel like it's a heat of the moment thing.
Yeah.
As a support main that takes many kills from my ADC, all right, sometimes I earn these kills and I need them. All right, that's what Schön's thinking.
All right.
Schön deserves that kill. Don't take that away from him.
All right. Well, let's move elsewhere on the map, shall we? I want to talk about Triple because I know he's been kind of a consistent player over the last couple of splits now, I guess. He's turning into kind of the player to watch on AV in my mind.
I would probably say that Triple and Jakey's my other shout-out I'd like to say, but those two players are probably the most reliable
on AV
players on that team.
Yeah, Triple reminds me a lot of FBI from Sin. He's just a solid player that's always there, never really disappears in a game, never gets 0-5 out of a lane, and you can always rely on him. And that's what you want in a player. I wish I could see him perform to that number 1, number 2 sort of mid laner and OS level, but he hasn't made that step yet.
It's a hotly contested match. That's a hotly contested position in OS, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm not deriding him for that. Like I said, I really like him. I think he's a very consistent player, but for me, he just hasn't shown that individual flair where he ends up as the #1 or the #2 player.
So what are you expecting from him today then? I mean, we've seen Zed, we've seen
Orianna.
yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's if they're going to blind pick their mid, that's probably what they'll go to. It's just a nice defensive control mage that he's very comfortable on, and I think that might be what they sort of rely on.
Yep. All right.
I'd like to see Orianna. Orianna Victor, he's always been known to be a strong control mage.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Direwolves, shall we, as they are getting ready to take on Triple and AV, and we'll go through their lineup. Their top laner is Chippies, their jungler, who we already spoke about today, Schönfire. Fantix is their mid laner, their AD carry is King, and Destiny is their support player. And, I mean, something we saw from Direwolves internationally, and including their coach Sharp, is they were blind picking solo lanes and then getting counterpicked. And that suggests confidence, but, I mean, that's also exploitable confidence. Potentially, some might call it arrogance.
Definitely. Some. That's the attitude of Direwolves, really. Everyone's known them to be... I mean, Chippy's tweeted before this game that AV are the only team...
Great tweet.
What did he say?
AV are the only team brave enough to keep 2 asteroids on their team.
Great tweet.
I don't know. That attitude's still there.
Yeah.
I just hope that they reel it in and, you know, be a bit smarter about their pick ban.
I mean, they were the creator of the asteroids. It was Fantix.
They are.
They were. Great tweet.
Do you want to break down? Do you want to explain this to people? Because it's a ranking system. Okay.
Well, it's a... All right. There's no way to put this in a nice way. Fantix called a bunch of people asteroids because they're people you don't want on your team. You want to dodge them. You want to get out of the way. And there are 2 players on AV that made that list. Now Chippy's bringing back the reference, saying that they've kept 2 of them. They're very brave for doing that.
Before the game.
Great tweet by Chippy.
He's such a fan of the trash.
I am. I absolutely am. And now it's up to AV to step up and pretty much show that they're wrong.
Well, speaking of AV, let's take a look at their lineup. Like I said, just fly new jerseys.
Yeah,
Big fan overall. Their top laner is Series. Their jungler, Sybil, going up against his old team. Triple, their mid laner, who we spoke about already. Blinky is their AD carry. And Jake is their support player. You can see Coach Pinch in the background as well. And you know what I want to see out of these guys? Speaking of Blinky, Jake, and Pinch, I want Pinch to pick Blinky and Jake on Kalista Rakan, because Blinky's been... I know he's wanted to play Kalista. We've seen it a bit previously, but Kalista Rakan, it's been popping off.
Definitely one of the best bot lanes out at the moment. If Rakan's doesn't need to use his W as a gap close, he can have up to a 2.5 CC chain lock. And that's more than enough time for a Kalista to put in enough spears and get a kill.
Yep, I'd love to see it purely because it takes Blinky off Ash. I know that's exactly what you're thinking as well. Don't even have to say it. But if they do that, I want to see Direwolves answer with Alistar. Because in the Alistar versus Rakan matchup, if the Alistar's a good Alistar, I'm putting my money on him 9 times out of 10. A well-skilled Alistar, if he's able to block the Rakan engage, if he's able to block him right as he triggers his ulti by either pulverizing or popping his ulti to break the CC and remove the Rakan, he's basically invalidated one of the players on the enemy team. And a very integral part in Rakan. So if they do go to Kalista Rakan, which I think is very likely, like you said, Blinky wants to play Kalista. He's shown that he's very happy to play it and into anything. I want to see Direwolves answer with Alistar and just take the skill match up and show that you're the better support, which I'm sure Destiny believes he is.
So what's the what do you recommend as the AD carry to support Ali then?
Anything.
Anything.
King will play anything.
Caitlyn's probably the best, but it'll likely be banned.
I want to see Sivir.
Sivir?
No.
I want to see Sivir.
It's not happening.
I know it's not happening because...
We saw Sivir at Rift Rivals in Vietnam. There was a Sivir game there.
There was. I know that King is a very big fan of Sivir.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't think picking it into Kalista is the best option, but...
Definitely not happening.
But I know that... I don't know. Maybe you will do it because it's King, you know. But like, who knows? I'd like to see Sivir today.
All right. Yeah. Well, elsewhere on the map, I mean, we talked about Shern and Sybil earlier on today, and before 7:14, we obviously don't have access to Kane yet here on competitive. But what kind of champs do you want to see there? Zach's going to get banned presumably, and then Shern's been playing a lot of Regicide lately.
I think Elise is also going to get banned, so it's hard to really predict what's going to happen. Might end up with a Kha'Zix. I'd like to see that. I don't know. I'm not.
Sybil's been known to be like, if you verse Sybil, you ban Elise. Like that's kind of like that's like a rule of OS.
But
rule of the OPL.
can you just ban Zach and Elise? Because if you're going to straight target ban him, you have to ban both Zach and Elise.
Yeah,
Or
he's the OG Moby Boots Elise.
Yeah, I mean, it ultimately comes down to what's Sharp. It comes between that relationship between Schoenfire and Sharp. Does Schoenfire think he can deal with Sybil's Elise? And it's up to Sharp of if he gives him that option.
I mean, if there's a team that's going to go in cocky, gung-ho and say, I can deal with anything you pick, it is Direwolves.
All right, well, let's get your guys' predictions then before we kind of move ever closer towards this game. Choo-Choos, who do you think is going to take this one?
2-1. 2-1.
2-1?
2-1.
Direwolves?
2-1 to Direwolves. I think AV have the potential to get a game today.
You're right, AV have the chance, but I go off their latest performance, which was their games before Rift Rivals. Did not look good enough to take games off Direwolves there, so I'm going to give it to Direwolves 2-0.
2-0. All right, well, let's take a look at your tips from home, opltips.com.au, and Direwolves, heavy favourites, almost a 9 to over 9 to 1 favourite in odds, but I would say almost half the people think that AV Gaming are able to take a game today. So you're
one of us.
Yeah, I think you win the. You're the man of the people, Choo-Choos. You've gone with the majority. You're the populist here.
This will be a great series if we can see a three. If this can be a three-game series, it'll be great.
Absolutely. Now we are experiencing a delay before we get into this game. So what we're going to do is now we're going to invite the three casters, Jish. Coach Jish, Fish, and also Spawn to join us. I'm going to take some tweets from the audience. So if you want to tweet at us, #IamOPL. And so let's maybe switch to them now. We can see them and say hello. Hey, it worked. How are you all feeling? You doing well?
The same as I was maybe like an hour ago when I was asked that question. I'm still pretty good.
Well, I was just being polite, all right? That's what I was doing.
Just admit you don't care.
What do you mean I don't care?
He just pretends to be polite.
I just asked. That proves I do care. If I didn't care, I wouldn't have. Look, not important, but let me get your guys' thoughts before we get, as people are tweeting in. Do you guys want, I haven't got predictions from you guys ever, I don't think, on this.
So we're
unbiased shoutcasters.
Completely unbiased shoutcasters.
I'm super unbiased. I don't like Chiefs.
All of these... All lies.
All lies.
All lies.
All lies.
Is Jish allowed to have a prediction?
All right, Jish gives it
They're all allowed to predict.
2-0 Direwolves. You guys are
I
think you guys are
Direwolves.
fools for thinking it's going to be a 2-1. They looked really good overseas, and I think that, out of like the power rankings of people who like will put shit on Schoenfire, I'm at the top of that. And I think he was going up against very good junglers overseas, and he did look really good. Sybil's not bad, but yeah, he's no match for Schoenfire.
You're just the kings until you get beaten. I'm such a, I hold true to this philosophy in everything. I mean, people, they lost to the Marines, but at the end of the day, until an OS team beats them, they're still the top dogs in the competition, and they should be given every opportunity to work.
Fish?
I'm a play caster, so I just go with stats, so 2-0 Direwolves.
All right. I want to hear more about these shit talking about Schoenfire power rankings you've done in your head, Jish. Who else is on that list?
It's me, then it's me, then it's me, then it's like maybe Spooks. I'll throw him under the bus with me. That's probably me again on on a good day. But no, I think I normally sit on the desk and I'm like, you know what, Schoen's played average. Yeah, he was all right.
But Spooks is also the funniest jungler of all time because every single other jungler in OS is like, I don't mind playing against Spooks. He's absolutely fine. Carbon very famously has said that a lot. And then Spooks in his own head is like the best jungler to ever grace OS. And I know in your head as well he is. So I find Spooks' power rankings incredibly entertaining because I know that in the past, Sybil's, Carbon haven't actually minded playing against him. They don't think he's a bad player. They're just not scared of him. Whereas I know some junglers in the past have been a little bit intimidated by Schoen.
I don't understand those power rankings. I mean, even Tegan's got his own power rankings as well for multiple different things. It's just all over the place.
He is the father of power rankings. He is a very good power ranker.
I'm the father of power rankings.
Is that an age joke?
Oh,
hey, we're the same age. We can't be mad about age together.
If you're just joining us, we are experiencing a delay currently before we get into this match. Direwolves taking on AV, and as a result, we are accepting Twitter questions on the hashtag #IamOPL. No one has actually asked anything yet, but as soon as someone does, I will forward your question on to the relevant authorities. You know what? I started that sentence thinking, all right, I'm refreshing the hashtag.
Has to be one. Let's go.
No, what happened was I started the sentence being like, I'm going to refresh the hashtag and it's going to pop off, and then it hadn't happened, and just someone saying, I'm really enjoying this OPL talk show. So that's where we're at right now. Before we get into this game,
bring back the OPL podcast.
Well,
bring it back.
That's a controversial opinion to
in this room. I don't think it's very controversial.
I mean, I really enjoy doing it. Friday roast was actually one of the most entertaining things I ever got got to do with my career as a shoutcaster, so I would love to bring that segment back at least.
Don't even bring the whole podcast back. Just bring back the roast. I'm okay. I was never on the receiving end, so I'm okay with it.
A couple of your team members were, however.
Not me.
Yeah, but no. Have you seen how much that guy deadlifts? There's no way I'm roasting him.
So I guess that's something for you at home. If you're wanting to avoid Spawn's eye, you should just be hitting the gym so he won't bully you online. I think that's what we've learned from today.
It's the only reason I'm there.
That's the only reason you're there.
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk about the game, shall we? We've talked a lot about jungle, about the jungle matchup, about mid lane. I want to talk about. I want to talk about the top lane now, very briefly. Chippy's kind of had a rough time a bit in Vietnam and Rift Rivals on occasion, but Series has, I think, had a bit of a lackluster split so far. Does anyone want to venture an opinion on the top lane matchup?
I'll say it. I think he's been overrated for a while. Ooh. I like him. I like him. He's a nice guy. He's always been a friend of mine. Probably not anymore. Yeah, that's how it goes. But there was a time where he was heralded as the next big thing as top laners. He had his list and everything. Good on him. Never struck me as an amazing the next carry potential on AV. I think it's always come through triple.
Choo-choos, you want to get a quick opinion in here?
I kind of echo that. I won't go as far to say that he's overrated, but I definitely think... Actually, no, he's overrated. Like, he is pretty overrated. I definitely think that the other top laners in the scene, Tally, Swiper especially, I definitely think these guys aren't given enough credit just because Dials have come first last split.
All right.
Yeah, that's my opinion, Chippies.
All right. Well, we'll get our casters' opinions as well because we're about to get into game. So let's throw it to them right now. It is Fish, Spawn, and Coach Jish.
That was the worst Ask the Caster segment of all time. We got asked nothing.
Yeah.
Why were we even there?
I don't know. Hingers wanted to talk.
Apparently all the tweets just came through. We'll get to them during the game. Hello, I'm Jake Spawn Tiberi. Joining me is Coach Jish as well as Matthew Fish Stewart. We're here for the second best of three of the night.
This is great.
It's going to be the Direwolves taking on AV.
This is great. Hingers is back for 1 week and he's doing my job on the desk and you're doing my job as introducing people. You know, I'm just going to sit back. You guys keep talking.
Sit down, Fish.
Yeah, I'm going to have a seat. It's great.
No, actually, producer just got in our ears saying that Hingers was purposely taking up airtime and not asking questions.
It's in his
He likes the sound of his own voice.
I forgot. Hingers must have a set amount of airtime. It's unfortunate, really.
And now he's giggling off in the background.
Second Jack's ban of the night.
Yeah, fair enough. Jax has looked pretty good, especially into Camille. Did receive a buff. So on 7-13.
You're a big haircut enthusiast, Jake. What do you think of Shamfire's new haircut?
Good haircut.
It's a bit bold.
The lines are very good. He actually has a good shaped head for a bald head.
Yeah.
I mean, some people you shave their head and you're like, that's what the hair was hiding. But Sharon's got a pretty good head.
That's all right.
Well, the first 3 bans from the Direwolves that come through, Thresh, Jackson, Elise, other 3 bans on their side of the rift. Zach being banned out by AV, as well as Caitlyn, who's still undefeated in the OPL and permanently banned out today.
Have you ever shaved your head, Fish?
I was bald from 9 to about 15 years old.
You? Josh?
Yep, I have shaved my head. I've also had a mohawk. I had that funny little Ronaldo patch at the front, like 2000 and something World Cup. So I've been
done it all. Yeah. We should all shave our heads.
No, we should.
No,
that's
no
a dumb
idea. AV, their final ban is going to be Camille. First pick coming out from the Direwolves is Galio, who's finally got through a pick ban phase. It's an instant lock-in of Sejuani as well as Braum for Avant.
Yeah, a little bit of Freljord going over there for AV, as you like to point out every now and again, Fishy. But at the same time, this must be a flex on the Galio. Otherwise, you're just going to be able to lock in something like the Fiora and take it to absolute town in the top lane.
That's an Alistar lock-in for the Direwolves.
Yeah, this is quick. That's a big front line already.
It's a huge front line.
Scary. See, I think Chippy's probably not the Galio player on the team. I do think that right now, after we've seen that the round of nerfs come into Galio, a lot of the top laners seem to have an easier time, whereas in that shorter lane in mid, he doesn't get punished as much. He gets to, run the TP, get back to the lane.
What?
Oh.
Hello, that was quick.
I was getting excited.
That was a 0-second changeover off Vayne.
Onto Kalista and then Saya. Whoa. Goodness sake.
I would have preferred pick it up. Honestly, I would have preferred the Kalista. I think now you've given over Kalista, Alistar, the Killer Star lane, or whatever the heck people used to call it, which has just such potent engage. And not really going to have all that much of a range problem.
Did I have to ban it now?
I don't think so.
Essentially have to take it away.
Ooh,
but instead, they take away
Fiora.
I mean, yeah, maybe predicting that will be Galio mid.
Yeah, bring back Alistar top lane. Let's go.
Yeah, let's not do that either. No Vayne, no Alistar top, thanks.
Of course, with double static shiv items being very potent You can go Trinity Force Static Shiv into something else. Maybe like a...
No, you can't.
No?
No, not at all.
Jarvan's the final bet coming out from AB. I love how Sport and I are really trying to make this work.
You must be fun at parties.
I'm about to walk out.
No.
Stop encouraging them.
Now it's the next man coming out from Direwolves. It seems like they think that this will be a jungle Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean,
Certainly will be.
it probably will be a jungle Sejuani. We saw Ambition have a pretty impressive performance
Took
on
down
it.
SKT. That absolutely must be an impressive thing to do. Cinder Hulk into Warmogs was a build that he went both games, so we'll see whether that continues. You have about 3,300 health after 2 items.
Painfully tanky. Don't expect we'll see the Anivia here. Colette makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, locked in for series. Nar and Rankton with the bans from the Direwolves.
Rumble. Akali. Akali beats Kled.
Akali also is like not played that much, so
Certainly isn't played all that much.
And then where do you put the rest?
sounds like a niche pick.
Galio mid for Fantix.
Gragas top, and, you know, lock in something.
King trying to hover every single champion in the game before he locks in.
He's got pretty close.
I was going to say, he's probably getting to 60 or something now.
And Kog'Maw instead going for the LPL special up against Sejuani, a champion. I mean, we have seen it internationally recently, but in the OPL, never.
Pretty confident in himself. That doesn't look like much fun to have a Sejuani on top of you or Kled ulting into you.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna have to warm his fingers up and be clicking pretty fast.
There's going to be an Orianna probably following, depending on whether they do give the Control Mage matchup. If that is a top lane Jace, then I would very much expect an Orianna to go over.
Jace locked in for the Direwolves, so as you mentioned, it should be top lane for Chippies. Now, final pick for AV, mid lane pick for Triple. Please lock in Annie, make me happy.
I'm not going to shut you down this one. You can have that. You don't have to take it, but whatever. No, I do kind of like the Kog'Maw. As we sort of mentioned, he has a big front line to play behind. Corki, you know...
Second time we've seen Corki picked into an anti-magic mid laner. That's absolutely not going to have any problems just free farming against him and get to a state of the game where Galio is very relevant in team fights.
Yeah, definitely. Not as oppressive, I think, as the Kassadin. I don't think that you ever seem to get the kill pressure that the Kassadin does have on you. You won't get bursted or chunked out as much. And you know that in a lot of melee versus range matchups, you can punish. This is one of them. So, you know, it's not the best matchup. It's not the worst. Maybe they're just respecting that double flex a little bit instead of trying to pick a hard counter. And you know, in case they change it around. But you have to give it to Direwolves here. They've come quite prepared and they've come out with a pretty nice draft. I want to see how easily or how far from easy it is for Kog'Maw to get out of lane.
Yep.
Because he does have a lot of like targets he can free hit in fights. So
the big thing for me is what does the Sejuani do to the bottom lane? Because if played incredibly well, has a truckload of CC. Braum Sejuani can just keep you pinned down for a very long time.
Small point. Played poorly, it still has a truckload of CC.
Yeah, it just doesn't hit anyone, I guess.
That is like the name of the game for Sejuani.
Cool, yep. Point taken.
Yeah.
But like, so if Sybil is able to actually punish this bottom lane, burn a flash early on, I think that this game becomes incredibly difficult for the Direwolves to win because they are very, tank heavy with single damage sources. Whereas at the same time, I mean, a little bit more balanced out of AV. See whether that's the case. If any team can, really make a hyper carry comp work, it is going to be the Direwolves lineup. As I said, they're an incredibly talented team.
And really curious to see how this is going to go for King. I mean, Kog'Maw is a champion that we almost only exclusively have seen in the LPL so far.
No one else plays it.
Bit LCK.
So it's curious to see how this one's going to go for King from the Direwolves. But for now, let's check in with Hingers, who is standing by with Sharp from the Direwolves.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sharp, the coach of the Direwolves. And you guys have come back from Vietnam, from Rift Rivals. Have you been retooling since then? What did you learn? Let us know how that's affected your gameplay today.
Yeah, well, obviously every international tournament, there's a lot to be learned. Every time we seem to go to an international tournament, we pick up a lot and we find out things that we just never would have found out otherwise in Oceania. So we're looking to implement some of these things today. Not going to say specifics, but
sure.
But yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident.
So for your opponents, then picking Sejuani, it's not a thing we've seen a lot in O's. We've seen it a little bit internationally. Have you guys reveal if you've got a strategy for that? If you've played against it much, or if you've got a lot of experience?
Yeah, like we haven't played against I think any Sejuani, but we've seen. I think the only game I've actually seen it being played is LCK against SKT. I think Samsung did. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. I'm sure Shern, has an idea of. He obviously knows what the champion does, so we'll soon find out how it goes. To be honest, I'm actually not too sure how that matchup goes in the jungle. Gragas and Sedge. So
yeah. All right. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the match.
Thank you.
talking about that matchup, I was speaking to Spooks about it. And he was really unsure which way the direction would go as well. So I don't think that this is something that is limited to just Shern. I think that a lot of OPL junglers would have absolutely no idea how Sejuani into Gragas actually plays out. Neither of them really big prolific solo queue picks at the moment. And will be interesting to take this journey together.
So just to deviate from that really quickly, Triple was able to get a good Frostus bomb down that stole 2 small Raptors. Shernfire held on to his Q to try and make sure it didn't happen, but still didn't hit level 2 from the small clear. And we do have a question coming in, which is, do you feel the new changes to lethality Zed could make a comeback into the meta? I mean, we're still on patch 7.13. Haven't really seen how lethality is implemented in pro play.
Next patch, if lethality isn't hotfixed, anything that can build Dustblade, as well as that other stupid item, Yomu's, over the top powerful.
Yeah, Spawn and I argue on a lot of things, and one thing we are very united on is how much we hate patch 7.14 and the lethality changes. So I kind of do expect Zed to come back.
Yeah, so next week I believe we'll have to take a look and see how that one goes. Sybil now trying to clear out his red buff, taking quite a bit of damage. Speaking of Sybil, he's on Sejuani. In the LCK we saw Cinderhulk into Warmost gives you a lot of health due to the way the stacking works from Cinderhulk. But Sejuani's passive now gives her a huge chunk of resistances before she takes damage, kind of like Malphite's shield. Is that why we see them stacking health so much?
Yeah, 100%. That's why we see it.
Oh, but he might die here. Shern has actually caught out Sybil, forced to jump away, will die to red buff. His passive was down. First blood picked up by Shern, showing he clearly knows how Sejuani's clear works.
What was that? Flash Sybil.
Yes,
You had 3 health and you had red buff on you. Just die. I mean, that's one of those situations where burning the summoner spell is actually really detrimental and probably shouldn't happen because it was the second spell he used.
Yeah, probably just a sloppy individual mistake out of Sybil. You know, he'll be slapping himself for that one. But Shern, you know, showing that even if Sharp wasn't too sure of the matchup, he has a good idea that Sejuani doesn't clear, you know, with the highest HP early, and that there is definitely room to invade if you're going to go for that like fast 3 camp into the enemy jungle Krugs.
Yeah, and I think that the big thing about this was he got the super leash. He had both of the camps started, so even though Siri's in big trouble here.
Knocks him off his mount as well. We'll get some good trade from Sirius, gets his mount back up, but can he get underneath the turret? That's my big question. Chippies is now cutting through as well, does get cleared back, takes a lot of damage before that.
I mean, he's already lost the creep wave and a half, so Shern's job up here was definitely not to kill the top laner of AV, it's just to keep him off turret. You can see 10 CS going across. TP going to have to be burnt. And they can look for, you know, something like cheeky, like a return dive if he uses teleport straight away.
I think you know, teleport. Shern wants to get back to his own bottom side jungle.
Sybil though for a gank onto Fantix.
Flash. Would have been a kill.
Will flash away. Triple burns that.
Wounds. But yeah, no, Shern does not want to look for the repeat there. He expects that Chippies does have a handle on this matchup now, and he wants to get back to his bottom side because his Krugs are up and his Raptors just came up at about 415, 420, I want to say.
Yep.
You know, and it's important that he does consolidate his jungle lead there, and he, you know, he doesn't let Sybil get back. That, you know, he's up 2 camps now, and he wants to keep that lead. Up 2 levels too.
31.
He's massive.
He's already got his Barmy Simba. Sybil, as you mentioned, level 3, having a difficult time in the jungle. When Sejuani was reworked, a lot of people thought she'd be top lane due to the new passive. Haven't really seen her in the jungle much.
I mean, we did see her top lane, and then we saw her get nerfed a couple times, and you know, and it sort of just made people not want to pick it as much because she was easy to pick sort of bullies into, and although she would still scale, you generally would lose lane a little bit too hard to make it worthwhile. You know, but jungle clear, you know, after the first back, assuming you don't die at 3 minutes like Sybil has, he's not that bad, and you know, with this like this, I'm gonna call it the ambition build, but it's probably just the standard build. She does become relevant quite early, I'd say.
Certainly agree with that. The other big thing that you have to watch for is the fact that sometimes, well, let's not talk about that.
No, you've got time.
Yep, cool. What I was going to say is sometimes she impacts the map very early just because of how much CC she has before she has an ultimate. I mean, she has the passive, she has obviously the Q, and
actually flashing on Chippies now. Sirius gets his mount back. Will pull him back with the bear trap on the rope. Sybil jumps in, picks up a kill. Well played by Sirius.
Yeah, it certainly was. One time I'll actually credit Sybil for coming in and stealing that kill because he needs to be relevant. He's one of the big frontliners, so certainly needs some gold, and I'm not disappointed that he's sticking around for all this experience either because he needs to get himself back in the game. What I was going to say is if you have a good early game and you're not spotted on Sejuani, your ganks are actually very good, and that's something that, you know, unless you're Elise, Rek'Sai, who have pretty predictable ganks at the moment, you don't really see all that much CC come out of your junglers.
Shenfire is doing a fantastic job at the moment. Still counter jungling. 43 CS to 10.
Yep. He's really far ahead, Fish.
He's going to be incredibly happy. He's got more CS than Chippies. I mean, he's got more
gold
than anyone else on the team.
This is so painful to watch.
He's
I feel so bad for Sybil.
I don't understand. How?
I mean,
that is a fat man.
He's taken both Raptor camps and both Krog camps. That is where the CS advantage is coming from. So that is just an absolute truckload. He's been able to get them on his side of the map a couple of times as well. So you really got to give credit to Shern because, I mean, you show top side of the map, you know that you're going to recall after that. So he just walks in and takes all the jungle again.
Yeah, and on top of that, he also gets some good aggressive vision in early, so he protects his top side of the map, who's just lost. Both of the lanes have lost their flashes too.
Yep.
See the blue handed over to Corki, so now that matchup that we said was a bit scaly, does get a little bit easier for Corki now that he can just spam out rockets. But credit to Fantix, I guess, having to blow his flash, and in the range versus melee matchup, is still actually on par.
Yeah, Fantix showing that he is certainly adapted to offline play much better than people maybe initially thought. Direwolves were touted as being, they didn't have all that much experience, on the LAN environment, and they had in the past failed a couple of times in that situation, but this year has really turned that around and become a huge player for the team.
Again, Sybil trying to work on taking down his red buff. Shenfire's here right on time. Spots him out with the ward, wants to steal this away.
Has a level advantage.
Sybil doesn't even have ultimate. Shenfire just jumps straight back onto towards Sejuani.
Plant actually goes into Fog of War, so Siri's trying to help out a little bit, but at the same time, Shern, what a smart jungler, just pulls it into the brush, going to smite that one away. Once again, still 2 levels up, nothing on the top side that Sybil can really take away here.
This is disgusting. And Shern's got his entire jungle to go back to. Only a red buff missing on his side of the jungle. And Sybil only has a wolf camp to take at the moment.
Definitely a punishing performance coming out of Shenfire, I'd say.
I mean, he just puts you on the grind when he really is playing good League of Legends. I mean, nothing comes easy at all. And you can see that now even Triple has to play respectfully. Sybil finally has ultimate, so can have a bigger impact on the ganks, but Shern has just got these camps like legitimately on lockdown. As soon as they spawn, he is there.
Yeah, timing as well, and his lane's not really giving over much opportunity to Sybil, who's now 45 CS behind, but is actually not that far considering they are these Krug and Raptor camps. He's still over a level behind now. Shern will get 8 off these Krugs.
This is disgusting.
I mean, he's 1,100 gold up, so everywhere else on the map is technically losing for the Direwolf squad. Shern has just put on an absolute jungling masterclass.
I mean, top lane, mid lane, it's about 50 to 100 gold in favor of Series and Triple. Yeah. It's close to even. Bottom lane, of course, a little bit further behind as King is down quite a bit of CS. But my goodness, the lead in the jungle is just insane. Sybil has 15 CS. Finally, he'll get some here if Triple doesn't steal. Oh, goodness. He's just reset half the Raptors.
Oh, special. Raptor camp reset.
That's a Sybil special as well. Oh, boy.
You can see that they're actually going to butt heads down. Oh, I thought he was going to go over the wall. Instead, just get some good vision.
Package being burnt by Triple as well just to clear out the mid lane. Fantix tries to pull the minions off the red carpet. Can't quite do enough. Here on top lane, Series and Chippy's going toe-to-toe. Bear Trap on the rope, miss. Series going to take a lot of return damage. Chippy's wailing down with a hammer, knocks him off the mount.
Yeah, dismounted does become a little bit harder for Series in this matchup just because of movement speed. One thing I want to point out is even though they're not that far behind, I mean, they're 800 gold, that's the difference between...
Series looking for a solo kill. Series needs to get back on his mount. Sorry, those Chippies I was looking at forces Series to flash away.
Yeah, and he just has so much control over this top side because Shenfire has just, been playing in, that... He's actually been playing that quadrant of the map longer than his own jungle. So, Chippy just has complete reign over top lane to just, force him off his mount, force him out of lane, burn the flash, and now he's going to get some... either a free base here or some pot shots on the time.
He's 2 levels up. Sybil already at half health. That's 1 spell rotation. Shern might actually look for a solo kill here. One more combo could be enough. He goes over the wall, forces Sybil to flash away in a one-on-one encounter.
Yeah, it certainly does. That's tank versus tank where, already just able to bully him out, going with the AP jungle item. Oh, no, it actually isn't. It's gone Cinderhole. So that is a Cinderhole Gragas just absolutely rocking his world at the moment. What I wanted to say is, you're only behind jungle matchup right now, but laners are ceding control because they feel like they're so much further behind in the pressure game. And that's why, as a jungler, being spotted out continually, being tracked around and being lower level actually impacts everywhere else. There's now Blinky in some trouble. Might have to ult
quite a
out.
bit of damage. Will ult there, has already been stunned up. Galio's coming down and Teleport's coming through as well. Fantix wants to join the fight. Teleport going to be cancelled by Series. Blinky forced to use his flash to get away from that one. But Destiny and King both use summoner spells as well.
And I mean, this has been a relatively even, like, slow-paced game, but Direwolves are just eking out advantages everywhere. I mean, a summoner spell, flash, burn in there. Shern holds mid lane, nothing being given away. He's now 70 CS up, if you don't mind. I mean, that's absolutely massive.
Is he going to Flame Horizon him?
You'd have to expect so.
I mean, at some point in the game, yes, he will. Will he Flame Horizon him by 15 minutes? That's a little bit more impressive, and he might.
Yeah, and you have to imagine the Direwolves are actually quite fine to be playing this slow game here. We see an engagement bot lane though.
Big play coming out for Destiny. He W's onto a minion, stun locks Blinky, already has no flash. Ultimate coming out from King. One more is enough. Blinky walks straight on top of him and King gets a kill.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, I mean, they're just losing control of every part of the map right now. Direwolves playing the game at their tempo, you know, their style, controlling, suffocating League of Legends. And AV are honestly getting outclassed.
Fantix even wants to try and take down Triple, gets a good taunt, throws out the Winds of War. Triple at half health from one combo.
I mean, if that happens again, all of a sudden you're a dead Corky. They're just not winning any part of the map anymore, Finn.
Nothing. Nothing's going in AV's favor.
Yeah, and Fantix's actually going for the Rod of Ages. You know, much more often we see the adaptive helm. Series ulting in the complete wrong direction, going for a... Oh no, maybe just going for the drive-by.
Hello?
Actually, the funniest ult I've seen in my entire life from Fled.
What the heck was that?
I don't know what's happening with AV right now.
Give him benefit of the doubt. Misclick. Clearly just threw his keyboard off the stage, I think.
Giving a player the benefit of the doubt is saying they threw their keyboard off the stage.
That makes more sense in his choice of ultimate direction.
I don't know what you say to your friends. Your enemies, sorry, if that's what you say to your friends. Triple in a little bit of trouble here.
Flash is early. Not bad.
So respect flash from him.
Yep, you know, Shernfire still has his E flash. You know, maybe you would expect to trade flashes there just to make sure that Shernfire does have to burn his, but yep, just flashing early, not too bad.
Direwolves uses time to take down top lane out the turret. Destiny even comes in for a bit of gold for himself. Blinky working on the bottom lane outer, so it should be a 1-for-1 trade, but first brick goes in Direwolves' favor.
And they just have all the tempo advantage everywhere on the map. I mean, all game long, they've been timing camps. They've been making sure that they're in the face of AV. They're the ones making the proactive play. And you can see that, you know, they get the advantage being able to push in. They can now choose if they want to swing towards Rift Herald, whether, you know, mid lane turret is actually their objective. So, very nice play here coming out of Direwolf.
Shernfire and King looking to try and take Rift Herald from himself. As you mentioned, Sybil will work on the Mountain Dragon. Seems like it's going to be an objective trade neither team wants to contest. But again, Rift Herald probably one of the most important objectives on the map before 20 minutes.
It's like banking up a turret. Like, the philosophy behind Rift Herald is we can't take a turret right now. The wave clear may be a little bit too big. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to take the Rift Herald off the map. We're going to decide where we lay it down, and that's our turret. Stave up.
Yeah, and you know, usually you can see outer turrets like we saw in the top lane just be picked up almost for free in some senses, whereas the mid laner is always going to be, you know, around. Bit of an engage mid.
Big knocker. Taunt will land onto 3 people as well. Winds of War does a bit of damage, but they turn straight back onto Fantix. Will dodge out the ultimate. Yeah, not quite sure what he's trying to do there, but now they've actually knocked down Chippies. Force the flash away. Shernfire trying to knock them into the turret as well. Chippies will take a ton of damage, but doesn't fall. Jake's the next target. Destiny comes in and slams the ground like the angry cow he is. Direwolves trade 1-for-1.
And I am so surprised that Chippies just didn't die straight away there. All the layering of CC was just actually perfectly placed from the AV squad, but is able to get out. And you can see that the rotation's certainly there. That's what tempo advantages give you, the ability to be able to get into the lanes quicker than your opponents. So they do trade 1-for-1 when you're behind. Trading, not necessarily a bad thing, and they defend the turret for a little bit longer.
Yep. Kind of lucky, I would say, that Shernfire didn't drop his Rift Herald mid, you know, and that they claimed that one for free, but they're just controlling the jungle again, as we've seen Shernfire do all game.
But at the same time, I mean, I thought that this game was going to explode once the top lane turret had gone down and Direwolves were going to be able to get into this macro game. Instead, because of the rotations around the map, a little bit confused that you know, they weren't able to pick up the bottom lane wave. Now all of a sudden that's been pushed in. It's built up massively. Blinky's going to be able to claim majority of that because there's no dive waiting for him. So AV are actually going to be able to build their way back into this game.
Yeah, a little bit of reprieve for them. You know, Blinky does catch this massive wave. That's quite important for him here. You would hate to see him, you know, fall behind the Kog'Maw, who will definitely punish him later in this game. But you know, maybe just questioning the choice of item for Fantics. You know, we saw him blow up very quickly in that fight.
Yep.
And then we also saw him ultimate, which, you know, maybe a questionable decision. Maybe giving Chippies a little bit of resistances and stuff when they follow up on him.
Yep.
Probably dead either way there. But yeah, no. AV, you know, haven't given up yet. Clearly they want to hold these two turrets, and the longer they can manage to pull that off.
That's a bold call.
Yeah.
That's a teleport as well. Series wants to get into this fight.
I mean, where's the rest of the collapse coming from? You can see Braum is there. Series can ult it up.
He is, and we'll be able to give this movement speed boost to Blinky as well as Jake, but he doesn't get far enough into the jungle. Blinky takes a bit of damage for that too. Suddenly pile on in on towards Fantix. Triple's going to join the fight as well. Bear Trap on the road connects, as well as Winter's Bite from Braum. Fantix will take quite a bit of damage trying to trade this one back. Ultimate from Schoenfire separates the team. Fantix still lives. Big pull from Destiny as well. It seems like this trade coming out from AV is going to stop right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. And all of a sudden, two lanes are being shoved in. Top lane, mid lane. So they have to continue to try and fight this one.
They want Fantix, sorry, Schoenfire, who's still going to get over the wall with just a body bop. Ultimate being thrown out by Jake there. They can't chase. Direwolves don't lose a single kill, and they're pushing mid and top.
Yeah, it looks like he was going for the interrupt fish there on the body slam. If it's timed perfectly, does stop the movement. Doesn't get that. So he gets over the wall, gets out, and now they've got the inside track. Mid lane turret going to fall down. That is going to be Herald burnt. Top lane turret also in big trouble.
Yeah, that's just going to fall. King will see if he can take it down before Rift Herald goes for the charge. Not going to happen, but it's not going to take too much damage from this charge. It can go for a second one, a mid lane inner.
I mean, they still got bottom lane turret, so not all bad for AV. They are trading. Still trading mid lane for bottom, however, it's certainly not a good trade.
Yeah, you'd much rather the pressure you get. We see Destiny stunning up Series.
Yeah, Series going to take a bit of damage. Knocked off Kled. He's going to try and kite that, but Exhaust comes out. Chippies gets that kill. Suddenly the rest of Direwolves are teleporting into the mid lane. Fancy's going to tank up this turret. They want mid lane inner, and they're probably going to get it here after their pick on towards the top laner, but resistances are too strong without minions. AV will group up and try and defend this.
You can see that Sybil flirted with the idea of going aggressive. Instead, they're going to have to give up this turret.
Big knock-up coming out from Schoenfire. Destiny jumps in, forces a flash out of Sybil. Cast gets thrown, but it's dodged out by Blinky.
Using the word dodge very liberally, I appreciate it. Some would argue that he stood still fish.
You don't juke the Duke. You might end up juking the Duke, right? That's how it works, apparently.
You don't juke the Duke, you might end up juking the Duke. Do you want to think about that sentence? Or?
Nope, no, not at all.
I love it. No, pretty good play from Direwolves. We did mention that AV was shoving in bot lane, and they took that that inner turret. But you'd have to argue that gaining, you know, the out of mid and then even the inner and mid as well, so much more map control. You know, Baron's up in 30 seconds. They just get to walk into that top side of the jungle for free, essentially. Control out the vision, you know, as they've done for the last 19 minutes. And then, yeah, I guess, you know, even though the gold's relatively even, you have to give credit to Direwolves here because they're going to have so much more map control.
And they're 2,000 gold ahead of AV with a Kog'Maw and with this team composition that looks so strong up front. It's going to be difficult for AV to kind of fight back, but they're still within touching distance.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, there are a couple of things we have to point out. You would say pretty greedy item builds from both solo laners. We're going to see the Roller picked up as the first item for Fantix. We see a Bork picked up for first item on Jace, which is much more split push heavy. He's going towards, like, you know, what is the solo never leave my lane, I'm just going to shove into the tank build. And Kled at a certain point, you know, once he picks up that stone plate, probably he's going to be able to run over the top of him. He's got a very long lane that he has to stay in, you know, with Corky package and thing like that being able to attack him. I think Chippies, if he doesn't play this incredibly well, is in the area where you can start getting targeted out. There's Fantix again being targeted.
Taking quite a bit of damage. Actually, no, taking no damage at all so far. Will end up flashing away. And how about that, AV?
Yeah, he is an incredibly tanky man. You know, that anti-magic shield that he's going to be able to pick up the fact that Sejuani and Braum all magic damage, and it is just a one-item Zyre at this point of the game, so not going to be doing all that much to the super tank.
Yeah, I prefer to see him banned than picked. Not that fun to watch.
Galio? Yeah. Looks swag in the suit, though.
Yeah, look, definitely looks alright. I'll pay that. Not my favourite Galio skin. Wait, no, never mind. We're not doing skins.
No,
I hate skins.
Stop.
What is your favorite Galio skin?
Not. I think actually I like the standard Galio skin.
Oh no.
It's better than the the fancy suit one.
Yeah,
But they have actually gone. I'll pay it
Double
here.
debonair.
Yeah. You respect it when teams focusing on the intricate strategies and important facets of League of Legends, like matching your skins.
Yeah, we're about to get a tweet from Jim. I can feel it. It's coming in. It's about to roast both of you.
Not reading it out.
Staying away from the skin discussion so he doesn't roast
Maybe
me as
the
well.
big first team fight of the game coming in.
Potentially.
Kled does have the flank here.
Yep, AV not going to be able to steal the Mountain Dragon away. Big double knockup coming out from Destiny. Zaya gets 3-man room, make it 4 as Corky dive bombs into the fight. AV want to try and take this one down. King's going to fall. That's the hyper carry, dead for the Direwolves. AV want to turn this around. 2 kills for Triple. He'll finally get taken down, but suddenly it's a big, massive, scrappy brawl. Fanatics and Surefire, the only 2 members of the Wolfpack alive. Fanatics will eventually fall. Kled comes back, and AV pick up a team fight.
And I just don't know why Direwolves are committing to these objectives. We were speaking about how much map control they have, the fact that all the jungle was a no-go zone, the rotations between turrets that they were able to have. Instead, they group up in a big death ball. King gets, absolutely annihilated in the back line. And from there, they just have no damage threats at this stage of the game.
Yeah, we talked about the immense amount of CC coming out of the AV roster, and that really just showed up trumps there. We see the replay here, does start off with Destiny engaging, gets a 2-man knockup that Blinky dodges out. A lot of CC from the Zai, Corky package over the top. Kled comes in from behind. King's completely gone at this point. I think he's got enough 1 or 2 auto attacks. Yep. And Fantix does a little bit of damage, keeps people staying respectful, but Blinky's just free hitting at this point. And it's so hard for them to fight without their Cogmore.
Yeah, and the fact that Kled got the remount is also a big turning point. If Kled has enough of a front line that he's not the person getting focused out, that he can get those remounts, get those big HP boosts in fight that are honestly only going to get worse as the game goes on and he picks up things like Gargoyle, Stoneplate. Warmog's already picked up, going towards Infinity Edge for Triple. This game, off that back end of that one team fight, now is stalled out and is very dangerous.
Destiny's going to collapse onto 4 members of AV. Fanatics as well, Shonefire there. Direwolves want to look to see if they can turn around and go for a fight. Sybil takes up some damage, but again, Blinky played that fight so well. Dodged out the knockoff from Destiny. 4-man route. Looking on form so far in this match.
And he's been the barometer for the team. Honestly, at the start of Split 1, when AV looked like a top 3, top 4 team, it was off the... People were talking about series a lot, but it was off the back end of the bottom lane performing very well. Since Blinky and Jake kind of went into their duo lane slump, that's become difficult, but this game looking very good.
King as well got picked off very quickly in that team fight. However, he's gone towards the Rage Blade second item of Blaze of Ruin King, so Cogmore's slowly stacking up into a hyper carry.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing about Cogmore. It's like, even if you kill him in this one fight, and now that he's hit 2 items, he's going to be absolutely massive in the next one. So it still is a little bit of a time bomb, I guess, from the Cogmore. He's always going to be relevant. Depends
what the team fight looks like. I like Rage Blade. It gives you very good single target damage. However, here we go, a little bit of a scuffle. I think that we're going to see a lot of pile-in 5v5 team fights. And I think that maybe the only time I'm ever going to argue that the Runards would be like maximum efficiency as all these tanks are diving on your head. You're definitely going to be hitting more than one person in the team fight. And I think that Crit at the moment and the position that it's in is just going to scale incredibly well for Blinky. And if they can't deal with him, he's much slipperier, then he's going to absolutely pop off.
Do you have Freaks maths on Cogmore builds or just Tristana?
I actually do, but I'm not going to talk about it.
I love that. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Team fight.
We are going to see a team fight.
At Baron, they're already trying to lock down a couple of members. Ultimate gets thrown out by Jake. Teleports are coming in as well, but it's just tanks against tanks at the moment. Blast Cone, good use coming out from AV to jump away. Fanatics is knocked into Red Buff Pit. He still wants to go further forward for a fight. Can't quite get it. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I just don't know the Cog does enough damage to get through all the super tanks at this stage of the game. When he gets towards 4 or 5 items, he certainly will eventually. But, it's very hard to get Shred on Cogmore in the form of, Armor Shred or Magic Shred because he does so much mixed damage, particularly with this build fish. And I think he's going to struggle as the game progresses. First time I've ever said that the Cogmore's going to struggle, but that's just because there's so many super tanks and a Braum Shield.
Let's see what they can do. Cogmore has free reign at the moment, still chunks through Sybil when he's at full health. Body Slam comes out for Surefire, knocks him back. That's a dead Sejuani. Cogmore still can shred through them at the moment, and that's all King really cares about.
I mean, that's one tank. Yep, he certainly did a very good job. They aren't actually going to defend the Baron.
Nope. So it seems like they're going to try and use Series to take down bottom lane inhibitor turret. It could potentially fall. King takes down Baron so quickly, though. Empowered recalls will come out for them.
So they will lose mid lane outer turret. That's taken down by
away.
AV. Can they get to Clay to stop him in time? Answer is no. He will take down bottom lane inhibitor turret. So Baron traded for 2 turrets.
Yeah, actually doesn't even have to burn the ulti. So instead they trade 2 turrets. They think that Direwolves with this buff aren't going to be able to push into anything they haven't already done damage with. Would be interested to see what next Dragon is, because you also don't want to fight against Baron stats at this stage of the game. But, I mean, I think that's a little bit too much respect given it. Only 25 minutes into the game, I think you can 4v5 defend that Baron.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, especially with the amount of CC and they do have pretty good disengage still in the brawl. They probably could have flirted with that. I think they were just making the call as a team to try get more map control, and they'll, you know, just hope to stall out this Baron. But, you know, Blinky off in the top lane trying to catch that big wave, and, you know, Direwolves just run it down bot.
Looking to try and continue pushing on through. AV do have all their members up. Blinky's only now just going back to base, so they can't defend this outer turret, and top lane outer is incredibly low.
Yeah, Series has cancelled a lot of shops as well, Fish, so we'll be late to this fight if they go for it. You can see that Shern still wants to delay his recall, and that will happen. So Titanic Hydra not going to be available for Series.
He run from inhibitor to inhibitor. I feel like he did. Now he's trying to base for the 14th time.
Yeah.
Why don't you just walk?
That's at a position where walking is a lot faster than recalling, but Series still going to press the B button. Doesn't quite need the health, so walking back and shopping would have been easier. Direwolves going to try and brute force their way down mid lane. Flash forward from Jake, looking for an ultimate. Dive bomb coming in from Triple, separates the team, but King flashes on his head. Galio gets on top of King as well, but Chippies is taking a ton of damage. Blinky again with a 4-man route. Series into the back lines. King is going to go down. Double kill picked up by their top laner. Triple is trying to keep this fight alive for AV. There's nothing Surefire can do. He's the next to fall, and it's going to be an ace picked up by AV against the Baron buff that Direwolves have.
And that's a clean ace. I mean, that is a 5-for-0 trade going across, and how many times will they go for it before they learn? Do not 5v5 team comp against what is the biggest frontline I have seen in a long time. AV wiped the floor with them, and they're also going to get the Infernal.
My goodness, what a big play. And again, massive coordination coming out from AV, and Direwolves, for some reason, both team fights so far have been against Corky's package, something we don't see.
Yeah, it certainly has been, and you know, off the back end of that, they're going to actually get more because they only send 2 people towards the Drake. Blinky pushes mid lane, the Corkies go on top, that's another 2 turrets. They're actually going to have the gold lead.
But you have to say the saving grace here for Direwolves is that they did have 3 waves pushed. And, you know, if they had those lanes against them, you know, Avant would have just taken the map. You know, their inhibitor bot still stays. Very lucky for Avant. As we said, the Infernal Dragon was the choice here. But you see the fight, as you mentioned, like, the package to the back line, and Series on the long flank here will come from behind. His team just waits a little bit, and they just layer their CC really well. You know, the Xayah route followed in by Sejuani's 44 million seconds of CC. Corky just zoning back, like doing so much damage.
Yep.
Their carries aren't being threatened because there's too much CC locking down practically everyone.
And they knew who they had to go for. You blow up the 2 damage threats and then, you know, chase the people that are further away and that have the gap closers to escape. Then turn onto, you know, Fantix. He's not going anywhere quickly at this stage of the game. I mean, that's very well coordinated. I like the layering of CC because everyone just has CC. So pretty much if you just hit your buttons, you're pretty much guaranteed to lock people down with this comp.
Really hard to mess up when you have that much CC.
And it seemed like a great play from Triple as well. Diving into backlines, cutting off the team, drew aggro from King, flashed early so he didn't die and kept him there.
And they are 1,000 gold away from double stone plate on their Sejuani and on their Kled. This game becomes real difficult to win when everyone's on 3 items. I mean, once again, if this game goes for 40 minutes and King gets, you know, the 5-6 items, he will start doing significant damage. But before that, can you get through Kled, Sejuani, double Gargoyle Stoneplate? I don't think so.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of a 4v5. I feel as though Chippies is not offering that much. Like, he does have the Shred, but I don't think he's doing anything under this CC layer. You know, he hasn't shown that he's much of a threat in split pushing right now because Direwolves are far too focused on grouping up right now.
The only saving grace to the Direwolves is that they're just 600 gold behind. AV have finally taken the gold lead, but it's a small one. They've been fighting from 3 and 4,000 gold behind so far and been doing a good job at it. Now, when it's even, let's see what they can do. Knight's Vow's been picked up by Shernfire again as his 2nd item, so puts that on towards King.
Sybil's 100 CS down and same level as Shern. I mean, all of a sudden, through good team fights, 10 out of 11 kill contribution, he's been able to claw his way back into this game.
Yeah, this game seemed doomed from the start that Sybil had, but he actually, you know, he has recovered quite well. Picked up farm where he could and just tried to keep that deficit as small as possible.
Yep. AV are now looking to try and push top lane. Inner turret. Fantix gets a good double taunt, but no one else is there from the Direwolves to stop that from falling.
Yep, and just free gold going over to Avant.
And they get the first meaningful lead.
Yeah, so they start pulling ahead, and Baron's just 2 minutes away now. So you'd love to see Series start getting some control in that bottom lane and pressuring the inhib as the Baron spawns again. And if we see that they want to go for the trade this time, you will lose Baron for your base inhibitor and maybe your turrets.
Ooh, double stone plate has been picked up as well. This is where things get really spicy.
Yuck! I don't want to watch this anymore. I think this game looks unfair.
Certainly does. I mean, at the same time, Corky's gone back. He's picked himself up a blasting rod. We're gonna see the first Void Staff Corky, I feel, in the OPL, just because of how much magic resistance has been picked up by everyone. Does 80% magic damage, so certainly needs it in this composition.
Yeah, definitely a good item. We normally see the prioritization of getting double Energizer.
Yep.
I think I've seen someone go haunting guys into Leandre's at some point, but still back to Void Staff. Sybil looking to engage in the mid lane, but they just walk away.
Jumps on the Shermfire, doesn't do that much damage to the Gragas.
I mean, I honestly think now that you're AV, you've got the gold back where you want it, you go towards Baron because your comp wants Direwolves to funnel into you. And I think that, as soon as they commit onto that, as soon as Blinky is able to slip the first little bit of CC, although they go again.
Sybil flashes forward, puts the ultimate onto King, locks him down. Good Iron Solari. King is able to kite this one out. They're not locking down the combo just yet. Galio's jumping on top of him as well. He's still alive. King is trying to kite this one through. Very low on health. Finally going to fall to Jake. But as the damage being done, still the rest of AV's carries are alive. Finally, Kled will fall. Sorry, Sybil will fall. It's a 1-for-2 trade. AV still pushing.
I mean, you just saw it. They were on him for so long. King was sitting there and just free hitting, and he still just can't do enough damage because they're so damn tanky with those stone plates.
Yeah, I was getting worried that they weren't killing this Cogmore fast enough, but, we actually mentioned earlier that AD carries, particularly on this server, not using their summoner spells respectively. King sitting on both of his right now. And they just take 2 inhibitors. And this game has just gotten so much harder now for Direwolves to win. I'll say it again. I think the Chippies walked out around the back of that fight, probably got 30 damage across the whole thing. Definitely going to be very hard for this to pull this one back.
This is criticism not just of AD carries on the server, but King since MSI. That's when we first saw him not using his summoner spells. Came back to the OPL, same problem. Rift Rival, same problem. And again, that just cost him a team fight.
To be fair, I'm not actually sure where he gets to use in that fight. No. Obviously, there was a lot of CC on him.
They just chased him as well.
And he's picked up the QSS now, so he will look to QSS flash out into this next team fight, and that could be the game changer for him.
Double inhibitor though. Gold is still dead even almost. About 2,000 in favor of AV, 33 minutes into the game. Doesn't matter that much, but
this is where comp becomes king. This is where, I mean, if you can get 3 super tanks like Kled as well as Sejuani and this Braum into the latter stages of the game, I mean, this is where comp just becomes better than anything else. And unfortunately, we keep going back to it. But Chippies on this Jace is so much harder to execute in a 5v5 than what Kled is.
Charge is coming out from Kled. Jumps on towards Chippies on the top side of the map. He's going to die nice and easy. Tries to jump in for as much damage as possible. Doesn't work. Separated from the team. And now AV have a clear run towards Baron. 60 seconds on Chippies.
I mean, they don't even have to do it. They can just sit here and poke at it. They've got 2 super creeps waves pushing in. I mean, they're going to do it because they do it quickly.
They really want to do it here.
They have for a steal. They turn actually straight on to Shermfire. He's almost going to die straight off the back. Galio comes in with a big knockup. King is fighting on the back lines. Still very healthy, but finally gets locked out. Will QSS splash. Jumps on by the rest of the team. Doesn't even matter. The Cogmore is down. I repeat, the Cogmore is down. Double kill picked up by them. And now Fantic's the last man alive for the Wolfpack. Triple kill for triple.
That's game. That AV has just done what no other OPL team has done in so long and taken a game off the Direwolves. I mean, the Chiefs did it in week 1. I don't care. It's week 4. But that was just such an impressive game. I mean, they've out-team fought one of the best team fighting teams in Oceania.
No members of the Direwolves are left up. AV are going to march towards the Nexus. It's just been impressive from every single player on their team. Both Nexus turrets are going to fall. They're going to work their way towards the Nexus, and AV take game 1 against the Direwolves.
And everyone should start taking notes, because this is an AV who, we're not getting good practice for the last 2 weeks, while Direwolves are getting fantastic practice and experience overseas. So, very impressive for them to turn that fight around, turn the game around from, what looked to be a loss after that first Baron.
I mean, when you are level 4 to a level 6.5 jungle, and he's walking in and taking your topside jungle, I think he did it 3 times. He just legitimately walked into Raptors, red buff, Krugs. And then Raptors, Krugs, and Raptors, red buff, and Krugs again. I mean, if that's so hard as a jungle to come back from. I mean, I'm going to use the tilt word. Sybil, at that stage of the game, is, swearing at his mid laner and his top laner to get in and help him out. Yeah. But somehow keeps it together.
I was calling that one doomed for Sybil. You know, that was maybe a little thing that me and Dardock threw around a little bit back in the day. It was that when you lose your like 1 or 2 camps, the game's doomed. When you lose it like 7 times, just GG, go next.
But again, we saw Series as well as Blinky really step on. These are 2 members we had so much criticism for AV.
Blinky looked legitimately good in the first team fight. I mean, able to kite out, dodges out the headbutt. Polv had a really good laning phase. They were actually up in CS versus King and Destiny, and, you know, touted as one of the better the AD carry and support duo. So, yeah, hats off to the, you know, underappreciated members of AV. They performed really well.
Yep, AV able to fight back from a goal deficit. They pick up game number 1. To break down that game further, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. And AV are able to take a game, so I feel like one of you has some gloating to do. Choo-choos, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff. Good stuff. They played their comp really well. They reacted really well. I'm really proud of them.
Yeah. T-Gun?
He's not wrong. AV played pretty much every team fight really well. But on top of that, Direwolves played most team fights really badly as well to... Because Direwolves were so ahead for all the early game when they shouldn't have been, and they lost the mid game when they should have won.
They had arguably the worst bot lane. They had Kog'Maw, Alistar. That lane is dreadful, but they still managed to be only like 5 CS down. So you could see that their laning prowess was still there.
Still very, very good. Well, speaking of them, Dial is perhaps underperforming in team fights. I mean, they're playing what I think you'd describe as a protect the Kog'Maw comp, right? Because you've got a Kog'Maw and then a bunch of big guys to protect him. But if you're playing a protect the Kog'Maw comp, you need to protect the Kog'Maw, Tigger.
Yeah, and they just... Let me preface this. AV do a really good job. Blinky dodges everything, and they flank quite well with the Kled. But you're spot on. You need to protect the Kog. He's basically your only damage. Chippy's there as well, I guess. But once Kog'Maw dies, the team fight's done. You have no damage left. You have guys that won't die. That's cool. But it's not going to win you a team fight. So credit to AV, right? Great engage by them, great play by them. But at the same time, Direwolves just not playing to what their comp was designed to do.
And a great flank from Series, despite the fact that you, I believe, called him somewhat overrated. So eat your words again, Tigger.
I think Series had a great game. I definitely think
I've already given him credit. What more do you want from me? Do you want my shirt?
Let's take a look at this second replay, Choo-Choos, because this is that bot lane team fight where they're able to take an ace.
There's the package. Great engage by Jakey. Big Galio ult. Doesn't hit anyone. And here comes Series on the flank. Immediately jumps on King. They shot down the Kog'Maw, and from here they just clean them up.
The thing is, when Direwolves took Baron, you said, look, this is probably going to be them taking an inhibitor turret from that. So what turned around in terms of AV's engage in that fight that allowed them to take that fight?
They obviously didn't know there was a ward there. They would have prepared for that, but also. With 3 tanks, with Alistar, Gragas, and Sejuani, it's very hard for a...
Alistar, Gragas, and Galio, you mean?
Oh, sorry, and Galio, yeah, they versus... Yeah, but it's very hard for AV to get past that front line onto a Kog'Maw. So the fact that they did it repeat, like 3-4 team fights is very... It shows that they have very good synergy together and they can coordinate these team fights.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. The flank ward... If you're going to push a lane like they did, especially in a side lane, you can't afford to have a flank ward. That's how you lost the previous fight. That's how you're going to lose the next fight. And it was just sloppy by them to leave it up and let it happen. And I think one thing that could have rectified it, I might be wrong, it's something that is a very niche thing and it's not going to happen again for another 100 games for them, is they could have just kept going forward there when the package came behind them instead of kiting back onto the package and into the path of the Kled that's coming behind them.
So you're saying, to be clear, you're talking about Direwolves there. You're saying
absolutely.
When the package goes behind you, don't walk back over the package and try and escape. Just go full in and take the tower.
They know the Kled's flanking. They have to know that by that point. So it's just...
If you see 3 people in the tower in front of you and... The Braum flash engages on you. You know, oh, okay, he's probably behind us now.
Yeah. Well, Tegan, the final replay I want to take a look at is this mid lane team fight towards the end. And as we bring it up on your screen, I mean, this is a fantastic engage from AV as we get to it.
Yeah. So another one where I'm sitting here watching this happen, going, "Oh, Direwolves are just going to win. Kog'Maw's fine. He's alive." Like. They'll just kill him and he's going to do 1 million damage. Great route by Blinky to lock him down, and now he's kiting. He has heal. Why are you not healing, and why is your team not peeling harder for you?
That's the thing, that he's dying with summoners up.
And flash.
Yeah.
His flash definitely very questionable.
To be fair, his flash looks like it's just coming up, so maybe it's not in his head as an option.
Oh, you're right. It was coming up.
if your team peels you for an extra 5 seconds, he should never die there. But his team's just doing their own thing. It didn't seem like they were a 5-man unit in this team fight, which is what they needed to be when they pick that sort of comp.
But that's kind of the difficulty they face, isn't it? Because historically, Direwolves played towards their laning phase, right? But what we see from them today is they're playing a comp, and not a comp they usually play, right? So this is a very team-focused, comp where you've got to protect this 180 carry.
This is what I was talking about. They came back from Vietnam and they were known as this team that dominated lanes and carried that out, and they won the game in 20 minutes. This is not Direwolves. This is something new that they're testing against AV, and it didn't work game 1. And most times a team tries a new strategy, it won't work. So I'm happy that they're putting a new step forward and they're trying new things.
I'm happy they're trying something new, but at the same time, that did not look like it was refined enough to do with the OPL.
Yes.
Go back to what's tried and true. Leave that for the scrims. Practice it for a week or 2 until you're happy with it. They might have been happy with it coming into this game.
All we know is that this could have worked in scrims.
Absolutely.
And it didn't work today.
Potentially.
Definitely didn't work. And going into the next game, I don't want to see them do it again.
So
I will say it straight away.
So without having any inside knowledge, but I would suggest that perhaps what's happened is the Direwolves have gone overseas, had, I think, by their own standards, a very disappointing showing at 2 international tournaments now. And now they think to themselves, look, we are the best team in the OPL by their own standards, right? So what we need to be doing now is playing towards these international tournaments. We're sick of winning OPL and then going overseas and then, losing, frankly. So what they're doing is trying to work on strategies that they think they can take overseas rather than go and just try and win lane. Like
I really hope that's not the case, because they've won once. It's not like they're the Chiefs who have won untold amount of times. They've won once.
Right. Yes.
And they're really good, but you can't, if that's what they're doing.
No, I'm not saying, I'm guessing. I'm wildly speculating, to be clear.
They need to pull their heads out, because that is not the right course of action.
I don't think they're going to just, okay, we're the best in OS now. Let's change everything. Let's prepare for Gigabyte Marines in 3 months. Then I don't think that's not what they're thinking. I think they just realize, especially from Vietnam, that their playstyle is too one-dimensional and they need to develop new things. It's not going to work on the international stage. We've seen that. It doesn't work. So they're trying this back home, and it didn't work today, but as you said, they need to practice this, refine it a bit more. Maybe they'll bring it out next week.
Yeah, the damage charts pretty much confirm what we're saying is Kog'Maw's the only real threat. And he hasn't done much more than Galio. I mean, yes,
it's not 10k more.
Purely number. Yeah, but in a comp like this, you expect that column to basically be off the screen.
Yeah.
They should be dwarfed, but he just looks like a fed carry.
Yeah.
Not what you've built your team around.
From seeing these damage charts, it kind of shows how AV did the damage in at the right time on the right person. They didn't if you look at the damage, Direwolves did a lot more champion damage that game. So it just shows how they coordinated this their executions onto killing the Kog'Maw very well.
It's also Direwolves had 3 really beefy tanks.
Yeah,
and
a lot more damage to be done.
AV should just be way out damaging them, but they didn't way out damage them. It was pretty close.
It was.
So all of that damage is front loaded onto the Kog'Maw and the Jace, and then they chip down the tanks when they're pretty much irrelevant.
As we close out this segment before we go into Game 2, I do want to spend a bit of time talking about Shern and Sybil, because, I mean, some of that CS differential midway through the game looked very brutal. But I know backstage you were saying, look, it looks worse than it is. And it is bad, but it looks worse than it is.
Yeah, so he was taking the Raptors and Krogs repeatedly, and obviously those give the most CS numbers, so it looks really bad when you see it on screen, but Sybil was only a level down.
I think he went 2 levels down at one point.
2 levels down at one point, but it wasn't as bad as you would think.
Yeah.
And also, Sybil, I'd like to mention, itemized very well. He builds straight health, which is what you traditionally do on Sejuani, but it also is very good into Kog'Maw, because Kog'Maw has so much mixed damage that resistances don't really help you there.
Yeah, and I will say, he did a lot of just good work stemming the bleeding. He was down, I think, 80 CS very, very early, before 15 minutes, almost Flame Horizon. I was pulling for the Flame Horizon because I thought it'd be awesome, and I also thought it'd help my prediction come true. But Sybil did work with the minimal amount of CS he was able to get, and it was able to transition from a heavy farming game to an objective-based game where they started taking dragons and towers and taking the focus away from sort of laning and letting Shern bullying him around. So it was pretty good by Avant and Sybil to get him out of that situation.
Well, the other thing we spoke about before we went into this game wasn't just Sybil playing against his old team, but also Triple, the mid laner for AV Gaming, and how he's kind of been a staple of the scene. And how do you think he played today? I mean, he's obviously had a pretty good game, or is it that Fantix kind of underperformed?
Okay, so I don't want Fantix on Galio. I don't. Fantix is too talented of a mid laner to be a neutralizer. He put him back on Victor, put him back on Vlad. That's how they'll pick up the two wins they need.
But I feel like Galio mid's like a cool thing to do right now.
Galio is definitely broken at the moment, but I don't want Fantix. And talking about Triple, I don't think Triple wasn't flashing on the Cogmore. He never actually damaged the Cogmore. He damaged the front line.
Zoned a lot of people with his package.
I wanted to see him.
I did not mean.
Well, no, I just wanted him to like flash in and kill this Cogmore, just get a lucky crit and one-shot him, but he never did it. So,
but did he need to? That's the question.
No, he didn't need to. They just won the game. But all I'm saying is like,
I didn't mean it.
That's what I wanted to see. If you look at every team fight, every replay, like you just see him hitting like these 3 fat tanks who don't take any damage.
Yeah.
And he had flash up every fight, just flash auto the Cogmore, maybe you get a lucky crit and splat.
That's the strategy. Just hope for the best.
So what happens now then? Do Direwolves try this Cogmore comp again? Do you think, or do they split?
No way.
No way. Please no.
Sharps probably realized like, well, we don't know how well this did in scrims.
Yeah.
They know that they're a better team than AV. They're probably going to go back to what they're used to. Give Chippies three lanes, 3 winning lanes, win the game in 20 minutes, just traditional Direwolf style.
As much as I do think the Dials are better, I don't think they'll even win in 20 minutes with the form that AV was showing there.
Not necessarily 20 minutes.
Doesn't matter if they get 3. Yeah, they will, in my opinion, win, especially if they get 3 winning lanes. Generally, pretty damn easy to win from there. But I think you're right. Go back to the winning lanes. Go back to the tried and true style of just letting your players showcase their skill instead of hoping that they come together as a 5-man unit when it seems like they're not too good at it.
But I want to emphasize that I do want to like give a shout out to Sharp for them attempting this composition, something new that they're not really
new.
Yeah, like I really think that this loss shouldn't be taken too hard.
All right, well, there we have it. AV taking that first game 1-0 over Direwolves, but do not go anywhere because after these halves, we'll be back with game number 2.
Double knockout coming out from Destiny. Zaya gets 3-man room, make it 4 as Corky dive bombs into the fight. AV want to try and take this one down. King's gonna fall. That's the hyper carry, dead for the Direwolves. AV want to turn this around. 2 kills for Triple. He'll finally get taken down, but suddenly it's a big, massive, scrappy brawl. Fantix is Surefire, the only 2 members of the Wolfpack alive. Fantix will eventually fall. Glenn comes back and AV pick up a team fight. And Leaky again with a 4-man room. Series into the back lines. King is gonna go down. Double kill picked up by their top laner. Triple is trying to keep this fight alive for AV. There's nothing Surefire can do. He's an extra 4, and it's going to be an ace picked up by AV against the Baron buff that Direwolves have. And Galio's jumping on top of him as well. He's still alive. King is trying to kite this one through. Very low on health. Finally going to fall to Jake, but as the damage being done, still the rest of AV's carries are alive. Finally, Kled will fall. Sorry, Sybil will fall. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Galio comes in with a big knockup. King is fighting on the back line. Still very healthy, but finally gets locked out. Will QSS splash, jumps on by the rest of the team. Doesn't even matter. The Cogmore is down. I repeat, the Cogmore is down. Double kill picked up by them. And now Fantix is the last man alive for the Wolfpack. Triple kill for Triple. They're going to work their way towards the Nexus, and AV take game 1 against the Direwolves. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed AV take down Direwolves in game number 1, but most of the people at home think that this is going to be a 2-1 going in favor of the Wolves, so it could be all as planned.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I just want to take a moment to kind of speak about what the devs were speaking about, because I want to offer a devil's advocate. I mean, they hit on 2 things that I didn't necessarily agree with, and that is Fantix shouldn't be playing Galio. I mean, Faker plays Galio for crying out loud, and he's more talented at hitting buttons than anyone in the world. So, I mean, I think I think there is definitely room on this lineup to play Galio if you're Fantix. I actually thought he had a really good laning phase. Maybe question the Rod of Ages choice over the Abyssal Mask. I thought it could have been very good, especially given the fact that Cogmore does a lot of AP damage himself, or magic damage. So I didn't really agree with that. And I also think that Direwolves got a really friggin' strong comp. I think that they played the mid game really poorly by grouping, but if they leave Jace in the side lane and fight the 4-on-4 and no Kled dive is coming into these team fights, I think their comp is really damn good.
Yeah, I think completely misdirecting the blame of that game to put it onto Fantix. Obviously, Galio is probably one of the best picks in mid lane right now, and I think he had a good performance on it too. So you know, there are other things they need to fine tune for this game 2 and possibly 3.
Yeah.
Rather than that.
And what we're talking about is the elephant in the room is Chippy's either needs to pick a team fighter or win the split push. You can't lose the split push, try and team fight on Jace, because that is not going to win you any games, period.
Yep, absolutely. I think as well when they're going to pick such a... I don't want to say mediocre because I think it has like a potential to scale quite well, but when they have like a lackluster early bottom lane and they can't just draw pressure and soak pressure and just chip away at that turret for free, I think that they haven't looked as strong.
So, Sejuani's been banned. That means Caitlyn is open. Still undefeated in the OPL after 7 games played. Was permanently banned today and has been almost permanently banned across multiple regions. Let's see if AV pick it up because Blinky does like the champion.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned that Blinky has ups and downs. Maybe they don't pick it. Fair enough though. We know that Blinky has looked pretty good in some days and pretty average on most days. And to call to use Jake's favorite saying in the world, call a spade a spade. He's looked pretty bad on Ashe. His Xayah looked good that game.
Yep.
He's previously looked pretty on the Caitlyn, but goes to Direwolves.
Yep, Direwolves pick it up. And now, do we get to see Blinky's Kalista to pair up with the Thresh?
Do we just see the exact same thing again? Do we just see heavy dive ran onto, carry that needs 2-3 items to get rolling? It's much harder to execute on Caitlyn. She has gap closes and traps and all the other things that make her so annoying, not to mention the most oppressive laning phase in League of Legends history.
Caitlyn is definitely a lot harder to shut down, especially in the early game, and she doesn't take as long to scale, I don't think. So, especially now, he's going towards the Kalista, which is Kalista Thresh, traditionally a pretty good lane. Kalista into Caitlyn sucks. Generally, you see Caitlyn banned, which is why Kalista's getting a lot of priority right now.
Yep, to be fair, Thresh into Caitlyn at times even sucks at the moment. That's how strong she is. I mean, there's just not many things that you can play. Yeah,
Regicide makes a lot of sense. Obviously, the 3 other junglers, or 4 other junglers, including Sejuani banned, taken off the board. Regicide definitely, still a top-tier jungler, though.
Direwolves get some good picks themselves with Gragas and Braum rounding up their draft. And a ban on Zed towards Triple. That's a big respect ban.
You have to expect the Corki coming out here now for Fantix, I'd say. Zed probably one of the good matchups. Kassadin the other, which is already banned away by AV. And with Direwolves getting the first pick out of this next phase, I do expect that they'll take the Corki blind. Just kidding.
Good read.
AV read it as well as us.
I mean, this shows how much stock they put in Chippies. Because I would say in a, normal matchup, Chippies is a better top laner than Series. And that they should probably be protecting Fantix because Triple, in my opinion, is a very good mid laner. Instead, they were looking for a blind pick onto Fantix, and I want to see that now if the Corki's gone, whether they do actually swap that to Chippies having to take the first pick.
Yeah, so I think Chippies now elects the Gnar pick. That's what I'm guessing out of the Renekton ban. Yep. He takes that, which is pretty good into most matchups at the moment. Camille is down. I think it beats the Jax.
Doesn't it beat Renekton as well?
Oh, ZZ showed that he was alright.
Yeah. That is a good point. That's the thing I made on the last cast. Yeah, okay. No, so anyway, not the Gnar maybe, but I do think that they will look to pick, a safe top laner out of this phase, potentially.
I want to say the Gnar as well, because I completely agree with you. I think that you take the strongest blind pickable top lane. Series will probably run something like a Rumble into it or something along those lines, because that's what we've seen him be comfortable with in the past, and there's no danger there. The only other option I can really see is you throw the Gauntlet, tank Syndra, and then, Triple gets to pick Echo or gets to pick Fizz into it, whatever he wants to play.
Yeah, don't think we'll see that.
Direwolves instead go for the control mage, so they decide to hide Chippy's pick for last. It's a little bit difficult for Triple to try and counter this, so to speak, but now Chippy's has all the tools in the world to throw whatever he wants against Series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Interesting choice. I think the Orianna, the Syndra's not that safe if you're going to take it here, but the Orianna a lot safer, generally a more rounded pick. Even the Cassiopeia, although with Syndra up, maybe scared to pick it.
Yep.
And now we'll just see that more sort of standard mid lane matchup of the mages rather than the tank versus the AD carry.
Yeah, Series play now.
But yeah, now it does come down to Series because last game he didn't really get gifted the free lane. There was a lot of jungle action and he had to play it quite well when he did get behind. But he got to scale essentially for free.
So Jarvan going to be picked up here. They have the wombo combo of Jarvan and Orianna. Destiny, hovering over the ante, giving a bit of tribute over towards Jake. But Jax locked in for Chippy straight away. That wasn't banned out this game. Now he's got a chance to shine.
Bit of confidence coming out of Chippies. Jax not known for having the best early laning phase, whereas QMax Jarvan definitely puts out a bit of hurt. So backing himself to take this one a bit later because I don't know how well I don't know how well Jax does in this in the early phase.
From what my understanding, does pretty well into Jarvan.
All right.
It's curious to see how that one goes.
I mean, I'm trying to think of a nice way to say this, and I can't say it, so I'm just going to say it in the mean way. Chippy's better stomp this lane, because if he does not, and they let a Jarvan get to 2 items with an Orianna, I just don't see a way that anyone gets out of this game alive for the Direwolves. They do not have a big enough front line to stop Rek'Sai, Jarvan, Orianna from absolutely torching everyone on their comp. And Thresh and Kalista will be able to team fight the front line. The Direwolves are brought to the table. So honestly, this better be the best split pushing Jax I've seen in Oceanic history.
Maybe. I think that, AV...
Minky whale level Jax.
Can you think of a more relevant reference instead of one from 4 years ago?
Well, that's the only person I know that split pushed on Jax.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I think that, back onto the draft, Avant have sort of doubled down on what they did in the game 1. They just are looking to pile in on that big team fight. We mentioned the combination of Kalista Thresh, throwing him in, obviously Jarvan Ori. So there is a lot of scary engage, I guess, threat from Avant.
There is.
And now it's just going to be the same game. How do they hold in the 4-man side of Direwolves compared to how they use their split pusher? Obviously, last game, Jace didn't look fantastic. Chippy's on a more traditional split pusher now. Should be a little bit better.
And curious to see if series form is going to carry through, as well as Blinkies. Now they're on different champions once again, because game 1, they both looked amazing, and they have been the weakest chain of AV for the past 3 weeks. It's good to see that they finally have stepped up. They've had a good game for themselves, and in fact, everyone in AV looked quite solid.
But unfortunately, for a squad like AV that want to push themselves into, that top of the table relevance, a good game 1 is not enough. They need to now win this series. And I think that they have a pretty good draft, and that Pinch has given them every opportunity to now win this game 2.
I mean, yeah, I'm still really scared that they're versing a Caitlyn. I think that Thresh is a good first pick, but obviously we're seeing a lot of Braum answers. We've always seen Tahm Kench answered. Even getting a couple picks like the Rakan or the Alistar, which maybe don't have the best lane, but look to scale. And giving away the Caitlyn, I think, to King, who even at Rift Rivals has shown that he's quite good in the champion, and obviously probably the strongest AD carry on the current patch.
Yep.
I mean, Caitlyn is undefeated in the OPL at the moment. 7 games of that champion has been played. All of them were victories. Let's see what King can do. Caitlyn, historically had a very great early game, incredibly poor mid game, and a great late game again. But right now, it just seems like with the item builds, with the way that she's designed, her mid game no longer feels weak anymore.
I mean, it doesn't feel as weak, and that's because of how much pressure she puts on turrets. Potentially, the fact that we're going to be seeing Thresh into Braum and a little bit more push coming out should mean that the turret stays relatively healthy, even if they go down massively in CS. And we'll honestly see how this game gets played out, because you're right. I mean, she is so strong on the current patch, but not going to be all that much, gank threat coming out of Shern.
So already good trades in the mid lane by Fantix, but I believe top lane and bottom lane are going to be the lanes to really watch in this match. But again, Fantix being very aggressive with his trades. He hits level 2 first, and Triple just takes way too much damage.
Yeah, Deathfire touch Victor. Good trader in the laning phase.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I can't think of much else to put on top of that other than the champion when he gets level 2 faster than you and gets the proc from DFT obviously does a bit of damage.
What I was going to say is Triple can't proc his Keystone Mastery. He's got Thunderlords. Unless he auto attacks him 3 times or twice with a Q, he's not going to win the trade against Deathfire Touch at this stage of the game. I mean, if he hits him with a Shockwave Dissonance combo at level 6, he'll probably kill him because of Thunderlord.
Civil, though, going for a very early move towards top side of the map. Chippies has watered this, so he spotted out the Rek'Sai.
I really like it. I actually think he skips it around the edge of the ward there. Maybe doesn't actually see him.
Potentially. Chippies, though, as uses the Counter-Strike, does get knocked up. Jumps straight back on top of both of them. Will be able to get some damage in return. Gets back to safety, and botched gank from Sybil.
Yeah, holds his flash, but does zone him off the cannon creep.
Yeah, and the wave's pushing into our series now, so he doesn't know he's sitting on the ward at the moment.
Series also has a corrupting pot advantage at the moment over Chippies, so that could help him in the laning phase.
But yeah, no, definitely looking pretty good as we see the bot lane starting to fight.
Good juke coming out from Jake there, or movement to get away from that trap. But is he still going to fall here? King looking for some damage. Heal comes out. Wolf for the first blood, and now Surefire's down here. Blinky's exhausted. He's going to fall next. Direwolves pull off a perfect gank in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really nicely done. I mean, they just didn't respect. Jake should have flashed didn't flash at all. Should have flashed earlier. Lee should have ignited Destiny. And now they lose a massive creep wave, and all of a sudden the Caitlyn lane is just completely unlocked.
What the heck were they doing?
I don't know.
I mean, it's the trade-off. So Sybil shows early. Schönfire gets to walk down, and he either takes the Krugs there for free, or he gets that gank off. So you actually play that really well, reads the map quite perceptively, and we see, Chippy's just gets back into this lane. He is behind on CS, and I expect Schön will have to come topside to dig him out of this little bit of a hole, but very good play.
See Chippy's trading very aggressively. Gone back to base, picked up a Doran's Blade, burns one crafting potion charge. Series is going to have to go back as well, so he'll take that as a net win. But Schönfire's found Sybil. That's good damage down on the Gragas to this Rek'Sai. Sybil's going to have to be forced to blast cone his way away.
I think he does awesome damage.
What? We'll get the shield from Triple, but Schönfire just keeps on going.
He's going to keep on keeping on as well, because they're both very low health, and he's just zoned the mid laner away from a massive creep wave as well.
Schönfire, is he going for it? He's looking for it. Goes in for the body bomb. Not enough damage. Taking turret shots now. But does stop both their recalls.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, that is absolutely huge. He's going again, Fit.
Goodness. He's just going to draw some minions into the jungle.
All right. So across the map disaster right now. That wave is pushing back into Fantic, so he's going to have a huge CS advantage. It's already at 14. Bottom lane, world of hurt. King goes back and gets himself some Zerka Greaves. And top lane, I mean, now that there's no pressure of a jungler being around, we'll be a little bit safer as this lane pushes back in.
Level 3 to level 4, a 500 gold lead for King as well on the bottom side of the map. Top lane is where Series has the advantage, just by about 100 gold. But he did have the shop advantage, which is probably more crucial at this stage in the game. But look at Fantix. He's just a happy camper in the mid lane at the moment.
He's an impressive man when you're giving him an advantage, Fantix.
I mean, he blind picked Victor. He wasn't really given an advantage. She's just, pulled one out of nothing.
I'll say that Schön gave him a little advantage there.
25 CS to 40.
Oh, yeah, on the bases. Yep, true. I mean, he was winning the lane prior to that, but Schönfire definitely helped him out.
Triple not having a great time. He's down in CS already, and Fantix is a big wave to catch underneath this turret. Will do so perfectly fine. Triple just doesn't seem like there's a way for him to get out of this mess at the moment. There's a level behind Fantix as well. He came into the lane level 4 to level 5. Fantix just ticked 6, pops the Chaos Storm, just wants a tempo advantage.
Yeah, and this is what we generally saw Victor see much less play with his upgrade being quite expensive for a first base. When he gets to level 6, burns his ult on the wave, Sybil coming bot for a gank, more important.
Yep, Jake flashed forward, looked to get the flame towards King, who's flashed away, and now he gets Brom to stand in front of him. Hook will bring him back, Sybil taking a lot of damage, heal comes out from both of them, and they show AV, that's how you use summoners to escape a gank.
Yeah, certainly do. They burn 3, but they get out. Jake uses both his summoner spells as well, and now Sybil is caught.
Flashes the fat part of the wall, almost falls. Winter Spite was one proc away, but gets back to safety.
As I was saying, so now the Victor heading back to lane with that first upgrade and even picks up boots for himself. He has completely negated that generally early trough you saw from Victor's, and Fantix has to be super happy with his performance so far.
Chippies is now overtaking the top lane. He's burnt through all series corrupting potions, forcing the Jarvan to farm underneath turret. Direwolves are just attacking every other part of the map that is not Jax and allow Chippies to go to work.
Yeah, no, we have to credit them. They are a very resilient team. Probably didn't expect to drop game 1 against Avant, but they backed themselves to come back stronger, and they have to be looking here now to turn this one around to take it to a 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely agree. You can see that. Got all of them maybe apart from the big one. That was nicely done actually out of Triple. But we can see that Schön is setting up residence in the part of the world that he likes best, which is Sybil's jungle. They're actually going very aggressive here.
Diving on towards Jake. Winter's Bite going to get proc. King is at 90 caliber net over, and Fantix is down here. Direwolves make a massive rotation in between 2 turrets.
Yep, and here goes first brick turret as this next wave comes in for
disaster
for Direwolves. And this is what we sort of, we paid respect to, is that King on this Caitlyn will just be a very big bully in this bottom lane, and the 8-minute first turret is not something that should surprise anyone when there's a Caitlyn on the map.
Continue pushing on through. Destiny will be able to eventually take down this bottom lane turret, increase the gold advantage that Direwolves have picked up massively, and they even kill all the minions in the lane first. So that's now almost 4,000 gold in the Direwolves' favor.
I mean, this is absolutely monstrous in the early game, again, from the Direwolves. This time, Sybil is trying to hit back. We've already mentioned the fact that, Rek'Sai a little bit more early power. They're going for the lane swap again, the quick tempo, but because of how much Jarvan has been roaming around the rift, and the fact that Chippies has just spotted out Jake, they are going to be able to match this, and there's not really all that much they can do apart from guarantee a 2v2 lane on the top side of the map.
Triple just using his shockwave casually in the mid lane, forcing Fantix to stop the freeze.
Yep.
Still, Fantix 10 CS ahead, even without taking down these minions that are underneath his turret. Perfectly happy. Shernfire just takes the Scuttle Crab away from Sybil.
And I feel like we're in a similar position as Game 1, except all the power this time around is in King's hands, not in Shernfire's hands. And, you know, Shern's still stronger than Sybil, sure, but King is, compared to Blinky, an absolute monster on Summoner's Rift right now. Got BF Pickaxe as well as Boots too. And you can see that, unfortunately for Blinky, he just can no longer walk up to the creep wave, which means that they're going to be playing on the back foot everywhere because of the tempo advantage.
Yeah, no, exactly as you said. We're going to see them aggressing into the topside jungle, but you have to say here that, you know, Direwolves are looking for the fight. You know, they're pretty confident right now. And we saw them do the same thing last game. Once they take that early turret, Jake, he's caught out.
Yeah, he's going to get locked down. No fights for Rebel for Thresh. Easy kill for the Direwolves.
Kalista had ult. So you say no flash. Kalista certainly could have pulled him out of that one. Yeah, now Blinky in trouble as well.
Ooh, Shernfire predicts the flash. Forces King, Blinky to be knocked back. Ultimate comes out from King. A Destiny steals that one with one punch. Triple's going to try and do what he can against Fantix. Not enough damage to take down this Victor, but still, Direwolves just dominating in this game.
I mean, this is a very one-sided affair right now. You can see that Shern is doing the right thing. King is powerful. Play towards his top side of the map. It was bottom side, they got first brick. Now it's top side, they're going to pick up a second turret for themselves. This has a very real danger of turning into a perfect game right now for AV because Direwolves are going to play against the map. They're going to play objective-focused League of Legends, and I don't know how AV exactly match that.
Just feels like Direwolves really got the upper hand with this team comp. Everywhere going in their favor. Curious what to see the next steps for them are. 4,000 gold up, 10 minutes into a match. This is looking like it's going to be a quick victory for the Wolves.
Yeah, but you know, we sort of said that bit of a fight bottom lane, interrupting my thought process. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we thought that last game.
Yeah, we thought that last game, you know, Direwolves were just going to control it through choking Sybil out of his own jungle, which they're looking to do this a little bit more in that top side of the jungle we mentioned, but as Jake, just echoing his sentiment from earlier, you know, their stock is now in the King basket, and they have a lot of power to play around someone who's not a Cinderhulk Gragas. Not that Cinderhulk Gragas sucks or anything, just really not a carry threat. So it's good to see that they've sort of pivoted off their play from last game slightly, and that they're putting pressure, you know, on someone who's, you know, going to carry them.
Gank coming up in the top lane as well. There is a teleport wall
over the wall,
ready for Chippies if he needs to get up there too. Blinky and Jake stuck underneath their outer turret. Body bot flash comes out from Shernfire, throws the ultimate, locks Blinky in place, and here comes Jax. Give him a real weapon next time. But right now he doesn't need one. Blinky's trying to get away. Jake, one auto attack from Raven, getting stun locked. Winter's Might comes out again and double kill for Jaximus. It's now series similar triple. They want to collapse. So is Fantix. He's coming in for the fight. Series flags the drag, splits the Wickers, does nothing. Now getting stun locked. Triple on the back lines looking for an ultimate. He's getting tagged by Winter's Bite. Flashes on by Destiny. Locks him down. Shockwaves himself. Gets 3, but doesn't matter. King goes on a rampage. Gets another one. And they're charging towards Series as well. The ultimate comes out from Destiny. Knocks him up. Double kill again. Back to back to back for Chippies. And that's 10-0 for the Direwolves.
And that's an ace at 12 minutes, Fish. I mean, they've absolutely cleaned house of AV just then. Great focus. They have the wards to be able to do it. AV are trying to force, and Direwolves are just reading them like a book.
And, you know, it has to be said that their gold lead was so big at that point, it would be very hard for them to lose a team fight. But even dancing around the turret range, you know, playing even with triple landing a nice 3-man shockwave, they do execute that team fight incredibly well. They pick up the turret off the back of it, and, you know, this game just looks so much easier for them to win now.
King trying to be really greedy there to stay for the turret gold. Doesn't get it, but the turret does eventually fall to the range minions.
And I mean, I don't think it's going to matter all that much. You're so far ahead already. See the initiation of this one again.
And the TP from Chippies is just that much faster that he's so relevant in this fight. You know, he picks up that double stun early, cleans up the first kill. They get the stun lock onto Jake, gets the second. And at this point, the fight's practically already lost. Sybil can come in now and try to get some knockups with Ceres, but they don't have enough damage to burst out King. Triple zones himself from the fight, doesn't use Shockwave initially, and Fantix gets to join the fight now too. As they kite back towards the turret, you know, the squad in Direwolves just chase them, and it's a complete whitewash for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. Important things to note, as soon as King was in Cataclysm there, he flashed. he was out of range of the shockwave. There was absolutely no way that Triple could get it on towards him. And that wasn't a coordinated engage. You could see that they were kind of hesitant. Sybil and Triple were stuck on the wrong side of the wall, and Series still decides to pull the trigger. Unfortunate for AV fans out there, but they're now really battling against it. 7,000 gold at 13 minutes is just a huge lead.
Yeah, and you have to wonder how much respect they're paying to the bottom lane of Direwolves. Because sure, they looked, Blinky and Jake looked fine in game 1 against the Cogmore Alistar, but now you're giving over probably one of the strongest lanes in the game. Very easy to proc the Braum stun with someone like the Caitlyn, and both of the members of the bot lane are in 10 out of 10 kills.
Shockwave in the mid lane. They're looking to collapse with the Fantix and try and ruin this perfect game, but Direwolves already turning this one around. Ultimate comes out from Sybil, doesn't do enough. King is unstoppable. They get another pick.
Nah, Fantix knows what's at stake. Straight away, just pulls the trigger on the flash. He's not messing around. Wants to get the heck out of dodge, and now the Siege moves to mid lane. Yeah, as you said, I mean, you've given over the strongest lane in the game. Don't know, maybe they should have counterpicked Braum with Bard or something along those lines, but unfortunately for the AV lineup, just honestly not going all that well. The Thresh hasn't really done all that much, even throughout the laning phase, and just a priority in the draft. I mean, Jake can play really anything, but Thresh doesn't seem like a really Jake highlight champion.
Yeah, you also have to give credit, I think, to Schoenfire again. He was down in bot lane very early to control that, and when there was that chance where Jake lands a double flay and pulls him towards his turret, Schoen just E-flashes straight on top of them, and they turn that completely back around. So pretty good coordination, out of the 3 members from Direwolves to get such a strong advantage for their bottom lane here.
And I mean, 5-0-6. That's the advantage we're talking about. He's going to have, Infinity Edge crit item done by 16 minutes into the game. That is a nasty, nasty Caitlyn.
Silly.
Feeling no threat at all, so has gone with, attack speed boots as well. Longest range in the game. That's going to be enough to keep her safe. She is well and truly ready to fight. This is not a mid-game trough, even if a tiny one exists on equal items. She is absolutely a powerhouse right now.
Fantix also going for first item Lichbane after perfect Hex Core.
I mean, you say equal items, but Blinky is struggling to get his Blade of the Ring King completed by 17 minutes. Probably won't even have it by 18, I reckon. He's going to catch a wave top, and that might not be enough for him.
This is a disaster, and Direwolves, 8,000 gold up,
They're
just 60 minutes in.
They're just trying to get rid of the perfect game. They do not want to be perfect game.
They predict the throw, but they don't get the hook. Chippy's is in trouble. They're going to try and stop this perfect game. He's got the Counter-Strike going. He's going to take Jake down at least. That's one. He can probably turn around for more. Wants to get jumped on here. Jackson's coming in. Regicide will get to the blast cone. Instead, he turns around for a fight. Gets popped up in the air. Schoenfire wanted to fight that one. Chippy's gets out.
Blinky misses the heal. Blinky just heals Rek'Sai, who's on full HP. So, maybe a chance if Jake lands that hook, if Blinky lands his heal. Probably one of the easiest spells in the game to land. But, really, really good play out of Chippy's just to, hold his nerve even after that pretty, impressive predict.
I agree. Top lane Bromo on point. They're going to try and dive towards Series. He flanks and drags away, and I will say, sure, we'll take a turret.
Exactly right. Just zone him away. Let's make it 10,000 gold at 16 minutes in.
Oh, no.
I mean, this is an absolute whitewash. T-Gun kind of corrected Choo-Choo's and said, I don't think they're going to be able to win in 20 minutes regardless. I mean, it's 3 minutes away, but they're pretty close to it.
Yeah, they're doing their best.
Hello, Harold.
Is that a timeout, Harold, where you're just like, well, have to put this somewhere, otherwise I waste it?
Look at him go. He's a majestic being.
Yeah, I mean, just making sure.
Waddles away.
I think it's a she now, by the way.
Huh.
Yeah, I think we changed the gender of Harold when we changed what it does. So I think the old Harold is going back to the Rift, and this is new Harold.
It's his wife. She's not very happy that we took him, kept him at work for so long. She stepped in. Now she's just trying to kill everyone in her path.
Is
question mark being thrown out?
Yeah, I think that was the time. That was the Herald that's timing out. And you're like, well,
it could stop perfect game. It's going to get a charge on this turret.
Nah, no way.
Ooh.
Nah, you are not even. Please stop. There's no. If the perfect game ends, it's from a kill. This turret is not going
Ocean
down.
Dragon, King's not there.
Yeah, I mean, it's only an Ocean Dragon.
King actually stopped the charge as well.
Yeah, not bad. Have to say that Rift Herald is actually creating more pressure on the map than any member of Avant here. Series, arguing for that point, trying to get the bottom lane turret.
That is the perfect game.
No.
So no perfect game going to pick up for Direwolves. They probably don't even care, to be honest. They just want to win the game of League of Legends.
Yeah. Chippies.
Nah, we'll fall.
Yeah, no. most players at this point won't be thinking about holding that perfect game if it's going to distract them from, you know, the most correct way to play. And at this point,
unless you're Carbon,
at this point, trading, you know, top inner and mid inner for the one turret bottom, you know, completely fine. You'd hope that they pick up, you know, mid lane on this push. Otherwise, they should have to back off.
Well, AV have grouped up as 4, so have Direwolves, leaving Jax in the bottom lane with Teleport. Ultimate comes out, as well as the Shockwave. That connects onto 2 members. King and Fantix in some trouble, but they turn around. Triple's taking so much damage from the Chaos Storm. That's going to follow him in towards his inhibitor turret. And AV forced back again. They lose another turret. Jax is split pushing bottom lane. They can just rotate top.
And I mean, again, Shern just pulls the trigger on a very good ult, forces everyone back, is burning summoner spells left, right, and center on the enemy team every time he has that cooldown available. And credit to Direwolves, this game, they've actually stuck in the lanes. I mean, we mentioned Ocean Drake, they haven't grouped up for it. They know that the Wombo combo is still there. They've just got Caitlyn, they've got Victor, 2 champions that control huge area of zones as long as they're attacking turrets. And they have completely shut down any form of aggression that can come out of AV. This gold lead is just still continuing to grow. The map is continuing to get smaller and smaller. They have absolutely nowhere they can farm. And they're being strangled out.
I am excited to see, you know, now that they can head towards that Baron with it spawning in 5 seconds. You know, Direwolves are definitely going to want that to crack the inhibitor turrets of Avant's base. And, you know, their carry is sitting on some impressive item spikes here. Fantix picking up the Lich Bane, you know, Triforce completed. So this should be a pretty easy fight, you'd have to imagine.
2.5 items versus 1.
Yeah, no, despite
as far
the
as AD carry goes. This is... I don't know if there is a such thing as Wombo. I mean, there's 1 item picked up for Triple and 1 in a bit picked up for Series.
They've turned a Wombo combo into the Tickle Monster. I don't think Direwolves really care at the moment.
What is the Tickle Monster?
It does nothing. The Jarvan jumps in with Orianna and does nothing. And then Direwolves laugh, they walk away and kill everyone.
I like that. Obviously, we have different experiences with tickling. I hate being tickled.
Yeah, getting tickled sucks.
It's actually the worst thing in the world. If you're like, you could be Wombo comboed or tickled, I'll just be like, give me the Wombo combo.
What?
Yep, same.
Please, I don't understand. I'm not even going to bother. Direwolves now take a blue buff away from AV.
Yeah, and they're just waiting for Chippies to draw pressure and response from Avant, because, you know, they can't just send one person to stop him because he'll kill them.
Chippies doesn't care. He's just walking down bottom lane, says, all right, send someone to challenge me. I'm bored.
I mean, he's similar items to Series right now, and Series is the same experience. I think Sybil's being caught out again, however.
Oh, flashes back in to protect the lance and back to safety.
Yep. That was probably needlessly risky.
Baron.
Yep, as you mentioned, no flash available on Sybil means that they can just start up Baron.
Teleport to Baron as well from Series. Yep. AV saying, all right, we've got to fight somewhere. Let this Baron be it. Baron's already down to 3,000 health. They're not peeling off. They're going to try and finish this one. Sybil wants to get into the pit. Goes over. Can he get it? They stop Baron.
He got it.
He steals it. AV has stolen Baron away. Now can he get out? They actually interrupt Dark Passage onto Series. Box is thrown out by Cheek. They're trying to keep everyone alive. Fantix gets that kill. Somehow Sybil's stolen Baron, but is it enough?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be enough, but he's still got it. I mean, all of a sudden they're flashing on top of Blinky. He will fall down to King.
Ooh, he's got heal. Headshots coming out. Oh, what? No, he's... What a disaster! He stops the auto attack and can't take Dark Passage back to safety. Now Triple's in trouble. Gets tagged by Winner's Fight. Destiny wants around the fisticuffs against this Orianna. Stuns him up. He's going for the 1-1. Let it be. Don't touch him, Shern. Oh, goodness, King. Let Destiny have his moment.
I mean, at the same time, they steal the Baron. 4 members die. It's only going to be Jake that gets out alive. We'll be able to apply the Baron buff here, but still split pushes in the mid lane. They're going to potentially crack the base in 2 areas.
And they're going to be able to take down a bottom lane inhibitor turret at least. Get some good damage on the inhibitor too.
16-0. 12,000 gold.
Yeah, but they lost that turret, so sucked in.
And Baron, unfortunate. Well, they did get a hook onto Fantix. Kalista pulls back the Thresh, but Blinky's going to die for that. King gets a kill. Series is forced to flag and drag out. Direwolves could potentially just stay and say, well, we'll try and take the base.
Nah.
Triple coming back up.
Chippy's all the way top
off.
lane. Chippy just wants to one-on-one. He doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, Chippy's like, hey, I'm still behind on farm, guys. Let me catch up.
It's not a perfect game to all ahead.
He's actually a level behind, so
yeah.
You know, prioritizing the team fights a little bit more as Fantasy gets engaged on.
Yeah, gets jumped on, dodges out the hook, throws down the ultimate. King just steps back, puts a few shots at him. Triple finally pops the ultimate. Body pop from Show just does so much damage. And King piles on in, double kill, make that 3. Not stolen away by Destiny. Finally gets the revenge.
I think that was the last tick of the Chaos Storm. I mean, I don't think the Body Slam does that much damage, but at the same time, it doesn't matter because they're dead fish. Everyone is dead on the side of AV. Only Blinky and Jake surviving. They're going to look to push in again into the mid lane turret this time around. Chippies has joined his team. And sure, Fantix dies, but Direwolves looks like today is the day that they pick up a win. They're just, I don't know, they're absolutely smashing them. 15,000 gold at 23 minutes. I didn't know you could get a gold lead this big.
Well, apparently Direwolves haven't got the memo. They're waiting to get top lane inhibitor as well.
Tutorial style.
24 minutes in. It's still a quick game if they finish within the next 4.
Yep.
I expect this to be over 10 minutes ago.
I mean, the game is over. For all extents and purposes, this game is an opportunity for AV to talk about what they want to do next game.
I suppose.
Because there's nothing else that they can really do left.
Series can take a 1-on-1 with Churn. 2-on-1 as Jakey comes across.
Flag comes out, no drag. Churn's just trying to get towards the edge to do that. Does not care. Gives him a bit of a dance. It's a happy camper at the moment. Lichbane has been picked up by Fantix.
10 minutes ago, but, you know, nice work, observers.
King is huge. He's getting further ahead.
I don't understand. He's just a monster. Looking for a Bloodthirster next. 10-0-9. Big difference in his performance from the Cogmore game. Yes, Destiny Brom is there. We know.
Polarizing performance from King between game 1 and 2, as you mentioned. So you know you'd have to expect heading into game 3. Can't imagine they're going to give King this Caitlyn again.
Certainly agree with that. I mean, you can make arguments that Thresh is up there in priority, but you can just see that one champion, if ever given advantage, snowballs completely out of control.
I mean, if AV picked Caitlyn first, Direwolves probably would have picked up Thresh. If not, they would have gone for the same 2 picks they had, and AV would have had both champions. So it really feels like putting a lot of priority on this Thresh has hurt them. But you never know. Might just be more comfortable in the champion. AV, they've got to put up a last stand somewhere.
Yeah, this is where they have to hold them.
See if they can. Series has gone in. Double Cataclysm. Shockwave only connects on the Fantix. Could that be enough, though? He's still alive somehow and deletes Series. Sybil jumps into the back lines. He'll fall next. Chippies dives on him past the turret. Gets a kill. He's dominating. Only Blinky and Jake left alive. They cowered back towards their fountain. There's absolutely nothing they can do.
Yeah, there certainly is not. Direwolves are just too far ahead at this stage of the game. You can see the King walking forward.
That's a flash hook into dead air. Jake will pay for that one. Chippies picks up a kill. He goes godlike. Direwolves march towards the Nexus. Only Blinky left up and alive.
And a 26-minute hammering. That is a shellacking if I have ever seen one, Fish. And Direwolves will take game 2.
They're going to be able to take down game 2. King wants to try and kill Blinky. He's going to stay at the back of this fountain. Direwolves tie it up 1-1. We're going to go to game number 3.
And, you know, we saw them, you know, slump and not perform to the best of their ability in game 1. It took them all of, what, 15 minutes between the games to walk back out and say, no, you know what, we're turning around. We're going to win this one. And they did it in a very, very impressive fashion.
Just like when they played against the Chiefs in week number 1. But this time against AV, just about to punch me, so don't bring the camera back to us.
You would never do that. Jish is a pacifist. He's certainly not a man of violence. He might have some stern words for you because he's a very eloquent man, but he will definitely not do anything of that sort, Fishery. But at the same time, you really have to applaud the Direwolves for how they bounce back. That's mental resilience. I was going to question it if they lost that game because, you know, disappointing Rift Rivals into disappointing debut back into the OPL. But it just looks like it was a little bit of an anomaly because an enemy, not again, because they looked fantastic that game.
Yeah, no, they did look quite stellar. You know, showing that they were willing to experiment game 1. You know, going back to maybe something more standard, a bit more comfort in game 2, and you know they just played impressively.
Now we really have to see how Direwolves are going to play in game number 3. Is it going to go back to game number 1 where it's really back and forth with AV picking up the win, or potentially they could pick it up nice and quick like game number 2? To find out, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Fish, Jish, and Spawn. And I guess what we learned from that is do not make the Direwolves angry because when they play angry, they are very dominating, Juju's.
Yeah, I mean, geez, like I thought, okay, they're trying something new game 1. Let's go back to what we're used to. What a win. Like, what a convincing
What
win.
an absolute-
Like, I don't know what to say. Like
After like, I want to say around 6 or 7 minutes, I felt like the game was already over. You know, like
kind of was.
It was just direwolves killing everyone, just doing whatever they wanted.
Do you feel like the series is then, as much as we've seen so far, is actually defined by like whether or not direwolves, the kind of game direwolves are playing then?
I mean,
or do you think AV played significantly worse in that second game?
It's a hard thing to answer given the sample size, but I want to just echo what Choo Choo's has said. The first game was direwolves trying something new, trying something they're uncomfortable with. The second game was them going back to what they're strong at, what they know they're good at, and being a little pissed off and wanted to prove that they are the best team.
Yeah, I mean, don't give King Caitlyn.
No.
Yeah, why?
Like, they first picked Thresh. That is the... I can comfortably say that King's Caitlyn single-handedly won them that game.
Yeah. It's very good stuff. Well, we'll go deeper into the draft in a second,
Yeah,
but Choo Choo's, I want to start by asking you, I mean, obviously, a much better showing from direwolves, and they're absolutely just playing to their early game strengths.
Yeah, this is just a well-coordinated dive. They knew that both the bot lane didn't have summoners. Jakey did have flash, but they shut down Blinky. They proc the Braum passive onto Thresh, and then AV believe they can collapse. And this, I'm not too sure. I feel like they started feeling they needed to make a desperation play to get back into this game. They all flash onto the backline. King still has flash up. They eventually shut down Triple. Triple gets a nice shockwave, but Fantix has arrived, and by now it's an ace. It's a clean 5 for O.
Yeah, and I think you said the exact right thing. They thought they had to make a desperation play because that's what they were looking for. They were looking for that crazy Orianna, like 4-man shockwave there, trying to get King and everyone else, but direwolves, to their credit, didn't let it happen. King instantly flashed away once he was in the Cataclysm, knew that that's what AV are looking for, and even though he got a good shockwave by the end of it, like that to me was already the nail in the coffin so early in the game because you've cleanly aced them.
Here's my question for that, though. If you're saying that they felt desperate and also felt trapped at that moment, why doesn't AV turn around and go to Fantix rather than try and engage these people who've just taken 2 kills?
It's heat of the moment. It's really hard. Like, especially, like, it's hard being a team coming behind, and they probably just saw 4 people have just dove my 2 teammates. They've killed them between 2 towers.
You think, look, we've got a bit of...
Yeah, like, we're coming in from 3 positions. We can pinch to them. So they come in, but obviously Blinky and Jakey didn't actually force any summoner spells.
Yeah.
They didn't actually do any damage in itself. So they essentially had a 4v3, all ultimates up and lost.
And also, from AV's side, feels like even if you have a guaranteed kill on just turning and killing Fantix, that's not really enough. You know, they need a game-changing play to happen to get just any sort of momentum back into it. They need Orianna to just get 3 or 4 kills to start rolling, and that just wasn't going to happen.
For AV then, Tegan, were there any positives for them in this game? I mean, it's a pretty decisive loss for them, but
there's one positive, and that was Sybil stealing this. I think it was Sybil. Could have been anyone for all I know. Pretty sure it is. The problem I have is, why are they actually trying to fight? Jarvan's going in, Orianna's going in, Thresh went in, all looking to like pick someone and catch someone, and then they start peeling out afterwards. The whole goal of this play is to steal Baron.
Yeah.
Which he did successfully. He did his job.
Absolutely.
Could not have done it better. And then basically your whole team dies.
Yeah.
They kept it on one person. I think it was, I can't remember who it was. It doesn't matter who it is. I think you're right in the stretch. But they only kept Baron on one person. And on top of that, all 4 of them died. So the momentum to just take an inhib and take whatever they want was still there.
Yeah.
You just let Sybil steal the Baron. You guys don't really influence it.
Yeah.
Stay there. Stay away from him. Get the Thresh way away. Get a Lantern there and hope that it doesn't get interrupted, which it did in the fight, by the way. Great play. But let the steal happen. Be happy. And work from there instead of trying to go for more things.
You know, I want to talk about the draft as well. We already said that Caitlyn needs to get banned away from King because, I mean, that's a very good pick for him as well. But you look at the rest of their bans. They're banning Elise away from Shern. They're banning Cassidon away from Fantix and Camille away from Chippies. Like, there's not a lot of room there to move Caitlyn into one of those picks, right?
First pick it then.
They had the option to first pick it. And they also could have subbed out the I mean, you don't need a ban, Camille. Cassidy, I think, is a good one.
I mean, if you leave up Camille, just pick Jax, right?
Exactly. Like, they definitely... I think they were very aware that Caitlyn is up. They obviously prioritize the Thresh more, but after this game, you'd like to think that they've realized Direwolves with Kate. Let's not do that again.
I mean, Blinky's no...
That is also true.
Caitlyn, he's a great Caitlyn.
Yeah, he was a one-trick Caitlyn for a big period of time before he's pro.
He did get Kalista, though, which we were saying before is his favorite champion or his most comfortable champion.
It's one he likes, yeah.
I would have first picked it.
Yeah.
I think Thresh is great. Don't get me wrong. I think he's probably the best support champion. But seeing how well Caitlyn did, it's been pick ban worthy in other series as well. And you're letting it fall through, and then picking Kalista into it, which I don't think is a great choice. The go-to counter is Ashe, which isn't better than it, but is workable. It screamed that they were overconfident in their bot lane's ability to just straight up win based on skill alone.
Well, then for the mid lane, then Orianna and Victor being picked. I mean, that's we said to Triple. We said about Triple. We want to see him on Orianna, but Fantix is Victor. Whew.
I don't know if Triple hasn't had a lot of experience in this matchup, but he definitely struggled at levels 1 to 3, and those levels 1 to 3 are the most crucial part. Crucial time in the game in this laning phase, and he definitely took way too much damage, and it kind of showed me how he's a bit inexperienced.
Explain why the early game is so crucial in this matchup, though.
So in this match, Victor he ideally wants to have 1,250 gold for his first augment, but Orianna wants to stop that. She wants to consistently trade and make sure that if when they do base, that Victor won't have that amount of gold. But he just lost the lane before that even happens, and was I think a 20 CS deficit.
He was credit to Shern, by the way, delaying the back as well to create that deficit, just being a general nuisance. But you're absolutely right. He's already lost the lane before Shern even exacerbated the problem.
Yeah, you were right. Caitlyn won that game. Caitlyn won that game, you guys.
Yeah.
Well, she definitely won the damage charts.
Yeah.
Something also I'd like to mention is that this is two games on Schönfire's Gragas. Both of these games, he's crushed Sybil. I don't know. Just don't give this guy Gragas, but then again, don't give him Caitlyn. You know, just
don't.
They need to change something.
Shout out to Destiny on Braum, out damaging Kalista. I'm a support player, all right. I just wanted to highlight it. I think that's cool.
Has he done more damage than Kalista and Thresh put together? No, not quite.
Not quite. But he's done it. He's given it a damn good effort, hasn't he? That's. I mean, yeah. When you win that hard, sure, the damage shards are going to be pretty irrelevant. But I'm still happy for him as a support player, and Braum's just doesn't really do much.
Classic damage champion Braum. I know what you mean. So for AV then. I mean, if this series is defined by how Direwolves are playing, and you're AV, what do you do for this game 3?
Okay. I don't want to say it's defined by how Direwolves playing.
So I think AV can improve.
I think the two games we've seen tell very different stories. Game 1, Direwolves played pretty well. Not what we expect from them, but they played pretty well. AV just played at what I would assume is close to their peak. Game 2, Direwolves played pretty well, probably closer to better than that. And AV played really poorly.
Right.
So if it comes to Game 3, they need to do what Direwolves did. Go to the back, mentally reset, calm yourselves down, and go out with a fresh mindset and preferably a fresh draft.
I'm going to be quite brutal, but be honest. I don't think AV know how to play from behind very well. If you're very far behind in terms of kills and gold, don't rotate to a fight. You're going to lose. Trade objectives. If you watch, I would like to think that they watch Rift Rivals, but this is what these international teams do really well. They don't rotate to the action. They trade an objective and they trade secured gold. I would really like them to think a bit more broader.
When you say secured gold, though, there are people watching who wouldn't understand what that means. So you're saying rather than take the risky fight, let them take the turret, and then you take a turret or take a dragon or you take something that you know you can get.
Kills are never 100% guaranteed. There's always risk involved, and that's where skill in the game becomes a player. But getting a tower...
you can't get outplayed by a turret.
You can't... Or maybe...
It's happened before.
It has happened. That's all I'm saying. It has happened. I just like them to trade well, to think smarter. We're behind. Let's not fight them. Let's trade cross-map.
But the other thing is that just in terms of the boring maths of it, if you're trading turret for turret, but you're behind, but you're able to gain gold at the same rate that the other team is.
The same rate is amazing.
Yeah.
The same rate's winning.
Exactly.
At that point.
Same rate is essentially what you would look for when you're behind. Getting any kind of gold is ideal. You could see Direwolves know how to play from ahead. They choked.
definitely.
They choked them out of their topside jungle. Sybil went inside, immediately has to flash and get a lantern out. Like, that is their jungle now. They have 3 quadrants of the map. They need to look at getting away from that, going the other side and taking that bot side.
A good example was them taking the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
It's not guaranteed gold in the fact that you get stuff instantly, but it relieves pressure. One thing I wish they did, and they didn't do this, they just sort of threw it down because it was timing out, is use it as a split pusher. Yeah, just as a wave. Just get it to draw the Jax there or someone over there and go do things elsewhere, go take back your jungle, go take a tower on the opposite side of the map, do something. But it is a good objective to take, especially when you're as far behind as they were.
So as we go into this game 3, it looks like AV could be able potentially to take this 2-1 versus Direwolves, or maybe Direwolves will fight back and take this 2-1 over AV. But that means that AV are poised to potentially be the first team to take a series off Direwolves in, I'd say, quite a while, since it'd be like 3 or 4 months now since that happened, right?
Yeah.
So we've got a tweet here from Medic for the win. Hashtag IMOPL. Direwolves look unstoppable with the start on game 2. Who can stop them if they can be stopped, and what will it take to take them down?
Legacy. Legacy will take them down. That is your answer.
Wrong?
TM?
Also wrong at the current state. I'm going to go with something relevant and AV, since they're about to play again, and say if AV play as well as they did in game 1, they have a darn good chance of taking this 2-1.
AV,
I don't know if they will.
AV, I know Pinch is a smart guy. He's definitely going to identify Caitlyn and Gragas and these big key issues. He's going to have a much more refined draft to this style of Direwolves. And yeah, we'll find out and see.
Very exciting stuff. The series is currently tied up 1-1. It's AV Gaming taking on top of the table Direwolves, who will take game number 3. We'll find out with your casters just after this break of highlights.
Some damage. Heal comes out. Wolf for the first blood, and now Surefire's down here. Blinky's exhausted. He's going to fall next. Direwolves pull off a perfect gank in the bottom lane. Flash comes out from Surefire, throws the ultimate, locks Blinky in place, and here comes Jax. Give him a real weapon next time. But right now he doesn't need one. Blinky's trying to get away. Jake, one auto attack from Raven, getting stun locked. Winter's Spike comes out again and double kill. Destiny locks him down. Shockwaves himself, gets 3, but doesn't matter. King goes on a rampage, gets another one, and they're charging towards series as well. The ultimate comes out from Destiny, knocks him up. Double kill again. Chippies is in trouble. They're going to try and stop this perfect game. He's got the Counter-Strike going. He's going to take Jake down at least. That's 1. He can probably turn around for more. Wants to get jumped on here. Jackson's coming in. Regicide. We'll get to the blast code. Instead, he turns around for a fight. Gets popped up in the air. Surefire wanted to fight that one. Chippies gets out. Sybil wants to get into the pit. Goes over. Can he get it? They stop Baron. He steals it. AV has stolen Baron away. Now can he get out? They actually interrupt Dark Passage onto series. Box is thrown out by Jake. They're trying to keep everyone alive. Fantics gets that kill.
And a 26-minute hammering. That is a shellacking if I have ever seen one, Fish. And Direwolves will take game 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed Direwolves tie up the series 1-1. Now we're going to go into the third and final game of this series, but also of the night. And well, you look very happy.
I was talking about shellacking earlier this week. I can't remember what I was speaking it to it. I was like, I'm not going to use it anymore unless it absolutely is. And then I was trying to gauge whether that one was, and in hindsight, it was 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
How the heck do you measure if a game is a shellacking or not?
It's a very specific metric sort of quantity that you can measure in some sort of
exactly right.
Description.
You would have to be an analyst to figure it out, Fish. Don't worry about it.
You wouldn't understand that.
Next week on the OPL, I'll be hosting. Here's will be casting. It would be much easier for me to be on that desk at the moment. But as we get into game number 3 here.
Why would that be easier? Are you trying to say Hingers' job is easy?
No. Hingers' job is incredibly difficult.
I thought Hingers' job was just to
take
all the airtime.
It would be easier. I don't know. Are you trying to throw some shade at Hingers, Fish?
No.
Mate, he's in the room. He can hear you.
Look. That just went completely over both your heads, and I think, sums up exactly what I said. But we're going into this game, gentlemen. Direwolves taking on AV. It's currently tied up 1-1. Going to try and figure out who wins this one, right? No.
That is that happens in game 3s. You generally find out who wins this one. We're seeing those standard jungle bands coming back.
Standard, Sejuani. Incredibly standard.
Standard from game 2, sorry, onwards. Makes a lot of sense.
I
Sejuani has
think
been banned
that
again.
now you have to ban Kate. I mean, we've already seen it. I would be very surprised if this is not Kate Thresh bans, seeing that how high they prioritize Thresh in Game 2. And I think that you just challenge... You challenge Shern to take his Gragas, and you pick Elise into it.
Yeah, potentially. I think that Dial's now showing that they probably don't want to head back towards that Galio, saving the ban from Avant, who at the moment are looking to leave it back up. You'd have to assume after doing the same thing on Game 1.
Adaptation for Direwolves from Game number 1. They ban out Galio as their final ban, and Thresh is the ban from AV. Elise and Gragas both up.
How smart does he look? Looks pretty smart. Picked it. No, it makes a lot of sense. Direwolves heading back to that standard first pick. They're showing a lot of priority on the Gragas. Now I guess the Elise is up. Is that where Sybil heads towards? And I guess, the Callista's still open too, so still some possibilities here for Avant.
I think you go Elise Braum. I think that, that's a very good, little bit of a pick comp to go together to get you kicked off around Summoner's Rift. It's going to be much harder for Gragas to invade into an Elise. If you ever face check Elise, she generally kills you in the earlier stages of the game. And I think that Braum is one of those champions that AV can use to protect Blinky during the laning phase. He'll fall down a little bit in CS, but then Jake gets to be so useful around Summoner's Rift as the game progresses.
Braum pick up here, does well into Gragas. And AV? No, they're surely not going to go towards Varus as their first pick here. And they are. Wow.
They don't necessarily have to show their jungler here. Maybe they want to look for something like the Kha'Zix or some other form of way to punish a Gragas pick. But yeah, Varus has sort of dropped off on everyone's tier list a little bit. Still not a bad AD carry or anything. And I guess, now we see why do they hold that third pick.
Everyone's tier list but the LJL squads, who, first rotation the dude every single game for... I mean, it didn't look like they picked him for any particular reason. I think that, now that we've seen the bottom lane of Zyra and Jhin come through, it is certainly going to be a difficult lane for AV to win.
There we go. There's the Elise lock there. I mean, Blinky was one of the first people in the OPL to bring the Varus in when the meta changed in Split 1. And he was very good on the champion.
Played it all three ways. Lethality, Bork, as well as Essence Reaver as well in Split 1.
The Varus trifecta.
Yeah, the Varus trifecta. See what he goes with this game. I'm not expecting Lethality because it hasn't been buffed yet. But both Bork and Essence Reaver have merit to them at the moment.
Let's see what he does. AV, they do pick up Elise instead of the Jarvan they were hovering. So they still get the Spider Lady eventually. Nah as well as Cassidon in the first two bans from the two squads. So top lane bans from the Direwolves, AV targeting mid lane.
Yeah, I'm really confused about the lack of priority. Has Nah been banned second round? It was banned second, was not picked first game.
Yeah, it was.
Was it?
Wait, were we talking about this series? Or?
Yeah, this series.
Oh, yeah,
this series.
It wasn't picked first game.
Yeah, it wasn't picked first game. Got through. Second game, not there. And now it's been banned. I mean, a little bit strange. Maybe Series and Chippies not as practiced on the pick, which I thought was actually going to rock this patch.
Fiora's the final ban from the Direwolves, so again sticking to top lane bans. Talia, the ban coming out
you
from
just
triple.
Pick Renekton, right?
I mean, Corky's still up. They might just try to take the safer mid pick here. Cassidon banned away, so is Talia.
Yeah, counter pick for top lane as well.
Yeah, and save that pick 4 series. Yeah.
Instead, picks up Victor as his.
Interesting.
Okay. Now the Phoenix has a chance to say, all right, I'll see your Victor and play Oriana do the exact same thing I did to you last game.
Yeah, or he can just take something like a Corki or something along those lines and, be able to Valk on his head. I feel like we're kind of in a tournament meta now. Like a mini best of 3 meta where all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Sejuani's become a must ban and Victor is shot up in priority. He's actually picked Camille with all of the counters pretty much gone off the table.
I mean, Renekton's still up.
Yeah. So is Jax. Series
Jax
can
is
play
not up.
Renekton.
Jax is not up.
Banned. That's right. Series can just pick Renekton here and be pretty happy.
Yep. I mean, the lane gets incredibly hard as it gets 2-3 items into it.
But he's picked it up. Let's see how he does against the Camille pick, something that's banned out against Chippies time and time again. But he did get punished at Rift Rivals for locking in the Camille blind a couple of times.
Yep. Definitely some higher caliber top laners though punishing him. Series hasn't had the best domestic showing thus far into the split.
Yeah, what was with all the hate that Archie was copping? I thought Archie was a really good top laner.
Good top
and then I log onto Reddit. People are torching the poor guy.
He won the Best Juves award.
You won the what?
the best Juves award.
I said, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. But getting back to these compositions, I think that the interesting thing is going to be how Sybil influences the map, because he's had the jungle taken away from him a couple of times this game, and the top side of the map really needs a jungle gang to be available there. Renekton in a 2v2 against Camille, at least for the first, 5-6 levels of the game, you expect that to go really heavily towards Renekton Elise. And I think, even Elise should be able to impact mid lane a little bit more easily or more readily, less committal, at least, out of the Gragas. So I want, if AV are going to win this game, I think it's going to be on the back end of, Sybil having a better early game.
Yeah, I really want to see him heading towards top lane. I think for the longest time, I've always thought that, Renekton Elise is actually that near unstoppable 2v2 top lane. And there's, into pretty good matchup to play it into. A pretty easy dive for the Elise and the Renekton. You'd have to expect they're going to try to put a lot of pressure there early.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, it's one of those things like we used to talk about Maokai Elise. Well, Renekton has the similar point-click stun, but they bring alternate damage types, which makes it even scarier at the early stage of the game. They both juggle turret aggro really well. So I agree. I think that it's really a force to be reckoned with. And Chippy's is going to have to play very conservatively, at least for the first couple of levels.
On top of that, the two most powerful junglers on the current patch being Elise as well as Zac are two of Sybil's favorite and most prominent champions in the OPL. So he's finally going to get a game where, again, he's playing one of those comfort champions for himself. We saw that from his Sejuani almost.
Is
but that was a big
really the most powerful jungle? Because I feel like we've seen teams everywhere just lose with Zac.
Zac's so broken. Let's not have this discussion. That champion's broken.
I feel he is broken, but I feel like the lack of practice thing really hurts teams. I feel like it's an unspoken rule that, like, when Camille first came out, when Zac was altered, there are these champions that you just get to play 0% of the time that it hurts you a lot.
Yeah. Fun conversation. This is a little bit more interesting. So Gragas is probably one of the best champions on this current patch to do that sort of super leash with, where you get the Raptors by yourself and your bot lane, juggles aggro on the red buff. And with Braum's level 1 potency, I think it's really clever that they just walk into that jungle, get full information, even a tiny bonus that they damage the seedlings or the plants from Zyra too, so she doesn't get a free leash. And they push Direwolves off that very, very strong start on the jungle.
Shonefire will start at his Raptors still and get a small leash from Fantix. A big Frost Bomb and auto attacks a couple of the small ones, so Shonefire should be able to clear this one out nicely. I mean, Talisman just helps out so well when you clear the jungle. You get damage onto all these Raptors. You're back onto full health without popping any potions at all. And meanwhile, top lane, Chippy's finds Series, gets a big physical damage shield, and Series, you need to fight back or you're just going to get hit for free. Stop it. My goodness.
Pretty good trade coming out of Chippy's. Obviously, we mentioned that this isn't the best matchup for Camille, so expecting that his top laner is going to give him a small leash maybe on the red or the Raptors. He just sits in the tri-brush and waits for him, and it's pretty good out of the Direwolves top laner.
Crucially, Chippy's is going to be able to hit level 2 first. You can see Series is trading very well with his Q, as you expect from Renekton, but low sweep finally comes out. Chippy says, all right, let's party. And again, trading really well against the Crocodile. Both top laners already burning their potions, but Series still incredibly low.
Sybil's taking experience point. This is a cheese.
I like this.
I thought he should have just headed up there. I mean, if he's...
I think he's going for the ward.
Yeah.
No, he's just going to kill him.
All right, this is clever, because this is actually a mind game. You kill Shonefire in his own jungle, that is a big blow to the confidence. Oh, he loses patience! You had a guaranteed face check there.
Just like when Sybil tries to juggle jungle aggro, he loses patience, and Shonefire now is going to be able to walk away.
And now the Camille's coming as well. This is a huge collapse coming out.
It's highway to the danger zone. The wall. Sybil missing that cocoon. That is not good. He's going to turn the spider form incredibly low. Tries to repel out. Series trying to get return damage. Chippies will flash away. Sybil flashes on top of him. Will fall. No dangerous game. Can Shonefire get on top of him? He doesn't have to. Fantix is here, and it's still going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of the Wolfpack.
Yeah, it certainly is. Fantix heads up play, rotates into the top lane, had already guaranteed the push, and that is a huge advantage coming across for Direwolves, because we already said this should be a 2v2 that the top lane and jungle win on AV.
My goodness, what the heck was that? Sybil just had to wait a couple of seconds more.
Yeah, really just, I guess, disappointing play out of the Avant jungler. That was a fairly guaranteed sort of path that Shern was going to end up, at his camp, at his blue buff camp, for his level 3. We saw it. They got the early wards on his bot side camp, so, I mean, it was basically a waiting game, you know, to when he was going to show up, and Sybil just, you know, pulled the trigger a little bit too early, got a bit impatient.
Yeah. And I mean, Shern was never going to go for the counter invade because he felt like he had lost so much tempo on his side of the jungle. If you get a super lease, you know, you've got both potions available. You can disappear into whatever Fog of War you want. You can potentially beat them to bottom side of the map. But the fact that, you know, he'd been delayed for so long, pretty much guaranteed that he was going to do a standard clear. And in the end, it just comes back and bites Sybil in the bum. Will be spotted out by a ward.
Yep.
No flash available means there's no gank here.
Just touching on the top lane really quickly. Chippy's got 2 assists, Renekton only got 1, but Chippy still held on to his teleport somehow. Series was probably forced to teleport into that fight before the scuffle happened. So he's walking back to lane. Chippy's with the advantage and has a pushing lane too.
So he's going to be able to get another shop here if he wants. Pretty much guaranteed. Renekton not going to be able to hold that many creeps off turret. And you can see already that Shern feels like top side is kind of that one that he doesn't need to give it any more attention. Also important to note that Fantic's got a kill as well in that, as well as an assist. So he's going to be able to go back into the mid lane with a completed Sheen, which is pretty much the ideal shop on Corki at this stage of the game. I mean, maybe you can argue Hex Drinker, but Fantic's confident that he's going to be able to win the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you could maybe look at the Hex Drinker because they have 2 magic damage sources out of Elise and Victor. But actually, you know, definitely back to going the Sheen there. You know, he should have a lot of pressure now in that middle lane, and you know, when he's moving towards that 8-minute package, he definitely can get the shove in and move around, put pressure on the lane.
Middle lane is being pushed back into Fantix. CS is fairly even between the two. Shernfire picks up a nice Raptor cam. That's fun to watch. 27-22 in CS in the jungle. Bottom lane, King and Destiny are pushing in against Blinky and Jake, but they're holding their own for a Braum Varus lane.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, this is one of those lanes that is pretty easy to live through, but quite difficult to win against double range. But you can see that they're actually up there in CS. Sybil could potentially catch out Destiny here.
Oh, who catches who? He's going to walk into King as well as Destiny. Repel gets him out from 1. Destiny looking for the root, so is King. Good damage being traded without using any of their crowd control abilities.
Yep.
And Series in trouble top side of the map. That's a dive coming in. Chippies and Shernfire back off, rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, he trades very well there. They had creeps hitting as well. That means that they're not going to be able to continue the dive. Although now with Ultimate picked up, you have to think that they will at least take a peek at it. Instead won't back away, and
Yes.
Series actually repels.
Series should be a couple creeps off getting his ultimate himself, and then he becomes a very, very hard target to dive.
Yeah, Angry Crocodile.
But, you know, Dials are doing quite well, trading their pressure around the map. You know, respecting that Sybil could be bottom lane as his jungler's top side, and both King and Destiny walk off.
Oh, here we go.
Chippy's getting dove on by Series top side of the map. Hookshot comes out, pulls him back into the river where 2 other members of the Direwolves are collapsing just in case.
Yeah, and again, Fantix has got the heads-up pressure. I mean, talk about that later.
They lock down Jake. He puts up the shield, tanking a lot of damage. They're still trying to trade back in. Jake actually jumps on forward.
Sybil
Tags
on the way.
King. Sybil's here. Everyone flashing in. Ignites me. But good cocoon as well. And the Spider Link collapses to pick up the kill.
Yeah, and both summoner spells available for King again, but that is actually really nice layering of CC. Flashes forward, the slow into the stun instantly because Blinky flashes forward, and Sybil is there to guarantee the next kind of little bit of damage. Nicely played. What I wanted to say, though, is that Chippies is being protected more by Fantix at this point in the game than he is by Shern, honestly, because every single opportunity Fantix has, he's cheating into this topside river and putting pressure on because of how quickly Corki can roam up there and influence that one-on-one.
Are not AV able to pick up a dragon for themselves. Ocean Dragon will be taken down. Sybil's 2-1-0. Yeah, he'll be very happy with his score, and they're even in gold, even very slightly ahead. About 2-300. Shernfire's going to work on taking up his red buff. Top lane's fairly even as well, and Serrated Dirk picked up by King.
Yeah, potentially going to be Youmu's into IE Rush, which is a good bridging item, but I think that if you base on Boots 2 and Dirk, then you probably have enough to go to the components of IE.
And King is one of the only AD carries that does this. We've seen him do it many times on Jhin.
Yep.
Likes his Youmu's Ghostblade.
Series, obviously a fan of the double golem take. Looks like he's potentially... No, he's not even doing it.
Another Oceanic Trug enthusiast.
He was actually waiting to see if Shern had invaded onto Sybil's red buff. So they're giving Sybil a ton of assistance in this game.
Yeah, and they kind of have to. After the first 2 games from Sybil, Shern really ran laps around him.
Yep.
So it's good to see that Sybil's now on something more comfortable. Shern just peeking into the bottom side jungle. Not too much to come off this one. Timing is blue pretty well though.
Still farming the Storm here on Gragas, doing absolutely fine in the jungle.
I mean, that is to be expected. He has been caught out here, however. Ooh,
Ultimate
got him.
connects. Jake throws out his own ultimate, but good ultimate will knock back the Elise. Shern has to flash away. Winner's bite. 2 more procs. Gets a heal from King. Still tagged. One last one. Will get stun locked. AV pick up a kill.
I love that play out of AV. If someone repetitively invades onto your jungle, eventually you have to kill him. I don't care what you spend to do it. You have to send the message that, this is Sybil's area of the map, and we will protect our jungler.
Yeah, and Shern has been criticized for this before, that he is just, mindlessly invading it sometimes. His mid lane didn't necessarily have the wave pressure there, so Victor gets to, walk down mid for free. Pretty, actually, nice work out of AV. They all collapsed in on that Braum passive. They got the stun off and they dropped the slow field thing that Victor has.
Yep.
Probably has a better name than that one, but yeah, gravity field. And they just clean up the kill. So actually quite nice to see from Avant that they are punishing Shern's aggressive invades.
And it could almost be AV not so much as protecting Sybil, but understanding that this is Shern's playstyle, and that's where they're going to try and capitalize against Direwolves.
Well, he stuck around for a really long time, Fish. I mean, he had been spotted out by a ward that he swept himself, so he knew it was there. Then he got peeked in as a series, showing us that this matchup is quite good for the Renekton. Got peeked in on the Braum, and then he watched Victor leave the lane because the creep wave was just off the turret. So Victor walked into Fog of War. So completely agree with what Jish is saying. That's a little bit of, a confident or, overconfident invade in quotation marks. But Shern should have known that collapse was certainly a potential.
Yeah, and, Sirius going to catch him? Q! No, he's not. I mean,
it's a blind Q.
Yeah.
And then if you walk into the 1v1 without your Q available, you have a couple of points in your E and a point in W, so you're probably not going to win it.
Yeah, and no teleport from Chippies means that there should be a bit of damage going down onto this top turret as Sirius just proxies the next wave. Floats towards Sybil while he steals the Gromp, so, Shern getting a bit of a taste for his own medicine.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Underway pings coming out from everyone of AV. In fact, all 5 members, Direwolves, all 5 members of the Direwolves are collapsing towards the top side of the map.
And they're forcing the tempo lane swap here. And, they don't necessarily have the turret taking 80 carry in the fact that they've got a Jhin. Going to be going up against Varus, who probably has a little bit more attack speed at this stage of the game. And they've already got the push beginning here.
They're going to be able to push down bottom lane quite quickly. Let's see if Direwolves able to do so faster with 3 members topside. This turret is yet to take any damage.
4 members. Shern is there as well, so they actually have enough members there. They're probably going to be able to take this first unless mid lane turret goes down.
That's already so low. Triple playing very aggressively against Fantix. That turret's going to be first brick for AV. They're going to potentially get a 2-for-1 trade. As bottom lane's working on that turret too.
Yeah, and I really like you would have maybe noticed just earlier that Sybil hit the scrying plant in his own jungle, saw Zyra walking out topside, and Avant immediately pulled the trigger like, all right, they're going to go for top. We'll trade mid and bottom, and they definitely come out ahead in this trade. First brick and 2 turrets.
Trying to see if they can take down top lane Inno. They get good damage on it. Chippies as well as King do wreck this turret.
I mean, you need to be careful because there is a 3-person unit moving up there, so it looks like they're going to be able to do it, although Series wants in.
Yeah, he's looking for the fight. Will stun lock. Chippies gets locked down by Destiny as well as Captive Audience to take him down. Sybil is kiting around the sides. Let's see if Direwolves can escape this one. Ooh. That's going to be a body bop over the wall by Shernfire. Straight into a cocoon. Fantix yet to move up. Throws out the ultimate. Series just gets stun locked in place. Roots don't connect, but AV can't pull the trigger to chase them down.
That's a great cast from Shern. Reads the flash over the wall, casts himself, pushes Series straight into the wall. No auto attack going to be coming out. So they do get 2 for 2, but now they've lost so much tempo around the map. I mean, you can see they've rotated Blinky into the mid lane. Top lane is reversing very hard. And no wave clear left available.
Yeah, and that's the trade-off you make. So when you see that you're losing that 2-for-1, you often feel pressured into pushing to try equalize that and get 2. And the first issue with that is obviously 2 turrets in the same lane gives you less map control, but it also means you're going to stay in that far in the enemy territory for so much longer that you do actually receive a lot of pressure here. And we see Avant going for a cheeky little pick.
Fantix,
they've got it.
He's stuck. Oh, everyone from AV piles on in. Fantix didn't even know what hit him.
Toodles.
So another really nice pick there, and that gives them control over the top side of the map. That's when Fantix is at his strongest. Double summoner spells available. Trinity Force just picked up, as well as package, and he gets blown up.
And that's the tempo play we were just mentioning. They come out of base and they get control over top side. They shove that top lane in, and now they get the free pick onto Corki, and they're going to take the Rift Tower off the back of that.
My goodness, AV looking a lot stronger coming into game number 3.
This is the first game where AV have like looked in control. First game spiraled out of control. They got some good team fights to bring it back. Second game spiraled out of control. They never really regained like a grasp on that game at all. This game, they've actually looked pretty good throughout.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, you do have to question the scaling as we see Chippies go into series.
Yep, puts down a ward as well. Not quite sure why, but Siri says, all right, I'll try and fight you guys, and double slices away into the ultimate of Surefire, knocking him back to
He
safety.
needs to leave now, though, because he knows that they're trading sides of the map. He's got Jake coming down, but that is still 2 against potentially 4. And I
he
just
stays. He's going to try and take as much damage as he can. Good ult from Jake. Stops the rest of the team. Chippy's still diving on forward. They will escape. Very risky, though.
That's a great ult from Jake. Honestly, they should have been dead to rights. They should have been a captive audience coming out. He hits the Jin, the person that has the longest range CC. And they actually, off the back end of that, got Shern's flash as well. So, pretty good play.
Yeah, no, definitely you know, looking to control the map as the best they can. Shoving down mid, as they've already pushed in top. You know, Triple getting that top turret. And now you have to expect that with all the outers gone, they'll look to collapse towards this dragon maybe. We have to work out, you know, how are they going to use this Rift Herald? Because that should be the next free turret.
Herald's only a quarter of its cooldown done, so they'll still have some time to think about how they're going to use it. And some time to set up for the play. Instead, they move towards Mountain Dragon first.
You know, honestly, anything that they can do with Herald should be better than they did last game. So, yeah, and I guess they take this free Mountain Dragon, they get a bit more damage to objectives. No sneaky W from King.
Still a better Rift Herald than what Sam had, though.
All right. Give us that was a I'm trying to ward. Oh wait, no.
Spooks are still in contention for worst Rift Herald of the Year award.
Yeah, actually, I still pick on him for that.
Being told by production I need to stop because Spooks isn't here to defend himself, but his coach is, and he's not, so that's a little bit unfortunate for their jungler.
I'm on your side for this. I make fun of him all the time.
Incoming angry tweets from Spooks again that don't make sense. But we're going to continue pushing here. Still yet to use that Rift Herald. Blader and King has been picked up by Blinky, so he's still going towards that more optimized route at the moment. We do have the Omens complete for King as well, an item he likes to pick up first on Jin before moving into the crit.
Yeah, I mean, the additional movement speed is certainly useful on Jin. I think that it does delay your massive power spike, however, which is on the IE. See whether he goes towards his second item. He is a little bit behind, honestly, because he's missing out on a couple of assists as well as about 16 CS. So we'll see whether, you know, there is an adaptation of, you know, going towards a Zeal or something like that beforehand, as it's a cheaper item and much easier to build out of the components.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we have also seen, you know, less priority put onto Victor around the world is because, you know, so many of the mid laners at the moment have strong presence in side lanes. And, you know, that's exactly what we're seeing out of Direwolves right now. They have control over 3 lanes with Corki pushing in bot.
Yep.
And, you know, and Triple has to be so careful now as he rotates down to catch this wave because he has such little information and, you know, a Corki packages on his face, probably going to one-shot him.
Let's see what the Direwolves decide to try to do against AV. They're behind about 2,000 gold.
Sybil has absolutely chunked Chippies out.
He's got Horny Guys and sock shoes at the moment on his Elise.
That's a scary spider.
He's just caught him face-checking in and taken out 3/4 of his health. Of course, now Chippies has regened up a couple of potion charges. Want to see where this Rift Herald goes still because it's nearly expired. And you can see that he's sat on it for a very long time.
He's got to drop it soon.
Needs to drop it. Yeah, now Fish. Needs to drop it right now.
That's going to expire.
Pretty sure he's screen slashing purple at this point.
Does it do that?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, cool.
It surprised me for like the first time in my life the other day as well. So don't worry.
Never got it.
Not everyone. Yeah, I was gonna say not everyone knows that. But yeah, no, he doesn't really get the best opportunity to use it. He chucks it mid. So, you know, what I actually think might come off this is that they'll force Direwolves to respond mid, and then hopefully we see them go top lane to take that turret with series.
Yeah. The problem is that they've also coincided it with the time that package is up. So I think that is the only charge they're going to get out of it because now they have to respect Fantix. And yep, so it's just going to be, you know, good chip damage on the mid lane outer.
Yep,
as far as chip damage goes, that's probably the best turret to hit it on as well.
Let's see if they can get anything else out of it. Still 2,000 gold in the lead.
Big wave bottom. They have to leave. Triple's losing out on so much golden experience at the moment if he doesn't go and collect that wave that Fantix had shoved in. So I really think that they're playing with their food a little bit here, and they need to be very careful.
I'm not quite sure what they're trying to stick around for. Even Camille grouped up for the Direwolves. AV will now back off.
And they're giving the wave to Series?
I don't know who
they're giving the wave to no one? Series is going to back. He's going to pick that one up. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because Fantix now, he was behind in CS, is going to be pretty far ahead, because he's going to be uncontested in the sidelines.
I guess maybe just sending Series bottom lane because he has the teleport, and you know, Baron is a possibility. Double AD carry with Zara actually does that pretty fast.
Quick,
yeah, so maybe just making best use of their TP. And they'll send Victor out topside. You know, he's going to catch a pretty big wave too that Chippies are shoving in now.
See what they can do. King still staying in the mid lane. Package is worn out from Fantix here, so doesn't have that major ability up.
I mean, it kind of did its role by not being used because he held them off the mid lane turret. They were just really scared of the potential team fight that could come out. And you can see now they've regained control of topside because of the fact that they see Renekton down there, so they take away the red buff. Ooh, King caught.
King caught. That's Winter's bite being popped. He's forced to flash away. AV trying to back up, but Blinky... Oh, Jake just jumps straight behind him and lets him eat that skill shot. That's one time I don't think it's Blinky's fault.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Fish.
Serious, mate. Get off the Krugs. Hit the turret. No, your team's drawing a lot of pressure mid. You're plus 70 gold here. Not that important. You really, you know, eventually this Renekton will start doing less and less. The Camille scale is probably much... Oh my goodness. He really wants those Krugs.
You got him.
But yeah, no, getting that wave in, finally, that's pretty good. Gets a little bit of vision control around the bot side.
They get control Baron.
Yeah, as AV collect control of topside river. So, should be interesting.
Jake and Civil stacking up as well. Anyone that walks down that path would probably die. Blinky, no teleport though. It's going to be serious and jumps in. King takes a lot of damage, but does back out. He almost dies, but he gets away scot-free. Instead, Series gets deleted in this team fight. Meanwhile, Chippies has isolated Blinky. This is a team fight gone wrong. They get a return kill to Chippies. Triple will have to flash away. Fantix going to try and dive into the back lines, but Chaos Storm doesn't do enough. That's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Wolfpack.
Yeah, that was a really strange invade out of Series. He just flashed into the middle of a whole team to try and pick off King. Cocoon missed, Sybil wasn't able to get in there, but they were fighting without Triple ultimately.
Yep, and you know, right now, sitting on 200 CS, level 13, you know, he is the one who's going to be doing damage in these team fights. Blinky didn't have his ultimate either there, so that's a problem for that fight. Yeah, just a painful, I guess, lack of respect from AV trying to like force this out.
Only small win that AV could take from that is the fact that they didn't trade 2 for nothing. Also, Series kept his teleport. Chippies was forced to use his in that engage, and now they're rushing towards Baron using that teleport.
This is a really bold call.
Blinky's not there.
Everyone is coming, and there is so much CC still available.
Shern's over the top. And Blinky's not there to try and fight this one. He's running through mid lane.
Early gravity field.
They do spot out Shernfire. Ultimate misses from Blinky. 2,000 health. They're going to try and finish this one. Shernfire goes over the wall. Can he steal it? Sybil's going to die. And they do pick up Baron as well. Direwolves have turned around this game, and that might just be over after that one play.
And a completely bizarre play coming out of AV. I mean, there's no reason to turn onto it. There's no reason to hard commit when you do. And Direwolves clean house. They pick up 4 kills, they pick up the Baron, and now they're going to push down mid lane.
You know, just frustration coming out of AV, I guess. You know, making that engage where they think they're running out of time, but you know, they just really need to be more patient on that, set up the Baron properly, and you know, and not just blow the teleport for nothing.
Goodness, I would have agreed with that play if the AD carry with Blade of the Ruined King was hitting the damn Baron, but Varus nowhere to be seen. Shernfire sneaks in. It's not even him that steals it. Fantix gets it with a Frost Bomb.
I mean, Sybil was dead. There's no way, I mean, unless, you know, all of a sudden AV is turning all their damage sources onto the Baron. I mean, like Triple's ulting it or something.
Pretty sure King actually got that, by the way. I don't know if he got it with the 4th bullet, because Fantix killed Elise, I believe.
Okay, so it's just one of those things that, I mean, as soon as the jungler dies, you're in some big trouble as far as securing Baron goes. Fantix a little bit too quick. Let's have another look at it.
They stop hitting the
Gravity
Baron.
field, so big CC that can control the pit. Blinky chasing out on the jungler on the backside, misses his ulti. And you can see right here, was actually King that got it. Captive audience. OP.
Sneaky W.
I mean, Shernfire got a 4-man body pop behind that pit.
Yep.
On top of that, Avant stopped doing Baron while it was just clawing away at Elise. They could have tried and went for the 50-50 smite. That would have been better what they did there.
I mean, yeah, just trying to bait Shernfire into like the 1v4, 1v5 sort of scenario. Blow him up instantly and then try smite it afterwards, holding it at about 1700. But you know, obviously in hindsight, didn't do fantastic.
Courage of Colossus Gragas doesn't care about that.
Yeah, full tank.
Especially when he has the rest of his team behind him with Blinky over the pit doing absolutely nothing in that team fight. But Direwolves march down bottom lane. They take bottom lane inner. Shermfire body box forward, threatening.
But after all that, they're only 4,000 gold behind. They were completely even, and they're just ceding control of the map.
Here's the first Conical I've seen this entire game. Going to try and lock down AV. Fantix uses the package to get away. Body bump and ultimate knocks one back. They pick up a kill on towards Jake, and now Chippies wants to dive on in. Locks down Victor. He's isolated. Double kill picked up by Fantix. King is charging on forward towards the back line. Gets a Warlord's proc. Has the crit bullet wave. The scariest auto attack animation apparently, according to Egypt. And Direwolves break the base. That'll be 2 inhibitors.
And this might even be Game Fish. I mean, there's 30 seconds on their wave clear. They're going to be able to clean up at least 2 inhibitors. They've got 2 big creep waves ready to go in.
Baron. Direwolves, my goodness.
They've just turned this on its head. And AV honestly looked like they panicked.
This was AV's game, start to finish. They were in control. They were the ones 3,000 gold ahead. They had the teleport advantage, even though they botched the pick. And now 8,000 gold in the Direwolves' favor. 25 minutes in. Punishing AV so hard in this match.
Yeah, the game just changed in an instant. You'd have to assume that, you know, AV were feeling pretty confident, you know, getting ahead the early game. They start to get control over the Baron. They have the TP advantage, and, you know, disappointingly for them, they just couldn't pull through. And, you know, and Direwolves being, you know, the very, very professional and important, you know, impressive team that they are, just, you know, capitalize on it instantly, turn the game around, and, you know, just look for this clean reverse sweep, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you have to applaud how composed they stayed and the ability to, you know, read the play. They knew that the sweep had happened. They knew that the hard commit was coming, and they're able to absolutely capitalize on that. But at the same time, I mean, what would it be to be a fly on the wall on the AV comms as that was happening? Because I just want to know what was going through their head. I mean, Victor, as well as... Sorry.
They're going to look for a team fight here. Spawn. It's already Sybil that's dead. Curtain Call locks down Jake and Triple. Chippy's diving on in. Pops the ultimate onto Jake. Triple tries to turn around and help out his support. Jake will survive. Series wants to jump in. A big body bump knocks him into the team. That's the mid laner dead. Blinky, the last carrier alive. He's trying to fight with his back against the wall. Dodges away from the body bump. He's kiting very well, but there's just too many members of the wall pack diving into the back lines. Blinky and Jake again retreat to the fountain, but that's their front line dead.
And that's what I was going to say. This team isn't that bad at team fighting. I mean, you can see there, they've now given up the massive lead, and sure, they're going to lose the game, but, I mean, Direwolves, they just capitalize on the mistakes, and they never give it back.
And honestly, it's such an anticlimactic finish to what was proving to be a very exciting series. You know, AV losing control game 1, sort of gaining it back, and now Direwolves now just looking to end the series, and they're not.
And with that, Direwolves will continue pushing on in. They're trying to take down Jake. Lives with a sliver of health. Sybil almost falls as well. First Nexus turret is dead. Blinky's trying to cut this out and clear as many minions as possible. Triple's back up, keeping the game alive a little bit longer. Or is he? Chippies wants to teleport into their spy. They've got super minions working along their side. He dives into the back lines on top of Triple. Gets out of the gravity field. Another turret's dead, but it's a flank game. Crocodile looking to hunt down the Direwolves. Triple gets 1 kill onto Chippies. The rest of the team has to back out. AV are trying to push further forward to stop this. They get 2 kills, but their base is an absolute mess.
I mean, AV with the last stand, that's all you can ask for. They run out of fountain, they're able to defend their base, but both teams have absolutely lost their mind. I mean, such a hard force coming out of Direwolves again to try and end this game. It's going to go for at least a couple of more minutes, and, you know, double super creep, Baron respawning in a minute. Still should be AV Direwolves game, but both teams have made pretty crucial errors in the last couple of minutes.
One team has an 8-1 Corky, though, so, you know, definitely a pretty easy game for our Fantix, who, yeah, I think's actually had a pretty good series.
Yep, I would agree with that.
Whew. Not that I expected him to have a bad series or anything. Obviously, a pretty good player.
I mean, I call him the best player in the OPL all the time, so...
He's alright.
Yeah, pretty biased.
Now is just a matter of time. 28 minutes in, 9,000 gold lead for the Direwolves.
I mean, it should be a matter of time, but both teams are making very reckless mistakes. So, yes, you should be able to win a game with Baron respawning in 30 seconds and 3 inhibitors down. But I just don't know anymore.
3 inhibitors and 2 base turrets down, by the way.
There's nothing left for AV at the moment.
Yeah.
Except for hopes and dreams, Fish.
Ooh, I don't even think those are available right now for the AV squad.
To be fair, they get to vacuum a lot of gold from all of those creeps pushing into their base. So, you know, maybe they're going to get to... I mean, they're sitting at some important items, I guess. Do they try go for one last fight that we sort of said was...
Last one?
Yeah.
Direwolves are just trying to march this one into the base. They're not too fussed about setting up for the Baron that's up now.
I mean, what they're trying to do is they're just trying to hold vision control, and then they'll collapse onto the Baron, because then they can guarantee that no one's close enough to smite, steal that one away. So, I mean, this is going to be Baron buff and 3 super creep waves walking into your base simultaneously.
Yeah, that's not fun.
I mean, it depends. If you win the game, it's actually very fun. You feel like you've played both a MOBA and a turret defense in one.
Yeah, super rewarding, I guess. But we do see the Direwolves marching it down mid lane. You'd have to expect that this is going to be it. Even if they lose a team fight, someone's just going to solo that Nexus by themselves.
And I mean, if you're the Avant lineup, you have to go. Because if you do not go as soon as they enter the base, the creeps will do the job for them. Although an inhibitor has respawned on the bottom side of the map.
Inhib 1, Inhib 2 in mid lane coming back up.
See no super minions in the bottom lane. Sybil looking for that flank. Gets locked down. He's dead. Destiny gets that kill. Now it's a 4-on-5 with Jake almost gone as well. This is going to be game. Direwolves, numbers advantage, health advantage. Body bomb knocks Blink into the team. He's going to fall as well, no matter how hard he tries to kite this one out. Series almost takes down King. Not going to happen. Double kill picked up by Chippies. Looking for the triple. Stolen away by the Corky. And with nothing left to defend this Nexus, it's going to fall. They take the series 2-1 and stay undefeated.
And a couple cheeky smiles across the bottom lane of the Direwolves. You know, they know that their series is a little bit shaky here and there, but you know, they definitely had the mettle to pull it through and come out with the victory. And that's so important. They couldn't afford to drop this game because then they might have been behind someone else on the ladder.
Yeah, exactly right. So they retain their top spot. They remain undefeated, as you mentioned, Fish. The big thing for me, however, is that mental fortitude and the ability to capitalize on mistakes. Because this was a hard series. You had to dig deep for this one. But they were good enough to punish the, errors that AV made in their gameplay.
And on the other side of the coin, Avant have to be, pretty disappointed with themselves. They definitely had control of that one, and they've got a lot to go back to the drawing board with, and they've got a lot to learn from this series. But they're going to be, they're going to be kicking themselves for not taking it.
And there's kind of 2 different kinds of teams pushing for that top 4. Sin, they generally beat the teams ahead of them. Like they've taken out the Chiefs a couple of times, they've taken out Legacy a couple of times, and they do sneak points off people. But they generally drop games that they should win against people like AV and that were below them on the ladder. Then you have AV, which are kind of the workhorses. They beat everyone below them, but generally lose to everyone above them. Today was a day that they could have changed that. They could have taken out the top dogs, and unfortunately for them, it was in their reach. I mean, that game 3 was all but done and dusted, and they unfortunately dropped the ball.
Yep, one error from the Avant team, unfortunately, costing them that game. Direwolves use that single advantage and capitalize through, but that's all the games for tonight. So it's a breakdown today. Let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. And a disappointing showing from AV in the second half of that game. Very quickly, before we go to the interview, though, let's get your guys' initial thoughts on that series as a whole and that game in specific.
That was a very big improvement. Last time we saw AV, they looked very distressed and struggling. I wish we could see 3 games of that last game of that series. If we could see the series of just those 3 games where both teams had fairly similar compositions and they were that close, I think it would have been a very nice series to watch.
I wouldn't really call it disappointing. There was one major misplay from them, and from then on they did show signs of life and the ability to sort of catch Direwolves out. But it was just the big misplay they made, or I guess in your words, the big disappointment was just too much for them to surmount.
I see it so often in the OPL.
Yeah, it's taking Baron and then the other team steals it.
Just trying to sneak a Baron, you don't need to sneak. And then the other team coming in, just wiping. Oh, it's just...
I'm okay with it.
It's frustrating. All right, but my frustrations aside, let us talk now to someone who has just won that game, because Jake Spawn-Tiberi is standing by with Destiny.
Thanks so much, Ingers. I am standing next to the victorious Destiny, 2-1 over AV. Let's kick it off with game 1, however, because they got a very good team fighting comp. Sharp said you guys weren't all that practiced against Sejuani. Was it really that jungle pick that upset, I guess, the team fight phase a lot?
We're not really used to playing against Sejuani because only recently a new pick that's been picked up in the LCK, so we didn't really have much experience playing against it. I don't think it was the reason why we lost. Obviously, I think we just played the map wrong and we didn't play to our power spikes, and we generally just didn't play to our comp properly. So I think that's why we lost the first game.
All right, cool. And I want to talk about that a little bit because I know you guys were pretty vocal that, you know, against the Gigabyte Marines over in Rift Rivals, you thought that you were ahead in that game and, you know, it was your game to lose, and unfortunately it happened. What are you guys working on behind the scenes to make sure that you're shoring up that part of your gameplay and you can really capitalize when you are that far ahead?
I think the main point that we've been focusing on for the past 2 weeks has been communication. I don't think it's been more micro, because I felt like micro we could match up to our counterparts. Even though we got solo killed internationally, I still think that can be changed here in OS, but for the communication part, that can be changed anywhere. So we've really been hitting on that and hopefully improving that over the next few weeks.
All right, cool. And you guys remain undefeated now at the top of the table. I think we're, you know, nearly 50% way through the season. We're going into a couple of super weeks. What's the spirit like in the camp? Because, you know, people have been, you know, questioning, you know, the international performances. Are you guys still, you know, is the belief still there? Are you guys still think that you're the best team in OS?
Look, I'm going to silence the critics right now. We are the best team in Oceania. We won last split. We're going to win this split. And if you think you can beat us, beat us.
All right. Well, I think we can leave the interview there. Throw it back to you, Hingers.
Step up. Step up to Destiny.
I'm shaking right now.
He's been watching WWE like VODs, I reckon. He's been watching WWE VODs under the tutelage of I don't know who's been getting his ear. Well, I'm not going to say that specifically, but someone's been telling him to watch WWE VODs, and he's trash talking after a win. And more power to him. That was bloody entertaining.
I will say, like, the way he was talking was as if they wiped the floor with him 2-0, no questions asked. Don't get me wrong, I agree with him. I think they're the best team in the OPL.
I mean, they did win the last game from, like, a disappointing throw. So, like, give them some credit, you know.
I will say as well that in terms of them being the best team in OS or whatever, even though they dropped a game today, if Chiefs pick up 3 points tomorrow, they are still behind them because Direwolves have the head-to-head over Chiefs because of that victory in Week 1. But let us get to the Game 3 of that series, an all-defining moment. Now, we talked a lot, D-Gun, going into this about Sybil versus Schoenfire. And I know you were very keen at the start to see Sybil make a proactive move on the game.
Yeah, and he was trying. He was trying to go in, he was trying to be aggressive, got a little impatient, a little silly. They still get the first blood here. Now, what I want to really highlight after this is, how is Fantix here first? Yep. How is he here? How is he doing this? Because he should not be there.
In that matchup, Corki should not have mid lane priority that early on. Level 3.
Absolutely.
It's your job as a mid laner. I've had Carbon shout at me for years. Like, you shouldn't. That is your one job. Don't let the mid laner roam that early on. If he roams, like, you immediately run over and stop him. Because if he didn't get that kill on Elise, he's living, and then Ceres would be living. They just got a free first blood.
Yeah.
And this game would be completely different.
Yep.
And that really snowballed Fantix's Corki.
So what happened there with Victor? Is Victor just losing lane to Corki and it shouldn't have happened, or?
We didn't see much of it, so it's hard to say.
It's hard to. I would only think that he gave too much room to the Corki. He let the Corki auto attack the wave too much. But really, those early levels, mid priority is a big thing because it enables. Elise was sitting at the blue camp for a solid 20 seconds, and that must have been like. Triple should know that, oh, my jungler's in the opposing enemy, is in the enemy jungle. I need to push my lane if he needs me to back him up. He obviously wasn't pushing his lane.
So then, despite that kind of misplay early on from AV, they were able to then take a lead. They go several thousand gold up. But then, Tegan, what for you was the moment where everything turned?
For AV, it was just throwing a Baron. Why are they doing it? And they know where Schoenfire is, they know where everyone from Direwolves is. They do the right thing and they pull off it, but they miss it to a Jin W.
Yeah.
Of all things, I guess you don't even expect that. But the main point is, you shouldn't be on it like that. You shouldn't be bringing it anywhere near death, especially if you're expecting to turn. But
the most upsetting
hard
thing
to explain.
is that they saw Gragas gradually walk over.
Yeah.
So they had, I think from 7th, like they had a lot of opportunity to be like, oh, this isn't going to work. We can't rush this anymore. This is a 50-50. Like, they hadn't bought. The other team had just died, and I think, and Direwolves had just bought, got updated items, and they still, you know, good on them. Commit to the call. But yeah, what a bummer way to lose a game.
Best case scenario for them there, they get the Baron, and all of them die.
All of them
Maybe one person skitters away.
I think it's 4 kills. 4 deaths is the equivalent, in terms of base gold, is equivalent to a Baron.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if all 5 die, you're essentially... Well, definitely that's not worth
But
it.
if you're sneaking Baron, and look, again, I'm a layman here, but if you're sneaking Baron, you need to do it as quickly as possible, right? Because you're trying to be sneaky. So why would you do that without your AD carry, the thing that does all the damage? That to me seems like a silly call.
It feels like they just expected Dials to not even contest it, and then didn't have a plan for when they did.
I think they cleared the Baron pit. I don't know how they got spotted, but I do know that as soon as they started it, there was a lot of blue pings on the minimap. So they were. I don't know if they weren't aware, but there was definitely something that spotted them. And who knows? It probably would have been very different if they didn't know that they was doing the Baron, because they did do it fairly quick, but they had no Mountain Dragons, and they obviously miscalculated.
So let's talk now a little bit about this draft. It's come up on the screens now. A couple of things I really like from this. Direwolves picking Camille and also banning all of the classic counters to Camille. I thought that was a nice touch. And I also enjoyed just Sybil getting his release, because that's a joy to watch.
He played great.
It was, yeah,
This was his first game that I think was Sybil.
The only thing I could fault him for before that Baron and really sit there and dislike was the impatience at blue.
The early
Apart
thing,
from that, it was just good, well-rounded play from him, being aggressive when he needed to be, calling his team in to defend his side of the jungle when he needed to, and it wasn't just like him trying to go off himself. He was well aware of where his team was and what he could do.
Yeah, he knew that Gragas traditionally do full clear, and he knew that he was at Wolf Camp. He just needed to be a bit more patient.
Yeah, or go in earlier and steal the Wolf. If you're ever going to go to the Wolves, go in earlier and go for the Wolf. I don't think you should, mind you.
Nah, just stay at the bar.
Don't do neither. Because that's the worst situation, is he did neither. He didn't get the big wolf, he didn't get the gank off, and he didn't get the blue. So he's just wasted his time.
A couple of things to close out this discussion. We had we saw Sybil Sejuani copping bans, as well as now King's Caitlyn, which presumably is going to move forward into oncoming weeks. But I also want to talk about mid lane matchup, because coming into this, we were saying that Triple was a potential, maybe not a threat, but a potential anchor for this team.
Yeah.
And in this game, like you said, he allowed Cookie to roam early, did not perform as well. And look at that damage that the Phantom has done there. I mean, that is monstrous.
I mean, I actually don't know what it is. I feel like it may be inexperience but I definitely know Triple has a lot of... is a great mid laner. He's a great mid laner. And
he's your boy.
He's your boy.
Is he? Your second boy.
What do you say? Is he your third prodigy, or...?
I did not say that. No, but what I'm trying to say is Triple is a very talented mid laner, and this series kind of showed how experienced Fantix was, and he looked at the map as a whole, and he knew that, like, okay, this isn't just the lane. This involves me roaming top, protecting chippies. As Spawn said, Schönfire wasn't necessarily protecting chippies. Fantix was.
I will say, Fantix has some some popular and some vocal detractors that want to downplay how good he is. He's exactly as good as he's shown in this series. Look at the damage dealt. This is what I was expecting the Kog'Maw to do, by the way, in terms of just dwarfing his team and making them look somewhat irrelevant purely because of how much he's doing. And that's what Fantix has done.
Yeah. I will say in this game, Braum, not the classic damage dealer in this game.
Yeah, disappointing, right?
Disappointing. Braum has one job. I'm joking, of course. But what did you think of the series picking that Renekton last?
It's an AV thing. They really like it. They really value it. And I think he did all right on it.
There was no other option. Yeah, like Camille was picked. Jax, Fiora. Both those are the counter picks. They were both banned.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the results and schedule for today and tomorrow. Legacy obviously beating Regicide 2-0. AV able to take one game, not a series of doubles. But tomorrow we'll be seeing TM featuring your boy T-Gun taking on Chiefs.
T-Gun.
And Sin also taking on Abyss. T-Gun, give us a quick sneak preview. You don't have to give away any crazy stats, but I will say I'm very interested because your current coach Cyclone is an ex coach of the Chiefs, or assistant coach of the Chiefs.
I will say it's cautious optimism from our camp.
Sure.
I'm happy that Choo Choo's is much happier for us this week than he was last week. Last week he just thought we were terrible, and this week he's on board. So that's a big boon. But yeah, I think going into it, we've shown before that we can take games off top teams. We took one off Legacy. We showed that we had the potential to take the series. There were a couple just silly mistakes, and I feel like we've worked on those well enough that we can do the same against Chiefs.
All right. Well, I will say that Chiefs, despite the fact that you have the coach that is the ex-trampolining coach, Chiefs have been spending a bit of time on the bounce floor. You can see that on their social media.
We don't need to talk about if we play basketball, so anything outside, we trash them at it. You know, they've got League of Legends for them, and we're about to take that away, so I don't even need to talk about it.
All right. Well, so some bitterness there from T-Gun, from all of us here. That's the end of our show, and we'd like to thank you at home for watching, as well as our guests here, Choo Choos and T-Gun, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye!
That is not good. He's going to turn the spider form incredibly low. Tries to repel out. Series trying to get return damage. Chippies will flash away. Sybil flashes on top of him. Will fall. No dangerous game. Can Surefire get on top of him? He doesn't have to. Fantix is here. And it's still going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of the Wolfpack.
They've got it.
He's stuck. Oh, everyone from AV piles on in. Fantix didn't even know what hit him.
Toodles.
King takes a lot of damage, but does back out. He almost dies, but he gets away scot-free. Instead, Series gets deleted in this team fight. Meanwhile, Chippies has isolated Blinky. This is a team fight gone wrong. They get a return kill on the Chippies. Triple will have to flash away. Surefire goes over the wall. Can he steal it? Sybil's gonna die, and they do pick up Baron as well. Direwolves have turned around this game, and that might just be over after that one play. Series wants to jump in, a big body bomb knocks him into the team. That's the mid laner dead. Blinky, the last carrier alive. He's trying to fight with his back against the wall. Dodges away from the body bomb. He's kiting very well, but there's just too many members of the Wolfpack. Series almost takes down King. Not going to happen. Double kill picked up by Chippies. Looking for the triple. Stolen away by the Corky. And with nothing left to defend this Nexus, it's going to fall.